Hello? Any magical skeletons in the chat? What's up? Boona, good morning. Very mild, welcome back. Anyone else who's lurking? Got a tab open. Appreciate it. Hello. Also, Minecraft, is that Steve? Is that Steve's face or is that another Minecraft character? It might be another one. Either way, hello. Good to see you. Read you, I guess, as well. Cooker, what's up? Hello there. How you been? Welcome back to Monday. Moose, good morning. Welcome back, welcome back. I don't know if the man's here, but I gotta give him a shout out. 7 hours ago, Pyromaniac resubscribed for 57 months. Thank you, Pyro. Pyro's been wonderful. One of those long-time OGs that still checks out the channel and still's part of this shit. Siri, hello there. Everhood, Hollow Knight. Wait, really? Is this that? Is this from Hollow Knight? No, this is just medieval hip hop. Cook says try Destiny 2 again. Oh, so you decided to go for it. I saw you ask Siri on Discord. I think that might have been on Friday or on Saturday. You asked whether it's worth jumping back in for free. So I'm assuming you have decided to purchase the full Destiny. Didn't you have it before, though, Cooks? Why did you have to, like, buy it again? Yo, Chuck. Good morning, Mr. Spaceman. Tanker. Hello, hello. Vermont says maybe it's Herobrine. You know what? I think I've seen the Herobrine video at some point by, what's it called? Game Theories by MatPat, right? That channel. I think I might have even heard of Herobrine. It was some sort of a made-up shit that, like, at the end ended up not existing. Just one of those things that people dream up. Kind of like Slender Man, right? No, Siri's making demands for gaming content. Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. True. I genuinely don't know what to pick up today. There is some stuff coming out. Well, Atomic Heart's coming out tomorrow, but I don't know. Like, my gut feeling is saying don't play it on day one. So I'll give that a moment. You know what? In this world where everybody gets offended, there's a little controversy brewing around it as well. Because, you know, people who want to be outraged and perhaps are also bullies are looking for the next target. And apparently what I've heard is now, you know, those who are going to be playing Atomic Heart, they're going to be bullied for supporting Russia. Because, of course, you know, a Russian dev studio, therefore automatically they must support Putin and war. What a brain-dead take. And also the fact that apparently in that universe in Atomic Heart, like, it's an alternate universe in which Soviets won, and, well, I mean, it's a fucking game. It's kind of similar to the whole Hogwarts thing. It's just, you know, the outragers have got the next thing to scream about. So I've already seen a couple of articles. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be an issue as well. Cooker currently playing for free. Don't have the DLCs. None of the DLCs? Wait, didn't you play during, like, Forsaken time, etc.? Samba, hello there. Any other lurkers who lurking? Welcome back. Oh, Muka, what's up? Hello, hello. What is that? CSGO Week Brazil 2022. Oh, interesting. That's a badge I haven't seen in this chat. Well, or at all, for that matter. Tank says people are going to be mad about pretty much anything at this rate. True. I mean, you can be mad about something, but I think outrage is that next level where it's, you know, just outrage for outrage's sake. Sometimes the outrage is warranted, of course. You know, if people were outraged because, you know, Putin decided that he's going to just take an independent country and fucking drive tanks in there and try and invade it, you know, if you're outraged over that, that is warranted. But if you're outraged by someone playing a game from a Russian developer, yeah, that's questionable. Even the whole Hogwarts thing. I watched a girlfriend reviews video. It's a short 4-minute video because it doesn't review it. It just shows the insane amount, like absolutely insane amount of abuse that they received. And it's kind of crazy because, yeah, if you read through all of those screenshots that they put on screen, those people, the shit that they're saying, it doesn't really matter what kind of point you're supporting. You are much, much worse. Because, like, yeah, all the death threats and, like, you know, all kinds of even racism, because I didn't even know the girlfriend's girl is Jewish. All kinds of stuff like that. It's fucking crazy. I think it is just bullies have found a reason, almost this little bit of a straw man to use. Mouth creature, yeah, squeezing the last of your Destiny content in the last week of the season. I do this every time. So what is there to play? I played through the, I actually booted it up over the weekend, like one evening. Might have been Friday, actually, I don't remember. Anyway, doesn't matter. I played, oh wait, what does this button do? Hello there. I'm like talking from behind the stream starting, might as well switch the camera on. Good hello, dear Deviants. Yeah, so I booted up Destiny.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, were you waiting for the camera to be on to drop that? You absolutely were. Thank you.
Black scissors, snip, snip.
That? Okay. There at the bottom, all of the little characters are in front, but that's literally someone smiling and cutting a penis off. I don't know what the message is there, but thank you. Thank you, Buddha, for 46. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being part of the Deviants and still being here. The Girlfriend Reviews video was a real bummer. Yeah, I feel sorry for them. It's really rough, especially for bigger brands and channels when you end up on like an end of a hate campaign. It is fucking hardcore. Yeah. But yeah, Destiny, I played through the mission where you're on a space station. You know what? That's one of the coolest Destiny missions I've played in the last probably couple of years. I mean, sure, the main story mission for Witch Queen was amazing, loved it. But this was much, much smaller, of course. That was the one where at the end you get that cutscene about Rasputin being disconnected, right, and deleted. And in that mission you have to kind of go and upload him to the satellites. So you're up in the space on the space station. That was really cool. I actually enjoyed it a lot. I played through that one. And then I looked at the seasonal activities, but there was nothing else, right? It's the standard seasonal model. You just do the seasonal activity, do your 7x3 or whatever it is grid, slowly unlock those things, and just wait for the next story bit to be dropped, well, this week? Tomorrow? Tomorrow, probably, right? Something like that. Siri personally needs to do the Grandmaster Nightfalls, and then I'm done for this season. All right. Okay. Solo? Probably not solo, right? Chuck says people can't make their own moral choices. They have to perform and enforce behind anonymous usernames. Well, yeah, I don't even know if it's about moral choices. I think a lot of those people have made a very conscious moral choice that they're gonna, like, dump their toxicity, their vile behavior, and just gonna direct their hate that obviously is about issues in their own life and how they're feeling, but they're just gonna direct at someone. So I think the choice there is very clear. They have chosen to be a piece of shit masquerading behind a crusade for a better world, you know? Because usually they don't even get to masquerade behind that. They're just being cunts. But this time, oh wait, I get to appear a little bit better because, you know, ooh, I'm protecting something, you know. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if like 50% or more of those people who are just dunking on girlfriend reviews actually do not give a shit about the real issue at hand at all. Quite on contrary, they might actually be absolute transphobes themselves. But, you know, this is a little lie to hide behind. I genuinely I'm pretty what's the word? Confident that that might be the case, because yeah, there's so much hate in that. Not solo series says just want to grab the title. Got it. Okay, yeah, there we go. So just seasonal titles. That's it. Topa, what's up? Topa says next week. Oh, we don't get the story this week? Wait a minute. Didn't we like get the first story bit and the like what I played over the weekend, which was the space station thing? You upload Rasputin, satellites blow up. That's the first part. Is it going to be every 2 weeks? I thought they drop like a little drip feed every week or so. Lynching mobs, right, Chuck? Things haven't changed from Middle Ages and probably even before. The behavior is very much the same. It's just digital mobs these days, and unfortunately, I think that yeah, the perceived anonymity makes it even worse, right? Like, when you were in the mob in the Middle Ages throwing rocks at someone, I mean, someone could still look you in the face. Maybe your eyes would meet with the person that you're abusing, but you know, you sort of felt more anonymous a little bit. Here, it's even worse, right? Because most people who do that feel like, yeah, they will never be found out. Yeah, absolutely braver to do it online. So yeah, the girlfriend reviews thing, really, really sad to see. Having riots where some people are completely detached from the actual issue and they're just there to cause chaos. Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. You're right, right. Which essentially is, yeah, what I'm saying, and Chuck as well, and well, anyone else with a fucking brain, right? That the basic human behavior hasn't changed. The technologies and methods, sure, but the mobs are still mobs. Yeah. Goes hand in hand with Donkey's problem game video. Wait, what was the Donkey's problem game video? Oh, wait. The one where he tries to do a review and then every 2 seconds is switching because, oh my god, everything has got a controversy attached and he could be attacked for it? I think you mean that one, right? Haha! Star Warrior! Afternoon. What's up? Hello. And thank you for the bits. Thank you very much. You in the side schlong? No, Mr. Luva is in the side schlong. Looking, not as healthy. Little red knob, but still there. Yeah, that's the donkey video. Yeah, and like he switches the game every 2 seconds. All right, let's review this game. Oh, wait a minute. No, there could be that controversy. Yeah. That was a good social commentary. Talking about social commentaries, I've got a video I want to watch. I left it for the stream, even though I watched the first few minutes from the Asmongold's video. I can't remember who. Someone posted, thank you very much, on Discord about how millennial writing has ruined games. And he was like, I watched the first few minutes and I was like, ooh, you know what? That's a very compelling point. You know, that is very interesting. I don't know whether it's specifically millennials or specifically certain place and, you know, certain demographic, I would say, rather than just millennials. But okay, the title goes with millennials. Anyway, it's interesting. I want to watch that on stream. Wanna see your take as well. Millennial insert has ruined insert. Yeah. Boomers did this, Gen X did that. But you know what? It's an interesting video. I watched the first few minutes, and I must say I do agree with a lot of the points there. Middle child syndrome, trying to please everyone. Yeah, we gotta get to beat a dead horse today. You know, I've already said that about myself, like stop beating a dead horse, but man, it's already rotting and smelling. But we're gonna kick that Borderlands 3 a little bit more. Because that video just mentions it a lot. And you know what? I have never thought about it from that perspective. I must say, it did...
Nice cock.
That was strange. Why did a nice cock made my headphones buzz? I mean, because my audio interface is a bit fucky, but the cock did that. Either way, Star Warrior, thank you very much. I love you long time is here as well. Afternoon. Wait a minute. No, good morning. It's still morning for you. I keep forgetting how early it is in East Coast or even further. Cree, I need a professional opinion on video game, right? I was thinking about that a lot over the weekend. And just this morning as well about the video game opinion and how weird it gets. Well, you know, for those of you who were here on Friday and saw, well, the last what turned out to be 50 minutes of talking. I thought I was just talking about it for 15 minutes about the future of the channel and all that, but it turned out to be about 50. If you want to rewatch that, it's not on YouTube yet because the stream is split in two. I need to splice it together and re-render it. But it's available on Twitch. But anyway, I was thinking about like how also I have slightly lost an ability to just be myself. Sorry, I need to adjust that audio interface. It's really driving me mad, just doing all kinds of bzz, bzz, bzz. Right, let's hope it's fine now. But yeah, where I realized that, you know, when you're in one environment for a long time, yo, Lyndon, thank you very much for the yeet, everybody. Get bombed. Yeah, when you're in a certain environment affected by a certain thing for long enough. My heart is racing. Fucking hell. Frog Basher, I believe that's not for me, right? That's for Jaktovsky. Oh man, my nervous system's still weak from the weekend. Oh my god. Thank you, Chuck. Good waking up. Oh. If I die now, blame Chuck. Tell Anna all over. Oh man, that made me sweat a little bit. Thank you. Well, Ali, hello there. Look at that, you made chat cry. At least some. Oh, dude. Tank, thank you for the yeet as well. And Chuck, thank you very much for the bits. For realsies. And welcome to the side schlong. It was a fairly loud one. I still feel the weekend a little bit. I genuinely feel like my nervous system was affected by the alcohol the most. Terrible. It was a big night. We celebrated. Both me and Anna suffered. We were like hugging each other the next day and like, oh, please, let's not do this again anytime soon. Oh boy. So yeah, I probably don't feel as mentally stable. Well, no, mentally I'm pretty stable, but still, that affected me. Anyways, what I'm trying to say. I saw you tried Ultra Kill. What do you think about it? I loved it. I think it was loads of fun. Boomer shooter, but on fast forward. Ridiculous fun, great movement, feels good. Silly in some ways, old school art style. I like it, but I'm waiting for it to be finished. It's really short. The game, that is. Yeah. So I played it in like, I played through the content in like, I don't know, 2 hours? Something like that, maybe 3. Anyway. I'm waiting for it to be finished. When it has all parts, I might revisit it, yeah. But it was fun. Why asking? You thinking about getting it? Couple hangovers? Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong. Couple hangovers are a little bit better. I mean, I'm not saying that the story that I told all of you, like waking up in this bed with one of my best mates, and we were just absolutely fucked from the previous night before. No fucking, but fucked. That was good. But we were both in pain. Couple hangovers, at least we could just cry on each other's shoulder and just hug and say, oh, this feels so bad. Yo, Pyro, he's here. Pyro, once again, thank you very much for the resub. Where is it? 57 months. There it is, 7 hours ago. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. 7 hours ago, what time was it for you? Was that like super early morning? Were you waking up for work or something? So Ultra Kill has compatibility with butt plugs. Wait. Excuse me? What did I just read? And how did that happen? I am genuinely interested. Also, yeah, I might have missed some chat when Chaktovsky just made me absolutely freak out. I know that it gets like erased by the Twitch's audible magic system. I don't know if anyone got a clip of me just with a stupid face just screaming. Ah! Then good on you if you got it. Star Warrior, thank you. This far just sounds so quiet and calm now after that. Properly sidekicked? Yeah, love you long time got properly sidekicked, that's for sure. Star Wars is Korean mods. I get a shard on my call now, or a 10-second timeout. Wait, does that mean... Oh yeah, he got his timeout. There it is. Thank you, Chuck. I mean, he asked for it. Thank you, Star Warrior, though. Thank you very, very much for the bits. Thank you. They sync the audio to play certain vibrations in an officially released mod to work to butt plugs. Wait, excuse me? The devs released that mod. So it's not like a mod that has been released by some random person, which still a really cool idea to have like a vibrator or a butt plug or something that is plugged into a game, and when you're being shot, imagine just you're being shot and you're being shot in the cunt basically. Star Warrior, yo, what's up? Thank you very much, dude. Subscribed. Fist bump. Thank you very much. Gifting 5 subs. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. That is absolutely awesome. Yeah, Friday was a bit of a freak stream, I must say. We had... Who was he? Toe Knife Endorser show up just checking the channel out. Someone from, I think we gathered that he was from Sweden, just dropped some crazy subs. We ended up over 100. Tank dropped 5 subs as well. Now you as well. Dude, appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Linda says, I never win. Gotta unsub then. Love you long time. What are you sending me? Love you long time has sent you a gift. It doesn't show up in the chat, but I will treat it as if it has. Love you long time. Thank you. Drum roll, please. And it is... Oh! Oh! Alright. Nice toes. And he washed them as well before he took a picture. Very good. Most welcome, he says. Thank you, thank you. Both feet in one picture. That is awesome. Thank you. No, love you long time sent Atomic Heart. Dude, you're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. If it ended up being good, I might not have been able to afford it. So, yeah. Let's go. Been watching previews are worth a shot. Do tell. Is there like a... No, wait. Review embargo is not out, or is it? I have not seen any reviews live yet. Most of the reviews I see are about Returnal and Wild Hearts. So it's promising. Because this is one of those where the gut feeling says, ooh, wait. And we've discussed that a lot in this chat. Embargo just lifted. Oh, awesome. So we get to actually look at that on stream today. All right. Will do. It was 2.5 hours ago. Oh, thank you. Hey, Aaron. Appreciate it. And thank you. Love you long time. Thank you. That's amazing. I might go blind and plugged playthrough. And imagine you just end up dying all the time because you just want it to vibrate. Or maybe it should vibrate on higher scores and when you're killing stuff. That actually would be even cooler, right? Imagine the dildo vibrates when you're killing shit. That would be better. Yo, Mighty Python, hello. What's up? Training bootcamp. For what? Oh, software engineering. Interesting. So you're going from a chef to a software engineer? Why not? Takes a while for the guns to develop, it seems. The written reviews, it's mixed. It's not out of the park. Perfect game, but the video reviews look a little bit better. Okay. Well, you know what? I was just worried that it's like, oh my god, performance is terrible. It's, you know, better wait for the first patch or something like that. But it's not all bad news. All right. 8 from IGN, better than I expected. Oh, okay. Not bad. Right, well, we'll have a look at it. But you know what? On that note, I wanted to finish what I was saying before Chuck just destroyed us. Thank you once again. Yeah, I was thinking about, you know, in the context of like me changing my view on streaming, since I'm now slowly, well, it's gonna take probably a couple of months or so, but to move it into a hobby rather than a full-time employment. Real Kraken, yo! Thank you for the Prime! Kraken, one of the absolute OGs. Been here from start till now. Thank you. Thank you for resubbing. How are you doing? Welcome back. 65 months. So yeah, transitioning from full-time to hobby. I think what I was thinking about is like how it has changed me as a person. You know, positives I know of those and what I've learned, but like I also was trying to analyze the negatives, and one of those that came to mind is like how I've almost lost a little bit of my ability to actually truly give my opinion and feel what I truly feel. And I know it sounds weird, but you know what, those more emotionally advanced in the chat might understand. Like where you sort of question whether what you think is actually really what you think, or you are just being influenced by certain stereotypes and demands in your subconscious. Might sound super complicated, but I'll give you an example that explains it really well, I think, and even if you haven't been a streamer, you'll get the idea. Like, when I'm playing a new game and when I'm reviewing it and commenting on it, am I really enjoying it, or am I like trying to just say haha about this and that and smile because A, that's my job and I'm trying to just make the stream fun, and B, I'm worried that if I'm going to say too many bad things, then if I've gotten a key, the publisher might never give me a key again, or like one of the social media people from the publisher or the developer might be in the chat or might look at my tweet and be like, all right, this guy said something bad about our game. Let's not give that, you know, any more keys to that person. And I realize that that's surely not a unique problem to me. I think a lot of streamers suffer from that. Big streamers, a little bit less, because I think there's a lot more safety. You know, you can just say that you don't like it, and it's fine. You've got your income coming in, and you're big enough that they're going to still approach you for the next game, right? But with smaller streamers, yeah, there's that fear that you're going to end up on some sort of a blacklist. But what that has done over these 6 years is I've realized that sometimes, yeah, I just don't even... Like, when, like, don't get me wrong, if the game's really, really bad, I'm going to say it's really, really bad, and that's it. But we're talking about that gray zone where if I'm not enjoying it, I'm like still trying to laugh and say that this is cool and that is cool. I'm trying to desperately look for positives. And I wonder, you know, if that's healthy at all. That's just, you know, wanted to say that. And I feel like transitioning into more of a hobby, you know, in terms of streaming, I think it might be easier, you know? If it's shit, I'm going to be just able to say, it's shit. I don't like it. It's garbage. And you know what? That's going to be liberating. I do feel that. I do feel that. Or even if it's not shit, just trying to always insert. But you know, it's fair if someone else likes it. You know what? At the end of the day, of course it's fair. I shouldn't even be saying that. Something's shit and I don't like it. Just say that. There's no need to obviously badmouth and go to extra lengths to just slag off, or I don't know, at devs and say something stupid. But genuinely just giving an opinion, like, just like if you eat a food that you don't like or that's gone bad, you will probably say, oh my god, ew, and spit it out, even if the chef is standing there, right? Anyway, I hope it makes sense. Oh, Senjo, Mr. Frogman, hello there. Why is your username orange and not green? Have fun with stream, Mighty Patton. I'll pop in when I can. Mighty, thank you very much for popping in. Thank you for still being subbed for so many years. Yeah, we'll be here for a well, good 5 hours or so. Absolutely. In before Pyro says the reviews on PS5 and no idea what PC performance is like. Yeah, possible without... Like, that was the case with Returnal, right? What I played on Friday. It's alright. It really didn't, like... Talking about games, well, there you go. That one's where I wouldn't say, like, it was bad. It's okay, but it just didn't excite me in any way. It sort of felt bland to me. And why I mentioned Returnal, though, because what you said, Pyro, reviews in some places were like, oh my god, performance is rock solid. Well, yeah, if you're playing on console up to 60 FPS, maybe it is. But if you're playing on PC and trying to get, like, a good frame rate, I watched a Digital Foundry video, which are talking all about... again, PC gaming and bad ports, then they showed examples of the starters and analyzed the starters. And you know what? Interestingly, they've already spoken to the devs, and devs are sort of very, very open about this, and they've even, like, suggested to Digital Foundry where the starters might be coming from, and they're looking into it, and there's going to be a performance patch for Returnal that's going to fix it. Because at the end of the day, I mean, come on. I had everything on medium, and a lot of things on low are completely off. And I still couldn't keep steady 90 frames per second on a 3090. So, yeah, it's interesting. There were reviews that said it runs like butter. Smooth. Well, depends what you review it on, I guess. Start doing, what? Sexy reviews? Wait a minute. What kind of sexy reviews? I missed something. Jax is honestly excited for you to approach streaming as a fun side thing. I can't imagine the stress of trying to subsist on it in 2023. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, the stress has always been there. Like, the sort of non-stress years were the first two, obviously at the start, because I had no expectations, and then when the Borderlands 2 moment kicked off, that really went well, and at that point I was like, ooh, and that's why I went full-time, because it was like, yeah, this felt stable. I could actually, you know, buy food, pay rent, and even had something a little bit left over, so... that was fine, but then I would say from like year 3 onwards, it has been nothing but stress, and unfortunately, yeah, in the last year, the stress has just grown and grown, and absolutely, yeah, damaged me in all kinds of other ways. So, as much as I don't want to do that, of course, if I could still do streams full-time and experiment and feel free about experimenting, I would do that. But reality is, yeah, like with a full-time job, what pains me is that the streams are going to be a lot shorter, but I can still do them in the evenings. But the positive is, yeah, I feel no obligations towards developers, towards anyone, really, even you, chat. Be careful what you wish for. But no, genuinely, I think for every normal person, it's going to be a lot better. Because, yeah, then I can also experiment. I mean, at the end of the day, if I want to play Overwatch for 2 months in a row, I can. Because even if there's 3 people in the chat and no tips, I've got a salary coming in from a main job, and I can experience what I want to experience, right? When, hello there. What's up? How you doing? Didn't have your frame issues, 3080 Ti and 5800X. And what settings were you able to keep, like, way above 90 frames per second? Strange. Is my CPU old? I mean, i9, what is it? 9900. Okay, isn't the freshest CPU. Maybe my CPU is a bit old and lagging. Sell your tennis shoe. Wait, what? What are we talking about, Wenwen? I've got no clue. Senju says, I'm a Dutch frog. Oh, that explains the orange. All right. That's it. There are orange frogs, right? There are actually some really cool looking frogs. There's some, like, indigo blue frogs. One was, like, ages ago for a torrent program. What was it called? Azure? Before Microsoft had their big Azure brand. Yeah, there's all kinds of frogs. You're right. You're right. Cook says, I'm going to be a millennial game dev. Am I going to be cancelled? Wait, Cooks! Are you a millennial? Aren't you in, like, your early 20s? Does that still count as millennial? And yeah, Senju, I haven't watched the video yet. I watched the first, I would say, 5 minutes of the Asmongold video. By the way, I was right in saying that I probably will end up watching the original video, because Asmon's video is 1 hour long, him reacting to that. The actual video is 20 minutes. So, I mean, I will already pause to discuss things. So, yeah, it's 3 times longer than that. Moose says, I'm 35. What am I? A moose. Old! Oh, damn, Nilcha. You didn't have to do him like that. Yeah, Senju says I'm a frog where instead of me being poisonous, I just get you high when you touch me. Sounds awesome. Bum, 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 bum. Cooks is Gen Z. There we go. I didn't think he would be a millennial. Millennials are in their mid to late 30s. And depends how you look at it. Even I sort of get grouped in there. Some groupings use like a small mid-section where there's some sort of a in-between generation just on the cusp that were born in like early 80s. I genuinely don't think it matters that much what each person is called. Like, some pre-context for this video, it uses like the millennial writers ruined it, but I don't think it's millennial writers specifically. It's just a certain age group, sure, but also that age group in a certain country with a certain lifestyle.
21 just subscribed.
Oh!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Tope.
Whoever you are, Anonymous, thank you very much for the gift. Very kind of you, Topes. Welcome back to the Deviants. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And Anonymous, thank you for the gift. So just me and Cook's 2 years of being an official millennial, I see. Are generations and labels the same in each area of the world? I think there's, like, I don't think they're the same in each, well, maybe it's more about the English-speaking group versus, I don't know how, like, if I'm thinking about Latvians, I don't think I've even heard anyone talk about age groups like that. It might just be the English-speaking world thing. But I wouldn't be surprised that it sort of drifts slightly, because at the end of the day, it's just a very general approach. to explain certain age groups and what they're doing, right? And how things have been going. This video, though, is, as I said, I don't think it's that much about millennials. Not the most successful choice for the name, but yo, what the hell?
1100701 just subscribed. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to 1100701.
That is so weird how she says when, but it's 110701. It's like just numbers. When, thank you for hanging out with us. And you know what? Hey, I've never said that. I've never said that about when. I was wrong. Let's say it here and now. And anonymous, thank you very much. For real, whoever you are, thank you. When I remember joined us from a raid. I was actually in Borderlands 2 farming a Luda. And when joined from a raid from another streamer, I can't remember who it was, who was also playing Borderlands 2. And within, I would say, the first hour or so, when said, "Oh my god, I love your stream, you're my favorite streamer." With my experience and slight old age caused cynicism, I responded saying, "Yeah, I know. People who say this usually disappear in a week and you never see them ever again." And when says no, and when said no, it's not going to be like that. And she was right, and I was wrong. She's still here. Yeah. many months later. So anonymous, I think that gifted sub is even nicer than you might have thought it is. So yeah, there we go. Wen's still here. Anyone older than me is a boomer. Yeah, that's also a thing. See, those labels have sort of blurred and partially lost their meaning. Like the boomer thing especially, right? Seiji says, "I hate Korean. He's my least favorite streamer. I'll be here in 10 years." That's from the weekend. That is from the weekend. Me and Bunu were chatting in Discord generally yesterday, so some of you might have seen it. It was a big party, and ended up smoking as well. So that's definitely causing some issues today. Oh well. Right. Do you want to watch the video? I want to watch the video. Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, the bot has posted in Discord. Yes. Very nice. Where is it? React on stream. I dropped it in there, right? Yeah. Ring clear. Oh, yeah, we did that one.
Chronic observation.
Yeah, so watch 3 minutes 20 of the video. But it is 22. It's just, I did find the start already interesting. And like, I've never thought about specifically Borderlands 3 that way, but then, yeah, he starts talking about like Saints Row as well, etc. And I'm like, wait a minute. It does sort of make sense, right? It's not building a complete straw man or anything. Chuck is playing hooky from work while unpacking my apartment. I'll be here. Wait, playing hooky from work? What does playing hooky mean? Oh, wait, and Chuck, does that mean you've moved? You've moved your stuff, you're in the new apartment. Congratulations. Topa, hello. Once again, congrats on getting a gifted sub. 8 days to Lightfall? It is. At what time on 28th does it launch? I'm basically assuming that I don't get to play it on Tuesday. Because, first, it probably will be like late-ish Europe time. And two, the servers are gonna be fucked. Probably for 2 hours or so, right? That's usually the case. So I'm guessing that I get to play it actually on 1st of March, on Wednesday. Playing hooky is ditching work, usually lying about being sick or something. Oh! So, what is the origin of that expression? What is hooky and why do you play it? Siri gifted you Lightfall? Oh, Senji! I wonder how long you're gonna last. I mean, I might be wrong, but that's sort of what I know you as. I can't imagine you playing Destiny for too long, to be honest. But I'm sure, like, initially, you're just gonna enjoy the new content. I'm pretty sure I will as well. I think there's probably, for me, going to be, I would say, a minimum of, like, 2 weeks of streams where you just enjoy the new content, new subclass, and then once it settles into that, well, here's your seasonal activity, here's your 7x3 or whatever it is grid, go at it, dear Guardian. That's probably when I'm gonna fall off, most likely. The phrase comes from 19th century New York City slang and is thought to have its roots in Dutch word hokje, or hide and seek. Oh! Mind blown. That is so cool. Thank you. Alright. Where's my space dwarf class? Wait, who posted that? You might have been... I mean, probably Senji posted that. There was something on Discord where... in jokes and memes, I think so. The video starts with like some sort of anime or something and then just gets rudely and abruptly interrupted by gnomes saying, "No! We're playing Rock and Stone," or something like that. It was good. Well, maybe it's an old Dutch word. But either way, I get the idea. Bunking off. See, bunking off, that I can imagine. You're sort of like just sleeping on the bunk and chilling. Do 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 do. It was this one. This one here. Oh my god, it was so fast as well. I love this one. It's just this dumb humor. I love it. Silence, witch! We fly! Silence, wench! They do mine for Rock and Stone. True gamers. Lightfall reset is at 5 p.m. UTC on 28th. Okay, so that's probably then I think it works out as 6 p.m. for me. And then like I'm guessing I would be able to get online when the servers unshit themselves, maybe at 7. So maybe we get a couple of hours of gameplay, yeah. 6 p.m. Oh, wait, so that's going to be 7 p.m. for me. Yeah, then it's questionable if I get to play it on day 1 or not. Right, let's look at that millennial writing.
I've noticed a trend in writing. It seems to be getting more common over time. It's a certain type of writing that I'm trying to describe. The best term I can think of to call it is millennial writing.
Well, there you go. To be fair to the video creator, he didn't like go just millennials. He was like the best term I could think of. So we're just looking for a term. Fair enough. Also, would you tongue kiss that Shrek?
You'll find out why. Okay, imagine this. You know those tweets that are like, capitalism low-key killed our vibe and gaslit us into being okay with our bosses and landlords taking our excess value? And then it has like 250,000 likes. I'm more so just referring to the Twitter style of speaking, the tone and affectation and vocabulary. Now, have you noticed this style of writing in modern games? I'll go through some examples to shed further light. Remember the cringe Saints Row reboot or new Tales from the Borderlands? There is undeniably a certain style here. By the way, I'm using footage with credit from YouTube for these. All within fair use, because I'm sorry, but why on earth would I want to play these games? Why would you expect or even want anybody to play these games?
I mean, true. Borderlands 3, we know why a lot of us played that. We would just... you know, hot from Borderlands 2 still after many years, and it was like, yeah, this is going to be the next sliced bread. But Saints Row, all of us who saw the trailers, all of the weird characters, All of the, well, not weird, bland. They were just so generic, lifeless. And also the action and like them, like the devs doubling down, or at least their PR and marketing agency doubling down, and Suit saying, no, this is the new Saints Row. I'm paraphrasing, but along the lines of, well, get used to it or fuck off. Because like all of the classic Saints Row fans were kind of outraged that this is just a toned down, bland, lifeless version of what Saints Row used to be. Guess what? It absolutely flopped. It cost, well, what blew my mind, it cost over $100 million to make, and it has been an absolute financial flop. I have not seen anyone play or talk about it anymore. So, well, yeah. Chuck says it's the 30-year, 40-year-old writers trying to appeal to people in their 20s. Maybe? But even then, if you look at previous games, right? I don't know, if you look at something like BioShock or even Half-Life, etc., I'm sure a lot of those writers were a lot older than I was when I played those games, yet the stories were so compelling and interesting, and no one was, yeah, well, as you'll see in the video, yeah, sending us to, hey, retrieve or get the big suck and shit like that. I don't know. Well, let's watch the video. I think it's a good discussion, right? Again, I'm not millennial hater or anything. I don't think, I think it's just a term that he's trying to use to just summarize that. But it most certainly is a group. And I don't want to name any names in this case, but I even know, and by the way, I was surprised to find out that some of them don't work anymore at Gearbox. I wonder what happened. Was it to do anything with Borderlands 3 or not? But like some of the devs that I saw that developed Borderlands 3 and that even voiced some of the characters, because yeah, the internal devs voiced them. Yeah, I mean, you look at them and they match a lot what this video talks about. Anyway.
Say what you will about Telltale movie games, Tales from the Borderlands was a very well-written game.
Right? It was great. We loved it.
It'd be reasonable to be excited for the follow-up to that on the basis of your enjoyment of the previous one. What you may forget is that this game isn't made by Telltale, it's Gearbox. It made
That picture.
Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 is an excellent example of this style as well. In fact, the gradual collapsing quality of Borderlands writing maps onto this trend really well. Borderlands 3 had excessive pop culture references, like a mission where you need to get the big suck. I can just imagine the millennial writers sitting back in their room chuckling at that, a wry grin on their face for the new level of comedy they just unlocked. The main villains being streamers. It doesn't even say anything, it just has them as streamer cult leaders. Like, ooh, streamers are cult leaders. How so? At least have some sort of evidence of that or present a critique. None of the characters are really built up, and there are no rewarding arcs. It's like the writers are entitled. They just expect that we care about these characters. The moments in the game don't carry any weight or impact. Maya's death was so obviously avoidable and contrived. An obnoxious character like Tiny Tina was acceptable in 2012. When we didn't know any better, but they just kept riffing on the same annoying aspects of these characters without moving on. They just can't let go of these lol so random characters. Why do I care if Atlas...
What was the word they used? Lulzer? I guess. Okay, like Lulzer with the L-U-L-Z. Okay, I guess.
Apparently Maliwan is an evil corporation. Corporate assholes. But so are the guys we're fighting for. And the game just presents it as good and evil. They naturally
also random, okay.
Power ending, despite how poorly they resolved the conflict between Ava and Lilith, you know, the protagonists of the story, and the brain-dead reveal of Tannis being a super powerful secret siren this whole time. And whenever they talk, they're always super verbose. They just keep talking and talking for far longer than is necessary. And if you have no clue what I'm talking about, don't worry. It's nonsense anyway. I think there's this famous post that pretty excellently sums up Borderlands writing. They can't go one line without stuffing it full of ironic observation as their form of jokes. The normal line would be like, if you can get some fuel canisters, then I can reactivate the main generator and get our shields back up. I mark the objective on your map. Versus the Gearbox line, hey buddy, great job killing those mutants and all. You're really good at that. Shooting things, that is. One problemo though, As it turns out,
Problema.
a bunch of monsters on this planet are going to tear our eyes out if we don't get the shield back up. And this is just my opinion, but that's going to suck. Not having eyes sounds terrible. Like,
wait, is this a real line?
Read my collection
Right?
of bodacious
It sounds like
space
very much
without
like a real line.
flipping eyeballs. So here's my brilliant plan that I got written on this here napkin. I won't go on. You can
No, wait. I want to read that. So, here's my brilliant plan that I've got written on this here napkin. There's this generator thing, you follow me? And it needs gas. Who knew? So maybe you can go out and fetch some canisters, and then we can get the generator running, and then the shield will go back up, and we won't get horribly, viciously murdered. Doesn't that sound great? I know, right? So, since I did most of the work coming up with a plan, I was thinking you can do the last step and get the canisters. If you see any monsters, shoot them in the face or something. Oh, and one more tip. Try to not get killed. That would put a wrench in this plan. Metaphorically, that is. Not literally. I hate people who misuse the term literally. It drives me figuratively insane. Anyway, just be here cowering. I'll just be here cowering in my bunker while you go do that. Go team badass. Oh. Yeah, but that's true. That's just how it is. That's how it is. And you know what I like? What I'm already thinking about, like the jokes and how, like, Borderlands 2 also was stuffed full of pop culture references, plenty. Maybe not as much as this, but they somehow didn't feel like constantly in your face. That's one. But two, what I think he's got a very important point is, like, I'm just comparing Borderlands 2, is that it also had like a lot of silly jokes and dick jokes and whatnot. But overall, the story made more sense, and they made us care about the characters more. Whereas here, yeah, you sort of don't give a shit about any of them. Even if you, like, listen to how the characters talk. I mean, I'm sure not everyone will agree, but, like, I despise Flack's voice. I despise Amara and Mose. The only one who's got a little bit of life in him is what's his name? Zane. He at least sounds alive. The rest are just, I don't know, just flat, lifeless characters. I don't know. I just don't feel anything for them. But yeah, Zane is the only one that, like, feels like a real boyo, as he says himself.
I won't go on. You can pause and read the rest of it, but you get the idea.
Did.
Now, imagine everything about Borderlands 3 writing, but worse. That is Tales from the Borderlands.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, it had like a couple of good moments.
Are they addicted to sniffing their own farts or something? Why aren't they trying?
Flack as a robot? I mean, so is Zero and many others. You know, that's... but I get it. You're not presenting that as a serious argument. I feel like a lot of dialogue was done over the echo, so you could be moving while listening. And in Borderlands 3, you have to stand there because you have to talk to them again. Perhaps, but no. Like, one of my huge annoyances with Borderlands 3 is that unless you literally turn the dialogue to 0, they will never ever shut up. There are almost no moments when someone is not talking over you, which dims the gun sounds. So you are in action, there's shit exploding around you, but all of that sound is like dipped. It's lower because the dialogue is put on top. If you turn it to 0, then suddenly the guns sound normal, everything else. Because they literally have like a little audio ducking put in there, when just like it is on my stream. When music plays in the background, when I start speaking, there's it's called audio ducking, sidechaining, where you just lower the rest of the volume. So yeah, they never shut up. It was, yeah. Well, I just played Borderlands 3 and we experienced that again. There was just one section where it was like, oh, it was kind of nice. Recent Katagawa just had a little bit of chatting, but not much. So random is millennial humor because people said that shit when I was in high school. I bet a lot of project managers and leaders in gaming are that age, and not to give excuses, but I'm sure that environment is very corporate. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what this video is going to be about. Yeah, how that ended up. Because it made me think. It genuinely is not the only reason. I'm sure we have problems with the whole, industry grappling with what to do with monetization, the online always model, blah, 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 all kinds of stuff. But I genuinely can say that, like, one of the reasons I've struggled with this channel as well is that, yeah, like, I can't really find a game that really sort of wows me and gets me in and gets me excited. You know, Overwatch, I can grind that because I like the competitive aspect. So it's sort of like on the sidelines. But I'm not like high level enough. I'm not like masters or grandmasters, or diamond, I guess, would be good enough to like attract some attention from people to watch. But like in general, yeah, I've struggled. Like, where are the games that like make my heart pound and make me enjoy the story and gameplay and everything? I just don't see them. Maybe it's just me. I'm absolutely open to the idea that it's just a subjective problem, but I think it's a mix of issues, and this being one of them.
To improve their writing after literally everybody criticizes it.
New Agorex, who dis?
They assassinate the character of Reese. In fact, he's basically a different character entirely to the one from Tales. Now he's the corporate arsehole, basically taking on the exact same role as his enemy in Tales. In Borderlands 3, there was some gag about how his favorite frozen yogurt place got destroyed.
And then the lazy Riverland.
Your favorite Frogurt stand.
Not France, Frogurts, anything but France, Frogurts. I mean, they give you that.
Oh, I can just imagine it. Some 30-something with an English degree paid for by their parents whose greatest trauma, besides getting trolled on Twitter, is their favorite food place, which they would visit in between sessions of making PowerPoints in their Mac, shutting down. And they brought that trauma into the game. Now apparently they thought this frozen yogurt gag was so funny that they had to revive it for the next game as the basis.
It did surprise me though when I connected the dots.
Beloved
Like, oh wait a minute, yeah,
so
that's the Frogurt stand.
Place is on Promethea, a fictional planet that looks remarkably like San Francisco, and of course it's very diverse, or rather, it reflects the demographics of San Francisco. If the point of representation is to introduce new and different viewpoints, then this is achieving the exact opposite of that. It feels like these stories only represent the experiences of young, wealthy, inner-city tech people from the coastal cities of America.
Sen, hello.
An extremely small niche, Twitter addicts.
Hey, Papa Girardi! I can smell your space calzones from here!
Ah, thanks! I need a new name for them!
Might also need to stop doing that problematic accent.
I remember this bit.
Yeah, I know.
That's the intro.
A lot of the references...
Counterpoint, if there's no dialogue, would people say the game felt empty? But I don't think... Well, counterpoint to your counterpoint, I don't think he's arguing for not having dialogue. It's just that this game doesn't shut up. It's not like we have to have the other extreme where there is no dialogue. But if it's just to fill the broadcast constantly with something... What's the balance? Is there a good modern example? I'm pretty sure there is. Like, even if we don't look at some modern stuff, if we look at BioShock, if we look at Fallout, there are protagonists and antagonists that talk to you, but they're not like constantly on the phone with you just going blah 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 blah. Those are old games. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the new games, well, if I think what we've played, I'm sure there are.
And lingo just feel out of touch.
Miss Johnson! Did you get a cybernetic leg? That thing's straight fire.
I remember this.
Like, they're trying to be younger than they actually are. A lot of the language feels like 5...
Wait a minute. So that's basically what Chuck was saying. The 30, 40-year-olds writing for the 20s. How do you do, fellow kids? Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's how they think young people talk. But then again, I mean, I'm old as fuck compared to what then, younger there. And I still don't enjoy it at all. It is a pain to go through that and listen through it.
Date. And there's a certain character design. The shaved on one side and long hair swept on the other, the brightly coloured hair, it's extremely common. There are also adult characters who speak like children, or just generally speak in a really condescending or patronising tone.
While I examine this unimaginably complex and priceless alien artifact, you may wait outside and steal anything not nailed down.
There was the new Saints Row reboot as well. We knew it was going to be...
Look at the character's hair and the look. That's Tyrene, that's Troy, that's who else was shown there? I didn't even connect that.
At all.
But
They
yeah,
made the main
like when I
characters
saw
into a
this
bunch of
trailer, I was like,
broke
yeah,
college
I'm not
kids.
playing this
And they're
game.
all dealing with student debt and rent and complaining about capitalism. They try to borrow some internet lingo like wage slave. They're super verbose. They do not stop haranguing the player with dialogue. And they use expletives like they're meant to be edgy, or they're just funny on their own.
Goddamn fucking shitballs on a stick with a side order of mother-loving, shit-smothered, piss-covered ass crack!
It's like they get a
But it was all non-offensive. It didn't offend any particular group or anything like that. It was all very, very well done.
kick out of swearing for no reason. Also, it's super funny that characters are talking about their carbon footprint.
Your carbon footprint.
Oh my god. I mean, no wonder it flopped. What the fuck? Like, I'm not... Well, first of all, the whole carbon footprint and the individual responsibility thing is ridiculous, because the actual industries that should be responsible are anything but, and it's just passed down to the consumer. You, consumer, you little individual, you're the one who has to drink one fewer sody pop from that can that ruins the environment. And, like, even then, we understand the climate issues, etc. Why does it have to be put in the game?
So relate.
Ship it! Thank you. I mean, I also did the side shave. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, if you look at the protagonists and all that, I feel like this is more of a hallmark of AAA market, tested big studio games, rather than broad sweeping trend. Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps. I mean, most certainly these are the big AAA games that we are looking at right now, like Tales and Borderlands and Saints Row. Yes, and I read about that today. The thing that's going on in UK right now, where there's complaints from authors about the fact that one publisher is reissuing old books with edited text to not include, as one example, is in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, right? To not include a phrase, someone is like enormously fat, is the original phrase, and then the edited book is just someone is enormous, not fat, because that's somehow a swear word, just describing a real actual fact, and shit like that. It goes even further. It like rewrites professions for certain characters, etc., which is absurd.
Relatable, am I right, fellow millennials? People talk about that on Twitter, right? They really do talk about capitalism a lot. They don't really say much about it, though. They just say the word, and we're supposed to think, I don't even know, like, wow, you're really culturally aware.
I've told you before, the idols are trying to build a post-capitalist society where money is not a concept.
The original series...
Like, genuinely. I can't believe that that's from a game. Maybe some sort of a TV show, but why is that in the game?
As
anyway,
a GTA clone and got progressively more wacky and outlandish. The humor was extremely crass. It recognized the absurdity and cranked it up as high as possible. It was self-aware before self-aware humor became really tired. They certainly did make pop culture references, but like Borderlands, this style of humor was more apt in 2012. It feels like they haven't really grown since then. They've had to tone down a lot of the most vulgar elements of the humor from previous games, which just doesn't work because vulgarity was the core of the humor in them.
Which makes me think of Tiny Tina, right? Why, it feels even worse than Borderlands 3 in many ways in terms of writing. Because, yeah, like, vulgarity at least is something, but then that gets removed, and then you just end up with that empty shell of a joke, or is there even a joke? There isn't. I mean, subjective, of course. If you delete history, you're doomed to repeat it. Yeah, that trend worries me. It does worry me, like rewriting old books just to make them more inclusive. And, like, how does that even help with inclusivity? It's ridiculous. I can only imagine how Borderlands 2 Handsome Jack would be if they tried to avoid the offenses. Yeah. Well, but I feel like this is not all about only avoiding offensiveness, although he's making that point right now. But even then, some of the jokes might work. But for me, at least, the problem is that it's a non-stop barrage. It just doesn't stop.
The same character design, the Skrillex,
and there's nothing underneath.
You see it in so many games, it's like they're reading from the same guidebook. Now, something that feels similar, but is harder to place my finger on, is the new Wolfenstein games. The New Order was alright. Wolfenstein 2 started to introduce some weirdness, like throwing their fetishes into the game. But Youngblood is where the failure of the writing becomes really apparent. It's centered around these quirky twins who get up to silly antics in between bouts.
Skrillex changed his look and the music style. I actually like some of the new shit.
With violence.
Really cool.
That certainly isn't a new thing, but in this game,
he's working with. Sorry, I'm talking over this. Skrillex is working with Fred again and someone else on some new Flowdan as well, on some new records. And yeah, he's gone through that phase. He's moved on to a different thing. I noticed that too. I didn't even recognize him when I saw him now.
To delight in it. That also isn't the weird part. It's that they delight in this violence, and there is nothing really wrong with it. They're not anti-heroes, they're just regular old protagonists. And it's just silly and fun. It's strangely flippant. I mean, the New Order wasn't like that. It did have over-the-top violence, but BJ Blazkowicz was motivated by a righteous fury and rage. He never really reveled in killing or celebrated it. There's also the loud equals funny yelling. Some of the new Wolfenstein.
Yeah, loud equals funny is.
Had some issues of their own.
I like just replaying the pre-sequel, what we call the typical Borderlands character. There were two, right? That scientist that needed my teddy bear, and then also the scientist that we built the rockets for. That side quest as well. Loud equals funny, right? Saw a video on Friday where someone looked like old Skrillex. I said, "What's he up to?" and saw 2 new albums. They were nice on first listen. Yeah. I mean, yeah, musical taste obviously subjective, but it's still very interesting to see how he has like reinvented himself as an artist and just, I guess, moved on with times, right?
Balls. Why is it that balls always used as some fucking default definition of badassery?
Oh yeah, sexist, right?
To make a political statement that they just weren't equipped to make. High on Life is another super obvious example. It has all of the same hallmarks: overly verbose characters, unnecessary swearing as if it was funny on its own. I mean, I like Michael Cusack. Damo and Darren at the train station is one of the most quoted videos here in Australia. But man, the knifey character didn't work. They had a cameo from Psychic Pebbles as well, who is usually absolutely hilarious.
Wait, really? That was Psychic Pebbles?
In
this? Alright.
It really worked. I noticed there's a certain vocabulary as well. It wouldn't be unusual to hear words such as weird or shitty. And it is weird that the dude who, well, you know what he did, is calling anyone shitty. This kind of dialogue is really common. I feel like High on Life could have done with an editor. Somebody to cut like 90% of the dialogue, only leaving the best stuff in. As of right now, it seems like they believe that annoying equals funny, similarly to loud equals funny. Destiny 2 seems to have taken on some of this.
Destiny 2? Where?
Anna Bray is starting to sound like a Borderlands character.
My security frames are overrun. Is another example of your over-promise, under-deliver attitude?
Huh. None of that sounded like, "Anna, please help me. I need you. They're killing me. Ow."
Wait, what? Really? She said that? Oh. I play Destiny with the audio off because, like, in strikes I want to hear the guns. I'm weird like that, I guess. So, and because I've heard the strikes a bazillion times, I don't even have the audio up. I sort of see that, and I mentioned that on Discord as well. Like, for example, I even see a glimpse of that in Overwatch. Like, look at Kirikon, the way she speaks. She is condescending and bitchy, and like I genuinely dislike her character a lot. Not talking about like how fucking broken Suzu is, but just the character itself as well. Like the cinematic that Blizzard made and everything, that was so cool. But then the way she is in the game and the voice lines she has, she's just bitchy, condescending, and like some of those are supposed to be funny, like when she asks Moira who she is and she says like, "Do I look like a doctor?" and she's like, "Well, you're one with the band-aids." And it's like, it does it does somehow connect to this, and it is a new character in Overwatch that has been written recently. Interesting. Oh, Bran, what's up? Not even cool and bitchy. Yeah, that's the thing. And I think what I at least see about this video is like, a lot of these things individually in certain doses, etc., are not a problem. But if you just take them and that's all about, you know, that's all that the game consists of in terms of writing and what you listen to, if it's just a non-stop barrage of that, loud is funny, condescending, and how do you do, fellow kids, then yeah, I can see how it's just like at some point like, ugh, I can't take it. It's a characteristic of an industry of content that is making serious amount of money. It brings in the profiteers who want to produce content without risk. So you end up with this. That is a good point, yeah. Because all of this is not risky, right? That's just, in many ways, like, tried and confirmed. And yeah, there is no risk of anything new, of like, trying. It reminds me of who was that EA exec that said single-player games don't work anymore, right? As if, like, they see that as a threat as well. Just telling a story and doing a good game, that's, like, too much of a financial risk. Well, thankfully, he was proven wrong and constantly is being proven wrong over and over again as we enjoy some single-player games, but still, yeah. This guy wants more Gen Z involvement, but are those people old enough to be in a position? I don't know. See, that's where I have the problem with this whole defining by Gen Z, millennial, etc. Because, again, I have to give my example of, like, older games where when some stuff was written for the same Half-Life or Bioshock, just because I've been looking at those games recently, right? It's not like the writers were my age or able to relate to me. It was just a good story about focusing on developing characters. And I think the issue is here that a lot of these characters, there is no real writing behind them. Like, they don't make us care about them. The story is just super basic and safe, as Lovey Long Time saying. And then just on top of that, you just cram jokes and bitchiness. And my favorite Froker stand being blown up. I think that is the bigger problem. That you don't need like someone who relates. It's just that you need to build a good story, and that takes effort. You know what it takes? It takes life experience. It takes time and also life that you go through, going through hardships, etc. And maybe that is the point of this video. That, you know, what you were saying, like the biggest issue has been, well, some student debt and their favorite coffee place shutting down where they used to sit with their Mac and write their stuff. Maybe that's the thing that a lot of these devs just, well, one, maybe, as Lovey Long Time says, the suits are demanding something safe and mediocre. And two, they're, well, to be a good writer, I guess you have to have had difficulties in life. Maybe. I don't know, maybe it sounds weird, but that's just my thought process. So, because that's why I didn't like the title about the millennial writing. I don't think that it needs to be necessarily split in specific age groups, but I do realize how it can be, if you look at these writers individually. I'm sure it can be a certain, you know, age group more than the other, perhaps. I hope that makes sense.
So quirky and sardonic. This type of delivery sounds condescending. It reminds me of the boss from Office Space.
Yeah. If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, how many missions are like that in games? I mean, if we think about Borderlands specifically, yeah, true, so many characters are condescending. And that's why I don't like Kiriko, because she's also like that. And she is a new character recently written. I'm surprised that Ramatra isn't like an absolute bitching piece of shit. He's sort of alright.
And, you know, I can't really bring up millennial writing without at least mentioning indie Earthbound-inspired game that's secretly about depression and mental health.
Wait, what? Let me rewind that.
Sounds condescending. It reminds me of the boss from Office Space.
Yeah. If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great.
I'll be honest, I do not see the appeal. And, you know, I can't really bring up millennial writing without at least mentioning indie Earthbound-inspired
16-bit indie game platformer games that actually are an allegory for abuse and depression. I mean, immediately can think of Celeste and what else? There's a couple of others. Maybe everything's a template. Like, look at this shelf here. Maybe we live in the template world, and everything's getting more and more templatized. Brandberger says, I'm in my 20s, and I work with older people. They're so childish. I feel like the adult at my work. Interesting.
game that's secretly about depression and mental health.
I'll take a double triple indie Earthbound inspired story on a raft, 4 by depression and violence, bad pixely art style, extra quirky dialogue with a Metroidvania and a squeeze, light RPG mechanics, make it a roguelike, burn it and let it souls-like.
These tend not to have the exact same tropes. Now that I think of it, it wouldn't be unusual to find similar stuff in indie games. It's just that people in the comments are going to bring this up if you're going to talk about millennial games. So I think I'm starting to get a picture of it. The hallmarks of this style of writing that stick out to me from these and many more examples. The aforementioned vocabulary. Shitty, weird, gross, icky, yucky, yikes. My dude, my guy, y'all, and of course, decent human being. Another millennial
decent human being?
Here is the bar is on the floor. It's funny how a lot of these phrases are kind of...
I guess maybe I haven't... Although, now that I think about it, 90% of my time is in an English-speaking world. But what's with a decent human being? Can someone enlighten me? Is that like a phrase used a lot?
Childish. I'm not sure whether they're trying to be condescending and infantilizing to others, or whether they are themselves infantilized. They so often sound passive-aggressive. Another millennial phrase that annoys me is do better or be better.
Oh yeah,
Again,
fuck off.
Talking down to you.
And usually said by someone that like fucking doesn't know anything that they're talking about. It's just a general point. Like, get good, you know? And even that probably is better because it's a meme at this point. Be a decent human being. Alright.
Insanely condescending. It just seems like a failure to grow up. A lot of the humor seems like it's from the people who've struggled to grow up since 2012. It seems like they're emotionally stunted. And this is probably just me reading into it. And I see a lot of crossover with the being emotionally stunted and all of the pop culture references. It seems like some kind of identity that they're trying to cling to, that they can't let go of. I mean, Fallout 2, all the way back then, was full of pop culture references, but I don't know, back then, being a quote-unquote nerd was kind of a subculture of its own. It wasn't really something people aimed to be, it's just a label people got slapped with for the activities and subculture they gravitated towards. It was to make fun of them. Now, nerd is like a market demographic. It seems that being a self-admitted nerd and being obsessed with pop culture is based purely around cynical consumption nowadays. And obviously nothing epitomizes this more than the Funko Pop, which is like a religious icon for millennials. Pop culture obsession
is it? I guess. I don't know.
An inability or refusal to grow up. The kinds of references that were funny in 2007 and tolerable in 2012 are just embarrassing now. There are other hallmarks, like letting you pet the doggo, because that's a Twitter account, right?
I don't know. What's the problem with petting a dog in a game? I do know that it's a meme, right? You know, if you can pet the dog in the game, 10 out of 10 game. But I mean, is that an issue?
Having quips everywhere that undermine dramatic moments. Having an easy mode called Tell Me a Story or Story Mode, letting you skip bosses or parts of the gameplay, making the game easier if you fail too many times. I also just wanted to mention a few...
Like, as long as the game doesn't do that on its own, I don't see a problem. Again, like, if someone really wants to play, well, for whatever story there is, I think it's just an accessibility issue. No need to gatekeep, and like, you know, not every game needs to be a struggle. There's plenty. I don't see why, like, game being easier. What I do see a problem with, is like when certain games are being dumbed down, or like the game doesn't allow you to think, right? The recent, what was that? The latest clips from latest God of War, where the game's like spoiling puzzles for you, or I think there have been a couple of examples in the past where if you fail a certain fight, then the game in the background tunes back the AI or spawns one fewer enemies. That I don't like. Yeah, I want the challenge. I want to go through the challenge. But if there's a separate story mode, I don't see how that's a problem.
Tweets, because people speak like this on Twitter, and I think that's where it comes from. And once you see enough of this, you start to recognize this style when you see it in media. Tuesday, the day you realize that nothing can stop you, because you are a magic skeleton packed with meat and animated with...
Wait, is that why Very Mild said magic skeleton at the start? Ah, pre-watched video. Get it? Doom 95 literally did this and had a baby mod. Yeah, exactly. I don't have an issue with difficulty. I don't know. Maybe he's referring to like, you know, the games that don't have a difficulty but literally just get easier or are made easier just for accessibility's sake, perhaps. But not that this is like some sort of a serious video from a huge publication. It's just a guy ranting. Although I agree with the points about like, yeah, the sort of pointless, meme-stuffed, condescending, annoying non-stories. There aren't even stories, it's just like loads of dialogue.
And imagination. You have a cave in your face full of sharp bones and 5 tentacles at the end of each arm. You can do anything, magic skeleton. Between Bernie, my ex-wife, the tenant from hell, and general chump fuckery, this has been a cromulent fuck crustable of a day. Tommy needy drinky. Kanye is a teeny weeny little baby bitch muffin. What you'll notice is the playground insults mixed with swearing, and they're talking in a baby language, like with these invented words that they just came up with. Beyond that, there's
the story mode is condescending?
So
I don't know how is...
relatable,
Yeah,
am I right,
that...
fellow
I don't see how
millennials?
that would be.
Ironic that the people who talk about representing broader viewpoints and life experiences seem to make the same few jokes that only appeal to a tiny group of people who are like them. Degree in English from major coastal cities of the USA. The student debt thing is also meant to be their social commentary. And that brings us to the juiciest part, the politics. A game like Saints Row keeps referencing capitalism, as if it was offering some sort of critique, but it's not really saying anything. A lot of these games seem to just reference political events or social issues because it's like they feel obliged to. They do these political things, not because they have anything to say, but because they think they have to say
Late stage capitalism comes to mind. That I see mentioned a lot, without saying anything else, really.
5 or 6 years ago, the complaints about how they're politicizing video games were coming to a head. We need to stop politicizing this escapist hobby. Then some Redditors from a place named Gaming Circle Jerk took these complaints and ran with them. They've been telling their singular joke for like 6 years now. Actually, Chud, games
Starting to hear my butthurt. I mean, it definitely is a rant video. Yeah.
And how they made some political statement. Every meme since then has been some variant of le gamers, le politics. It's also paired with the statement that all art is political, and games, as art, are making a political statement.
Shit.
Even if they...
Here we go. Shit, here we go again. We do. Crazy Catman, hello. What's up?
65 months of this awesome pleb.
Thank you.
Absolutely, totally crazy ass motherfucker.
Really? Am I that crazy? I'm relatively normal. Crazy Catman, love you too. Thank you very much for being with us for such a long time, being part of your daily routine as well. Saying hello, going for a nap. I don't know, I somehow like it. Thank you. Thank you for 65. That is a really long ass time. Appreciate it. And yeah, this video, I mean, it's definitely a bit ranty, and I don't think I agree with, like, exactly, yeah, as you said, like cherry picking some tweets perhaps. But like, my gut feeling, and at least my personal experience, what I do agree with is that, like, so many of these games feel similar, like they're written by the same person, and they have no substance, like, whatsoever.
They don't overtly comment on anything. Saying nothing is a sign that you tacitly affirm the status quo. You aren't fighting hard enough against capitalism if you aren't speaking out against it. And it seems that they've reached game devs with this message. I think it's a common enough sentiment that many game devs feel obliged to say something, to make a statement about politics, even when they don't really have anything of value to say. And it shows. Oftentimes these political allegories and references to capitalism just feel phoned in, like in Saints Row. It isn't really saying anything, it's just making the references because I guess it looks like that's what people want when you look at social media. Am I right? Do my moots on the Bird app agree with this? We talk about this all the time.
Hey, Brandburger, thank you for the 12.
It's
thank
maybe
you.
Trying to make a statement about evil corporations.
When was this video posted?
But you fight for corporations
3 weeks
the
ago.
whole time. And I just want to take a moment to compare the capital P politics in games versus how old games would present political issues. In all those older games, it was more of an idea that was presented. It was often aware of the nuance, and it didn't force your opinion on the matter. It'd perhaps present you with a choice and an ethical quandary to bring you to question your own beliefs. It respected the player's intelligence. Of course, the writers of those games had intent. They would frame things in such a way that it made their ideology seem favorable. But it'd never force your hand. And it never felt like they were trying to force any message. The political message that could be gleaned from the game arises naturally as a result of the setting. Contrary to what Redditors claim, Fallout was not created as a political allegory. It was, first of all, a dumb, absurdly violent, ridiculously bleak game with crazy guns and mutants. There were, of course, ethical quandaries and political dilemmas presented as part
Really
of
focused on Borderlands? No, it's just a lot of footage of Borderlands. I don't think he's spoken about Borderlands in a while.
It portrayed communism favorably. It didn't really say much of anything about it. It was mostly focused on America and American culture. And any of the critiques rose out of that setting. Now compare it to the politics in current games. It often feels like a cynical reference to current thing. It's often things which do not suit the setting. It never explores any ideas in depth. It simply tells you things.
Good things to say, but poor at building an argument. Perhaps, like, even where I paused here, how many times has he shown this one dialogue line about the $300 coffee maker and something what they said about capitalism? I mean, yeah, it is absolute cringe line, and I hate that it's in the game and that it apparently counts as writing. But yeah, like how many times you can show that one? When you build an argument by cherry-picking the worst examples of recent year and they only cherry-pick the best games of year is a bad argument. Well, the thing is, though, my feeling is that it is still an argument. I do see that a lot. As I said, in the examples that I've experienced recently. I want a good story game. If you look at the AAA from 2022, Elden Ring, God of War and stuff, is this still applicable? Probably not. Like, the God of War, the only thing I can think of, but did they, like, patch that at some point or not? The whole puzzle narration where you don't even have 5 seconds to think, your character's already background narrating. I mean, it's the same with Aloy as well, constantly just narrating. What if I look there? What if I go there? That, you know, see, that I can, rather than the story mode, that I can see as almost condescending. It's like they're treating the player as an idiot.
And allowing you to think about it. I think that's the crux of it. It's about respecting the player's intelligence, allowing you to work things out on your own, to choose for yourself, to come to your own conclusion. Of course, we can't have people making their own choice nowadays. They might make the wrong one. I think condescending sums it up perfectly. They think you're stupid. They're also kind of pretentious. A lot of this political writing presents the most basic opinions and acts like you've never heard them before, like they just blew your mind, like it's something revolutionary. Now, why did millennial writing rise in the first place? I legitimately think it is Twitter. Look, for a business's continued survival, it needs to adapt constantly. When you stop growing, you start dying. So you need to look at current trends. What is an easy way to see current trends? Why, the way everyone communicates, social media. I think that writers, devs, and producers are getting their idea of what constitutes current trends from Twitter, which I think is really misguided for the simple fact that Twitter does not represent broader society. Most of what you'll hear on Twitter comes from a very small, very vocal minority. And hey, for a while...
You know what? That's interesting. That is very true, yeah. What was the fact, by the way, shown on screen? I read about that in a Guardian article. I think, was it Guardian article? No, wait, excuse me, it was somewhere else. I think it was an answer to someone's question online. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter where it was. But it was an interesting thing about, like, well, a la the user's question was like, you know, is the world ending? Kind of, like, if you look at what people are saying, blah, blah, blah. And then the whoever answered just did a nice, interesting breakdown of, like, how a loud minority is creating most of the tweets and social media posts. And how it's actually a pretty bad reflector of what the general sentiment is in the overall society. I can see that being a problem. Yeah, and what does this say? U.S. adult Twitter users are younger and more likely to be Democrats than the general public. Most users rarely tweet, but the most prolific 10% create 80% of the tweets. There you go, 10% create 80% of the tweets. And, like, I remember reading that answer, and that seemed interesting as well, yeah, where, like, and I can relate to that as well. Sometimes I hate that about myself, where, like, if I've got something positive to say or something relatively innocently positive, I don't even say it, because it's like, well, that's, I mean, it's a terrible word, but, like, almost not edgy enough. This is not interesting content. Why I just should post that? I'm not saying that everybody's like that, but I feel like, yeah, you get the sort of more edgy, more angry, more disgusted, more outraged tweets or people who feel like that to generate way more content than someone who's like, well, it's a nice day outside, actually, and I'm not that worried about all of this garbage, right? But they don't even bother logging online and saying that on Twitter or somewhere else. Anyway, basically, the social media is not a good representative of what the society actually thinks.
Vocal minority. And hey, for a while the FBI was basically deciding who is and isn't allowed to have a voice on that side.
Wait, what?
I think that producers should look elsewhere to get an idea of broader society, somewhere besides social media. It only elevates fringe voices. I guess this does kind of destroy the whole argument that Twitter is just a private company which doesn't really control much of public discourse. Twitter, for a private company, holds an extreme amount of power over public dialogue, and it's the same with every social media site. I have to say, it was pretty funny to me seeing Unishek, the community manager for Halo Infinite, borrow some of the cynical and condescending
Should game developers be allowed to take vacations?
Jerk, only to get screenshotted and roasted on the site himself.
So what is that? Game devs aren't allowed the basic necessity of vacation PTO unless they agree to be on call, posted by the senior community manager. Alright, I don't get this one. And yeah, well, FBI submitted a lot of takedown requests for accounts they didn't like. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think... I mean, yeah, blaming Twitter, absolutely no. Is there a connection, though, between where these writers grew up in, as in, like, in the online space? I can see that, though. Like, for example, the whole Borderlands 3 must be brought up. But again, you know, it's a good point. It's an old-ish game. Are the new games like that these days? Perhaps some of them are. Like the whole girl power thing that was just so obviously just constructed. It's like, I'm not against it or anything, but it feels like the game's just almost treating me like an idiot and just presenting that issue to me. It's like, look at it. This is how it should be. This is what it's about. And preachy is the word. It just felt preachy. That's what it is, like preachy. And I think preachy sort of connects to the whole slightly condescending thing. I know the song at the end as well. Lilith flies to the planet and the, you know, this girl is on fire. I don't know. It was just extra cringe. He's referencing the FBI takedowns of Hunter Biden's penis emails because it was a revenge porn, not because it was politics to try and hide it. Oh, that whole thing. All right, yeah. Yeah, did you hear that Facebook and Instagram are going to be also selling the blue badge? Hot damn, I'm already barely paying for my Twitter one. What's up, Maniac? Hello.
It was hilarious to see that backfire, I will admit. So, in all, I guess the advice I'd give to producers is the same advice I'd give to everybody. Unplug, shut off social media for a bit, live in the real world, and don't be so condescending. And get to the point. Please subscribe. Thank you all so very much for watching. And
interesting video. I don't...
You could do anything, Magic Skeleton.
I still find the video very interesting, though. But yeah. Gotta look at some new games now and see if it is like that or not. Watch outtakes. What? There were outtakes at the end? Where's my Twitter blue in Netherlands? Just use VPN! I'll probably, well, not probably, most likely unsubscribe, but like for some time I was like, well, I'm a content creator. If that helps elevate my responses and the responses, etc., then it's sort of a no-brainer for me, as much as I don't want to pay for that. Good points, poorly substantiated. Well, yeah, I think at some point, Lovey Long Time mentioned that, right? It just sort of turned slightly into a rant where he has got an idea, good points, but then he starts like picking and cherry-picking things and like really starting to stretch on what actually is to blame. Although I must say, though, if you summarize the idea of, like, yeah, writers who grew up with loads of social media memes, etc., haven't, like, had any big issues in life, their biggest issue being someone not agreeing with them on Twitter about some social thing, that's basically the content, i.e. the writing that they can create for games. Must say, that is a compelling idea. I can see that. Code Creeviant for 70% off NordVPN. Well, I wish. Not sponsored? Yeah, not sponsored. Like, genuinely, I can tell you that I have been influenced by someone else. Because NordVPN adverts were on Internet Historian's videos, and he just did them in a hilarious way, I just remembered NordVPN. And then I Googled, of course, to check what are the top VPN providers, then compared the plans, etc., and then just use the Internet Historian code. Yeah. Miss Internet Historian? I mean, he creates one video every 3 or 4 months, right? And his ads, I would always watch his ads. Exactly. They were just hilarious. So stupid. And I love that whoever sponsors his content allowed him to just run with it. Like the fucking creep NordVPN guy with like the freaking hoodie that looks like KKK a little bit. It was ridiculous. Love it. I like this copy pasta. Welcome in. Although I would have to guess that that person's already in the next chat posting the same. Right. Again, yeah, interesting video. And I do see some similarities in certain games. Like a little bit like a broken record, but, you know, mentioning the same new characters in Overwatch, Kiriko, and the way she speaks. And yeah, well, I didn't, like, hear the Anna Bray thing as well. Like a bitchy, entitled millennial. The group reunited, there we go! And the janitor just watching us through the window. Okay, any other React Andy shit? Oh, wait! You said that the Atomic Heart embargo dropped. Love you long time. Once again, thank you. Let's see. I'm just checking if there's a review video. Kerbal Space Program 2 is coming out at some point as well. Never played the first one, but I know it ended up being a cult game, right? Atomic Heart, yep. Gameplay and impressions from Jack Frags, Game Informer, G-Man. What else? Are you gonna play Atomic Heart? Well, most likely now. Yeah, Lovely Long Time gifted it to me, so I don't have to like ponder whether I want to purchase it and risk it or not. It's there, but it unlocks tomorrow, right? It's not available to play today. No native FOV slide. Oh my god. Breathe, Creed, don't just go on a rant. Fuck twits! Idiots! Fucking monkeys! We still have to deal with this garbage every fucking year. How can you not put FOV sliders in games? What are these idiots? It tilts me because it seems like such an obvious thing. Man, that's insane. Just play a Frostpunk scenario. Yeah. Exactly. What is it with so many modern games not putting an FOV slider in to this day? React to these nuts. Sure. Send me a picture. Come play Apex. Well, you know what? Apex put in a new mode and apparently they've reached the highest peak player amount that they've ever had. And I genuinely, when I saw the trailer for it, I was thinking that's a very good idea. Battle Royale, not the hot shit that it used to be. And I was, for one of the players who never enjoyed the Battle Royale pacing. Like, that's why I played so much Overwatch. Sure, that game isn't without problems, but we're talking about the model a little bit more. I prefer the one where I get killed and I can just be back in the action in 15 seconds, rather than queuing for a new game, waiting in the lobby, dropping, running around, searching for a weapon, you know, skirting the edge of the circle for a good 10 minutes and then perhaps dying or not dying in the next firefight, rinse and repeat. I just never, like, resonated with me, that gameplay loop. So, you know, seeing that they have a mode more like Overwatch, where it's just teams versus teams, you die, you're back in the action, sounds very interesting. Bloons, oh my god, we could play some Bloons, yeah. I've been really enjoying Bloons. Again, I don't want to, like, draw too many big conclusions, as I said at the start of that video that we just watched. That is surely not the only reason I haven't been enjoying many games recently. And when I say not enjoying, it doesn't mean, like, I've hated everything, but it's just like Returnal, it was alright, you know, but it just didn't vibe with me. Surely there's some personal reasons as well, but it's like, just somehow just planning little Bloons and thinking of strategies and learning about their strengths and weaknesses in certain waves just has been so enjoyable. Yeah, I've been playing more Bloons. Where's the Bloons story mode? Exactly. The only one I joined was Ring of Elysium. Wait, you're talking about Battle Royales now, very mild, right? Apex is either an action 24/7 or 20-minute walking sim. But yeah, which is why I didn't play much PUBG either. Sure, it can give you nice adrenaline, and some of those fights are pretty awesome, but overall, that pacing wasn't for me, like the whole Battle Royale thing. Not saying that that's why a genre should or should not exist, my personal preference, just saying that I never really got into it. And I'm sort of glad to see that that's, like, not the hot shit anymore. No one's, like, making Battle Royales. Now, you see the main Battle Royale getting the most players by adding actually a full-on... Well, it's not a deathmatch mode. There's still, like, scores and stuff. And, well, you just get scores in deathmatch. You know what I mean. Quicker action, quicker action. No, Crazy Cat Mom, I'm just talking about it. Calm down. I'm not playing Apex today, no. It's a Battle Royale, and you could ride a BMX. Wait, what? Ring of Elysium was a Battle Royale with what? Small studio desperately trying to optimize experience for users probably explains the FOV thing. Maybe. I don't think that that's a good enough excuse, though. It's ridiculous to not have it. Brands is hopping off. Glad I caught some of the stream. Hey, Brandburger, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you later. Goat Simulator 3. Did you play it? Well, who in the chat actually played Goat Simulator 3? Yeah, it was a squad-based shooter, the Ring of Elysium, and had some cool vehicles. Why does it sound so familiar, but I can't, like, imagine it? Ring of Elysium. Oh, wait a minute. That was the No, wait. Was it the Ubisoft one or not? Images. No, I don't think I've seen this one then. Yeah, it has got like some big 4x4s. Yeah, I don't recognize any of the weapons or locations. Well, I mean, I recognize the weapon, but yeah, I must have missed out on this game completely then. Hyper cheese. Oh yeah, Ubisoft one was the Hyperscape. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. Well, I've a long time since played the first two. The third, something didn't seem funny about it. Maybe it was millennial jokes writing. Who knows? What? The Goat Simulator? Nice troll with the first two. But no, wait. You played the third one and just something wasn't there? I don't know. I've always seen Goat Simulator like it was a lucky success because it's just so silly and wacky. But I didn't even play it. I watched plenty of content creator videos like Robus and others, but it was just so silly that yeah, you laugh at that for like half an hour and then you want to watch something with slightly more substance. Divinity Original Sin 2 sounds familiar as well. I mean, I've got Half-Life 2 installed. I've got that. Did you answer about Dark and Darker? Wait a minute, Dark and Darker, what is that? Like, sounds like Dumb and Dumber, but... Video game. Oh, wait, is that like that super popular dungeon crawler that everyone's playing now? It's sort of like an extraction game, but it's set in like old school dungeons. I've just watched... What? Some clips from some creators. It is so good. It must be then the gameplay loop because it looks janky as fuck. With exclamation mark song, you can even get a link for it. Any interest? Not really, no. Yeah, no, I mean, I've seen it in some Twitch compilations because just recently, I think, and maybe even now, it was like super duper popular. But, not kind of my cup of tea as far as I can see. Just the system and the vibe is perfect, got it. Genshin stream. Again! Probably never. Let's keep that never for a few years and then let's see. Coloring pixels. You have 205 hours in what sounds just paint. Wait, is that paint? Is that literally just you playing paint? Right, let's see. Is there a non-video review on PC Gamer for Atomic Heart? Oh, what? They haven't reviewed on Atomic Heart at all? No way. But wait, it unlocks tomorrow, right? Love you long time. Thank you for gifting it. Let me just check. I'll probably be able to see that in my library. Store page. Just says coming Feb 21st. So yeah, there's no way I can play it today. But that also means that tomorrow before the stream I'll have to fiddle with the Unreal Engine unlocker. And hope that it's not going to be as bad as it was in High on Life. Because High on Life was the same issue. Non-changeable FOV, you could do it with the Unreal Engine unlocker, but it would still reset constantly at certain points. If that's the case here, again... I'm just more picky than the average person, I guess. Like, I can't play with an FOV like that. RimWorld or Bloons? Ha! RimWorld's much more of a commitment, right? Then you have to, like, build a full-on thing. I want to watch a review from G-Man. He's more of an old-school gamer like me. So I want to see what he says about Atomic Heart. Oh.
Well, Atomic Heart has finally arrived, a game that I really thought was going to spend the rest of its life in development hell. However, developers Munfish have proven me wrong, and it's seen the light of day, 5 to 6 years after its initial announcement.
I'm pleased to hear you don't have any questions, for once.
And yeah, look, I'll be the first to admit that I didn't have high hopes for this thing, but
Same.
I can say without a doubt that not only is it not a bad game, but it's also one of the most bizarre and unique games I've played.
Let's go. So again, another one, just like Lovely Long Time said about some reviews. So a lot of us were very skeptical because it was one of those games that just, yeah, well, development hell for a really long time and just trailer after trailer. And when someone's trying to really hard trying to sell something to you, I think the natural reaction is to be suspicious. But I'm glad then that a lot of us have been wrong.
Played in recent memory. In terms of the tone, the premise, the writing, the art style, and the mechanics, there really is nothing else like this, at least in the realm of the kind of things that I play. So if you're hoping for a gorgeous looking action RPG that takes a serious detour into the Twilight Zone,
yeah, Chuck, it's probably that.
Eurojank that money
Seen
can buy, well,
too many big AAA failures.
I'm also more than aware of the controversy surrounding the game, but for the sake of the video, I'd rather just not involve myself in any of that stuff and just talk about a first-person shooter, okay?
Yeah, exactly. If someone thinks that playing this game is supporting Putin's actions in Ukraine, they're literally fucking brain dead.
Out of the way, let's finally delve into this thing so we can see...
Or malicious and just trying to bully.
Well, today's your lucky day. Eat shit and die!
So Atomic Heart takes place in the 1950s in an alternate history where the Soviet Union developed a substance called polymer in the 1930s, which rapidly increased their technological growth and caused the country to flourish much faster than normal. This led to some pretty huge breakthroughs in the field of robotics, which means that they've been able to replace humans with machines for all manual labor and menial jobs, freeing up the general population.
Kinda does? No, it doesn't. At that point, then you just have to look at everything. Maybe like one part in your radio that sits on your granny's shelf is made in Russia. How about we trash that fucking radio? It's like, if the devs openly came out and said that they support it, sure, that's a different deal. But... like, that's stretching it harder than I stretch my dick at night.
Some KGB officer named Major Sergei.
You dickhead.
And the game opens with a prologue in this gorgeous utopian city, which is so insanely detailed and vivid.
I think also what, like, some of the people on, like, Outrage have a problem with is just seeing red flags in Soviet stuff. Sure, but I mean, at that point, we might say that, yeah, like... oh my god, we've seen so many games with freaking Nazi flags and whatnot. It just, I don't know, just doesn't make any sense. Not only that, the studio fucking had to flee Russia. They, well, not had to flee, they decided to move the whole studio to Cyprus. If the devs came out and said they support Putin, I assume because they didn't want their family to disappear. I mean, that is a big possibility as well. And usually you can see when someone has been forced to say that. Or at least trying to not insult Putin too much, because yeah, they most likely will have people there.
That it's kind of astounding to think that it's only running on the Unreal Engine 4. Reminds me of one
of Long Time is right, by the way, Porsche Champ. That's more of a KGB method. Either poisoned or you just end up somehow falling out. I mean, just recently, it was just a few months back, Someone fell out of the hotel window again.
The Who episodes from the 1960s, and if John Pertwee suddenly showed up and started snooping around, he'd feel right at home. Especially too, considering how much some of these robots look like Autons.
Yeah, been there, done that. Skip the foreplay, bot.
It also wouldn't surprise me if there's some kind of Doctor Who Easter egg thrown in there somewhere too. I mean, barely 2 minutes in and they throw in a very blatant System Shock reference.
Oh, thanks, Mum. The code's 0451.
I understood that reference.
And then the in-game description for the rocket launcher references a Wayne Brothers movie from the late 90s. That's not even scratching the surface of how bizarre this whole thing is, and speaking of scratching, there's going to be a lot of that combined with the top of people's heads when they try to decipher just what the hell happens during the ending. Regardless though, this first 20 minutes is just stunning visually and pretty damn captivating, with some highly detailed backdrops and really unique imagery, to say the least.
I mean, this is very clear where they went with this one. And I like it. It works on me. Would I lick a robot pussy? If that robot looks like this? Yeah. Also, what does that say about me? You don't even need a face. Am I that much of a degen? Maybe. Yep, I feel the same.
Example of a retro futuristic art style that we just don't see in video games enough. And I think you could spend hours just walking around this area alone, admiring how much work they've clearly put into bringing the whole thing to life. It's like every aspect of the game when it comes to the presentation is brimming with polish, and every single area you explore has a sense of being real and lived in.
A lullaby? I don't like this.
Nice. I mean, that probably explains partially the ridiculously long development time, right? Who needs next gen? We can't teach it. Nice.
Scattered around like
gotta remember that.
In a hurry. And then beneath the surface, inside all these top secret facilities, bloodied corpses and destroyed machines highlight the horrific events that unfolded when all these machines turned. From my experience with the game too, it also runs amazingly well, admittedly with an RTX 4080. Still though, that is kind of unheard of for a modern game, and especially one on the Unreal Engine. I think the only thing it has going against it is the lack of an FOV slider. And the sooner this becomes a standard option for every single third or third person shooter, the better.
Nah, I've still got work to do here.
Anyway, back to the prologue. Once you're done sightseeing, you're then given your first main objective, which is to investigate a nearby facility.
Got it.
And because you're on a floating city, it obviously makes standard vehicular travel a little bit tricky. So instead, you and your car are then airlifted down to the surface. At which point a Roy Scott song kicks in.
Did you just say Royskop? It's Royksop.
Which I've not heard for over a decade.
Well, anyway.
This is just the beginning of a really good selection of licensed music. Not to mention we've also got old mate Mick Gordon to compose the original soundtrack.
Jesus Christ. It's not enough that Ball is currently super powerful in Overwatch. Now we have to look at that in Atomic Heart as well. Look at him ground slam. I mean, only Overwatch players will understand that.
And this is just the beginning of a really good selection of licensed music. Not to mention we've also got old mate Mick Gordon.
That also means that you probably can't stream the music.
There's operatic songs like Tchaikovsky's Waltz of the Flowers, and then at one point you shoot mutants to Carmen. But maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Finally, once you're out of the city is when things start to kick into action, and you haven't even managed to land yet before you're suddenly attacked by hostile robots. Yeah, these machines clearly haven't heard of Asimov's laws of robotics.
Get your rusty metal asses out of here!
That was really very rude of them.
Borderlands reference comes to mind.
More than an axe to defend yourself with, then have to begin the long journey to figure out
about
what
the first law. Cancel the first law.
Uncovering the details to the Major's shady past, which is where it takes a serious nosedive into the surreal.
Major Nichaya Special Operations, and that's the last question you get.
And it all sounds pretty good, right? But the only issue is that from this point on, and I think really for the first couple of hours, Atomic Heart just throws so much at you that it really does become kind of overwhelming.
What a goddamn clusterfuck.
Because outside of coming to grips with the basic mechanics, there is just so much dialogue between the Major and his sentient combat glove.
I mean, that is deeply personal. Chuck says FOV doesn't look that bad. It looks pretty bad to me. Like, looking at him walk here, I wouldn't be able to play with this. Like, I definitely need the Unreal Engine unlocker. I'll definitely find what people have said and figure it out.
Love named Charles.
By Wednesday, most likely.
These two bicker back and forth incessantly like some kind of married couple.
Yeah, even Locke's like cookies, right?
And I've definitely also heard the voice actor.
You like cookies?
I can't overstate this
from
enough. So much banter during these first couple of hours of gameplay. It honestly kind of reminded me of when I played through High on Life in the way that it just never seems to stop.
Oh,
though,
no.
Admittedly, the stuff here is far less obnoxious.
Choke on it and die, you fat turd.
Gets to the point where there's so much dialogue that you'll be in the middle of a conversation, then you go off and do something which triggers a completely new line of discussion, inadvertently ending the one you were just on.
Fair enough.
Oh, no.
It's illogical to... I've seen that stuff before. It's cryogenic, right? Indeed, it is.
There's also probably something lost in the translation here, and for someone like me who speaks English as a first language, some of the phrases and the way that people talk sounds like it's been either written by AI or aliens.
A laser wall. That's some serious security. People put them up for a reason. If you see one, that means there's something important on the other side.
No shit.
The most bizarre thing by far is the conversations the Major has with another sentient machine called the Nora.
Damn, I could play this in Russian in original language. I would understand everything, but then you chat would be just completely clueless, apart from maybe one or two people from Russia or ex-Soviet countries.
How titillating. Rebellious dominant men really turn me on.
And you're going to be seeing this thing a hell of a lot because it's the interface you've got to use to upgrade weapons, craft items, and also improve the Major's abilities.
Oh, there's even a little skill tree.
Nora just constantly makes these really oddball sexual references.
Squirt your polymer inside me.
But then at random, she just stops being a complete sex fiend and responds to you like a normal, friendly person.
Please select the desired procedure.
At times, the dialogue is just complete nonsense and borderline gibberish. Like at one point, the Major's talking to Nora and insults her by saying that she's never done anything to help him, which is just flat out incorrect.
Easily. It's not like you're actually helping me or anything.
I mean, bro, she literally upgrades his weapons, crafts ammo, and does all that other stuff.
If I can get a good weapon out of her, I guess she'll be worth it.
You're also meeting random NPCs here who are often instantly killed off or don't show up again for a few hours, by which point you completely forgot that they even existed.
Yeah. So what's your name, Doc?
Larissa, and you ask a lot of questions.
Then of course you've got absolutely golden lines of dialogue like this.
This place used to be really nice. Until everybody got killed.
And then...
Damn! That was good.
So get ready, prick.
Trust me, the preparations are well underway. There will be surprises, dog.
Shut up!
Holy hell, I'm wasting my fucking time here.
One of the solutions to the voice acting is to...
I mean, you can't deny, though, it's a bit on the nose after the video that we watched. For me, it is. Like, those sensors in my body have been rubbed a little bit more by that video now, and like, I'm just a little bit more sensitive now in that particular area of my mind.
Change it to Russian, which is probably the way you should be playing it. But by doing that, it becomes kind of difficult to try to focus on reading the subtitles, along with focusing on the gameplay itself. And this kind of pacing just never eases up. I mean, even late in the game, I'd be in the middle of intense fights, while the main characters are just casually chatting to each other without a care.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no. No. That is stupid. I hate that. That's like one of the main issues.
Background and distracting me.
Critters, I don't get it. Why does it have to be so complicated?
Now look, I never expected award-winning writing in this thing, but then on the other hand, I didn't exactly expect hunt down the Freeman levels of dialogue either.
Yeah, you're breaking my heart. I don't give two wet farts about your relationship.
Thankfully, the revelations and the moments that are supposed to shock you still work at doing that, but the running commentary from the Major and these other ancillary characters is just kinda dreadful, and they definitely needed to include an off button for this constant chatter.
Choke on it and die, you fat turd.
Aside from that though, how's the gameplay? Well, I've seen this thing being referred to as Russian Bioshock online a lot, but outside of an incredibly obvious reference to the game and being able to shoot lightning from your hand, Atomic Heart I don't think's really anything like Bioshock at all. I wouldn't even really call it an immersive sim, it's really just an action RPG, where you use weapons and other abilities to get the job done. You start off out in the Russian countryside with only an axe and get to chopping down evil robots with pedo stashes. But then shortly after that, you meet an old lady named Granny, yeah, real creative name by the way, and then you're thrown underground and have to fight your way back to the surface. Now you're moving through these dank interior environments, picking up everything that's not bolted down like an absolute kleptomaniac, and having to hack into locked doors and avoid security cameras.
Not necessarily.
You're crafting weapons, scrimping by on ammo and supplies, and slowly unlocking new powers by spending neuropolymer, whatever that is, and any of the dozen or so Nora stations you come across. Eventually, you do get back outside again, and then the map really opens up. At which point, it almost...
I mean, visually, it's fucking stunning. And that's like what attracted me to Atomic Heart in the first place, was like the first trailers that I saw, like the art direction, it just seems so cool and strange and different from a lot of the stuff I've seen. Even some of the fights and the robots, just creepy as hell. That I really liked, and I'm glad to see that. You look at the environments, they're amazing inside and out, yeah. You know what? I didn't say that out loud. I was thinking about it now, listening to all of that. It kind of would be strange, but then again, you know what? Maybe sign of the times. I might just play this whole thing through with just dialogue set on 0. Just have the subtitles there for those who want to read, but just have dialogue on 0.
With this giant countryside to explore, and one of the crappiest cars of all time used for traversal. Honestly, man, this thing is so dogshit, you can somehow write it off, even if it only takes damage from the rear. And it's like you're playing the old Grand Theft Auto games or something, with flames coming out of the bonnet to signal when one of these rust buckets is about to explode. Ow! Still though, I assume that's actually kind of accurate to how most European vehicles perform. This is when it starts to remind me more of the Fallout games, exploring the wilderness and either avoiding or engaging in combat with all these hostile machines, while stepping over the corpses of the people who used to live here while you rummage through their belongings for pieces of scrap.
Yeah, that also still looks to me like Bioshock.
Check out the lockpicking mechanic. I mean, does that kind of look familiar to anyone?
I understood that reference.
Atomic Heart does have one godly inclusion though, and that's being able to mass loot. You know how in most of these games you need to mash the interact button.
True, that was already shown in the trailer, and I was like, damn, that's good. You just do, well, let's use some millennial writing since that's what the stream is about today. You just use the big suck.
Well, this is one of those games where you hold down a single button and suck up every single little piece of loot like your arms turn into a vacuum cleaner. It's just so cathartic too. I mean, the sound of all those items clicking and popping as they go into your inventory is like a dose of fentanyl. And if your inventory is full, excess loot is sent right into storage. So you never have to worry about becoming over encumbered, which is a god tier quality of life inclusion. And that's all very handy because you're gonna need all of this stuff for improving your gear. At the start of the game, when you've only got the axe and the shotgun, it almost kind of feels like a bit of a survival horror game. You've even got those little rooms that are safe havens where you can save your game manually. But then once you start unlocking abilities and getting more weapons, it just turns into an action game. And although the game has a basic stealth mechanic where you can crouch and sneak up behind enemies for takedowns, it's kind of clear that the best way to play here is to forgo all subterfuge and just go in guns blazing.
Sounds good. My style.
Weapons have to be crafted, and even before that, you'll need to find the blueprints for them out there somewhere in the wild, which, as far as I can tell, does seem to be randomly generated. Then to craft the different upgrades for these weapons to improve them even further, you got to go through all these underground training grounds and loot specific chests, and that's an entirely different story.
What the hell is that?
A special transporter for valuable cargo, or Comrade Lutyagen.
The earlier weapons include a Makarov pistol, which gets modified more than Vin Diesel's Dodge Charger, and because this is a game set in Russia, you've got to have the AK-47.
You gotta.
You absolutely, positively got to kill every motherfucker in the room, except no substitutes.
Some of the less historically accurate weapons include an energy pistol, which again looks like something out of a Fallout game, along with an energy assault rifle, a rocket launcher, and a railgun. The rocket launcher, I think, being by far the best weapon in the entire game, and the railgun something I guess I'll experience in another lifetime. Yeah, because I didn't even manage to come across enough resources to craft even one of these things.
What the hell?
That's also, of course, alongside whatever melee weapon you want to use, and this is where it starts to get pretty interesting, because all of these melee weapons have vastly different alternate attacks. With the fire axe, you can do a full 360, swinging this thing out at the same time. And then with that razor bat thing you get towards the end of the game, you can outright knock enemies on their ass. And then melee weapons also have the benefit of refilling your energy bar. So if you've got an energy weapon, it's more or less giving you a quick and easy ammo refill while you're still dealing damage. And that right there is what's referred to as a win-win. I actually kind of regret not doing this more on my playthrough because that setup really does kind of make you unstoppable, because whenever your energy runs low, you can just swap out to your melee weapon, whack someone a few times, and then fill it right back up. Bonk! Bonk! Boink!
Well, the way though they stand up in one frame, that kind of feels a little bit janky, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets like patched at some point.
I really felt like I had a pretty good build going at one point with the AK and the shotgun that I never really felt like I needed to change things up. And that's kind of the problem. I mean, you're really just fighting the same few enemy types over and over, so there's not really any incentive to change up your loadout if you find a setup and a groove that works early on. Now, aside from just spouting off inane dialogue, Charles is also more or less a glove that gives you your superpowers. And for these, you've got Shock, Frost, Mass Telekinesis, Polymer, and Shield. Shock is always active by default, and I am a bit underwhelmed here at how this thing has been integrated into the gameplay. And I know I said before how the game isn't really anything like Bioshock, but for this instance, let's use it as a purely visual comparison.
Yeah, that I don't understand either. Anything like... It's so much like Bioshock.
When you hit someone with that electro bolt in Bioshock, they're gonna know it and you're gonna know it. There's a loud zap sound, the enemy you hit starts screaming and convulsing, violently shaking from the effect, and the lightning itself even acts as a light source, sending pulses of electricity across their body. However, in Atomic Heart, the shock effect is more like what happens after you put on some thick socks, rub your feet on the carpet for 10 seconds, and then touch someone with your finger. As opposed to really feeling like you're conjuring up this powerful element and rendering these robotic opponents completely useless.
I mean, that's an awful lot of focus on one element, on one...
I guess I'm trying to say that it's just such a piss-weak looking effect, even once you upgrade it, you do more damage and chain between enemies. It's also really disappointing how it hasn't been integrated in the environment either. I mean, there's countless times when you're moving through pools of water, and you'd assume you'd be able to zap the water to do like...
That was cool though, yeah, Bioshock.
I mean, considering half the enemies in the game are robots,
you could zap them. Well, I mean, the game even teaches you to do that. It
doesn't really seem to do anything, and water in this game is just more of a set dressing. In fact, the water doesn't even react to the player at all. You can walk through the stuff and it doesn't even move. And again, let's compare this to Bioshock, right? The water in that game behaved like water. It'd dynamically displace depending on the player's movements, and if you hit it with
a that's a fair detail.
Weapon, you'd get the appropriate particle effects. I don't know, man, it's kind of funny to me how an engine that's somehow 2 generations older than this one is somehow more detailed. And it's doubly odd in Atomic Heart,
time saving maybe.
How amazing the world looks overall, but then just how little of it you can actually affect. I mean, you can't even shoot these little propane tanks for easy explosions.
Okay, I'll deal with it.
And can someone tell me why is it that the better looking that video game environments seem to get, the less detailed and interactive they also become?
Asshole.
I mean, there's security cameras every 5 meters when you're outside, but you can't hack into these or even turn them against your enemies. You can zap them, which is going to shut them down temporarily, but if you destroy one, a repair bot turns up like 2 seconds later to replace it. As a workhorse ability and one you're going to be using a lot, Shock does come across as being pretty underwhelming. Yeah, what a shock. As for the other powers, you've got Frost, which is able to cover enemies in ice. However, compared to Shock, this thing is almost too effective. And you can even hilariously freeze enemies while they're in midair, because I guess this world is so technologically advanced that basic physics don't even apply here.
You know what though? Even though he concentrated on that Shock being visually weak, I guess he's just really going in a long way about the fact that, yeah, there's... Like, the world looks amazing, and I like the set dressing, but yeah, like, even if you look at the freeze effects, I mean, even the pre-sequel kind of did it in a cooler way. Here, they just shatter little pieces that instantly disappear, but I guess, yeah, that's just... Who said that in the chat about the smaller studio?
Almost every single enemy type, and it more or less just lets you have your way with them until they thaw out. And you can get into a pretty easy rhythm here of just spamming this on a bunch of enemies, and then finishing them all off quickly with your melee weapon.
He's pretty good at ordering those robots around.
Mass Telekinesis is also another really useful power. Now this thing lets you push enemies into the air where they'll hover for a few seconds.
Right, yeah, like there's so much information about that.
After that, they'll drop to the ground with barely their dignity left intact.
Closing remarks.
English. Oh, you're English. I also do think Atomic Heart is maybe just a little bit too long. Finishing the game took me somewhere around the 20-hour mark, and look, yeah, it is a unique experience, there's no doubt about it, but as a wise man once said, brevity is the soul of wit. And what I'm trying to say is the game didn't need 20 hours to hook me in when it already had me after 2.
That's a challenging
I
one.
don't understand that argument. Also, that's a legendary one.
Even just, 3 or 4 hours shorter and left me wanting more, which meant I would have most likely gone back in for a second playthrough.
Yeah, been there, done that.
I still can't think of any other game that has as much batshit insane content as Atomic Heart does though, and for all its shortcomings, it's still one of the most unique games I've played in recent memory, apart from Scorn. And that's actually probably a good comparison, because there's always something about these kind of artistically unique games that always seems to divide people. I know that Scorn had a similar response, and a few years back I think it was the same thing with We Happy Few. So until another game comes along that lets you fight oddly sexualized Russian ballerina robots and a giant metal death ball with tentacles, Atomic Heart is gonna have to tide you over.
Alright. And also, yeah, there's so many achievement progress things popping up all the time. Cool. Thanks, G-Man. Well, genuinely,
fine.
My
Whatever.
biggest concern is the fact that he mentioned that the game just doesn't shut up. I can feel that it's just gonna get on my nerves. We happy if you had ickiness to it. That was pretty unique, the story art and stuff. But yeah, that's what I like about it. That's probably the first thing that captured my attention when I saw the first trailer. There was something just weirdly eerie about the way those robots looked and everything. Just different from your standard horror, which is, I don't know, think of just, yeah, big fangs and saliva and, just standard scare stuff versus this, where they're just so creepy. I never played We Happy Few, no. What was the issue with it for some time? Oh, it was purchased by someone and a lot of the stuff was redone, but I own it. It's in my library. I've never installed it. It has an identity crisis. How so? Right, I'm just looking at some more PC gaming news. Skyrim mod adds Doctor Who's Weeping Angels in case you feel like wetting yourself. I have never actually watched Doctor Who, but I know the Weeping Angels, and that is such a weird, creepy concept when marble statues can chase you, but they only move when you're not looking. I don't know what it is about that, but that's like, oh man, that's scary. In terms of a game, it doesn't know what kind of a game it is. They meant to make one kind of game. It caught hype, so they changed the gameplay to much what people expected. There's some interesting video on it I should find. Yeah, so, see, I didn't remember what was the issue, but I remember there being an issue where there was like almost a backlash and a lot of criticism to it. I think partially because throughout the middle it was purchased by someone else. Wait, wasn't it purchased by Gearbox out of all places, that developer? Yeah, Gearbox bought them and published. Hard to explain gameplay, but the story is good. The lore is sad, creepy, interesting. Yeah, sort of I know the premise that it's like the dystopian future where everybody has to be happy. And they all like take a certain drug for it or something. And there's even like the happy police. Tuh! Look at that, Chuktovsky and Love You Long Time, and on the same second, Wicked Wiz did a video, and then Love You Long Time posted immediately. Oh, it's 31 minutes long, oh yeah. I mean, genuinely, not bad. Not bad that creators create that kind of content. Even G-Man, as much as I didn't want to watch like a review of every single ability, but it's good that that content is there for those who want to watch it. There's no children as well. When you uncover why and why the characters have to take joy, it makes you wonder if the drugs are the right way to go. Oh, interesting, interesting. So was anything improved afterwards? Wait, excuse me? This video was made only 8 months ago. What went wrong? Shit. I would have thought that would have been made like a year or two at least ago. Or was the game actually that recent? I don't remember. When did it come out? I was on Game Pass recently, that's why maybe. Possible, yeah. But now I'm very curious. Does this video, though, spoil the game? If I end up watching this today because I'm just being a lazy React Andy, would this actually spoil the game for me? Because it is in my library, I own it, so it like would be an easy choice to play it at some point. We Happy Few, there it is. And check when it came out. 10th of August 2018. Damn, it has been a while. It actually has been quite a while. What the fuck? Yeah. But trust, you won't play it or you won't finish it. Wait, really? I couldn't finish and I have a higher tolerance than you. So what, like the gameplay is not good? It's not like technical issues with the game, is it? Because the thing is, like, tolerances are a weird relative thing as well. I have a tolerance, for example, for grinding Doom on Nightmare and finishing it. But then, like, some stupid shit just drives me mad. And I just, at some point, I'm like, no, I don't like enjoy that. Boone also says, don't see it finishing. So what is the thing that you see... I mean, it's technical, it's pacing, it's gameplay. You have to find the story very interesting to push through. Chuck reviews. Oh, there's multiple endings as well. Hard because controls and stuff. Doesn't it have like good mouse and keyboard? Like genuinely though, you've made me more interested in it than less. Sorry. We just wanted to check. Anna's messaging me, so I wanted to have a look at that quickly. Love you long time. I also did not complete. Wait, that's strange. Why are there so many people that have played it but not finished it? Right, in that case, fuck it. Let's watch the video then. At this point, the problems are ironed out. Are they? You know how some games never get patched? Like, you know, we just played... I did. Borderlands for one stream. And all of the menu issues and many other things are still there. Like, on PC, you can't scroll down to read more about the skill that you're speccing into. Just because, well, it was never patched. But maybe that's Gearbox. They're unique. No, I don't think you'd try to bait me into playing it. No. I don't see it as that. It's just... I haven't seen anyone like sort of summarize it, at least in a way I could understand what it is that would make it boring for me. Let's see what the comments say. I think the worst part about We Happy Few is the fact that you can see how much effort went into the game. It's dripping with personality. The voice work is stellar. And it's by no means a small game. It's just a shame, really. A series of poor decisions and execution led to what we have now. It could have been much more. Damn it! Again, it's so cryptic and non-specific. Oh, man. Don't take me as a recommendation. Can't seem to care about Cyberpunk 2077. Well, yeah, I mean, oh my god, it was so bad at the start, and there were plenty of things that annoyed the shit out of me, but I did play through all of the endings, and genuinely don't take that as offense, but I don't trust anyone in a chat claiming to know what I'm gonna like. Like, genuinely, I think that is just a silly way to think. It's very, very British, which wouldn't be too unfamiliar to me. The amount of times I accidentally said "we hello night view" while reading the script has me worried that this series is giving me permanent brawn damage. Okay, I don't know what that says. First 10 minutes of this game actually gave me chills. It was so cool and disturbing, especially the rat scene. Don't know what it is, but I'm sure you know. And then you escape, and then the game turns into an annoying walking simulator. Oh. I mean, that probably references the pacing that Chuck mentioned, where it's like there's some action, then like nothing happens. But again, depends. If there's an interesting story being told, then I don't mind. See, that's the problem, is like usually in the games when there's nothing fucking happening, like Borderlands 3, sorry, good old dead horse. But like, it drives me nuts that there's nothing happening and I'm just being told gibberish and stupid jokes. You know, the Cree trademark looking into everything, that would benefit with this game. Yeah, that man, that's such a thing that I've struggled with internally. The way I play games is like looking at every fucking corner, opening 77 boxes and everything. And I do know that it does pay off. Like in Fallout, I would always swim in money. In most games, I have so many resources and money that I can craft anything. Just because I just obsessively check everything. But why I say I've struggled with it, because I also feel like it actually has taken away from my content for most people. I know there's some people who enjoy it, but I think for majority of people, they come into the channel and I don't progress the game for like half an hour because I'm just literally just looting a map and they just move on. There is a reason why a majority of bigger streamers just plow through games. It's more interesting to watch that way. It's good to play the first part. Is it like split in parts? Like Act 1, Act 2? Early game, there's a stealth mission that annoyed the fuck out of me. I almost quit the game. Different stories with different main characters you play as. Oh, I see. All right. I get it now. Yeah. So you take the role of different characters, so you see different perspectives perhaps as well. Oh, there you go. And it gives you different perspectives of the story. Got it. Bump. Right, someone has posted 3 months ago saying, for anyone wondering about the game today, quite enjoyed, the gameplay is good, the writing and world building is quirky and interesting, and I haven't run into any major bugs since starting my playthrough. I had a few small things happen, but nothing game-breaking. The game might have had a rough launch, but I would definitely recommend it as it stands today. Right, I guess that's talking more about like how buggy it was when it launched. And yeah, there's a little bit of background. I feel so incredibly sorry for the devs. I'm at a similar point right now with my own indie project, and it's extremely hard to keep up motivation if you disappoint fans because you have to sign contracts that you would not sign under other circumstances. But, on the other hand, it's the only way your game will actually have a release at all. Yeah. The small dev dilemma, right? You want the budget. Without the budget, the game will never see the light of day. With the budget, the publisher will dictate certain rules. Yeah, that's just the reality. Wait, I should comment. I should say that's late stage capitalism for you. Good on us watching that video today. It's gonna be referencing it for a while. Right, here's someone trying to summarize the issues. No clear layout or how to use specific mechanics, where to use them and when. Clothing, how important the hatches are, etc. The joy meter and overdosing is extremely confusing and frustrating. The AI is either stuck on you or never sees you. And then the bugs. Got soft locked twice because my goal showed up as 999 meters away and the solutions were unreachable. But despite all of that they have described, or Sarah has described, still really enjoy the game. Improvements in the DLC show that the DLC that shows that devs learn from their errors. I feel like they're gonna produce amazing things in the future. I don't know, I'm more interested in with all of this than anything. Right, let's see. I'm just scrolling through the comments now. Sorry, got a little bit stun-locked on this one. Saddest thing about indie games, getting big is the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh, and here it's also... Wait, who... Did someone say... Chuck, was that you? Said conflicted game. It's the first comment I see that's talking about it. It's like, it would have been a great narrative-driven game, but they really were stuck between a narrative and an open-world survival. So I guess there were like a lot of compromises there. I don't know. Seems very interesting. Bum bum. That said, yeah, never ever have I heard of Wicked Wiz. What does he do? What went wrong? Oh, is that his series? Sort of like Death of the Game. This is just what went wrong. Oh yeah, that's what all of his videos are. What went wrong? Face of Mankind. Everything's what went wrong. Dream World. 5 months ago he says I'm done. Wait a minute, did he just finish content creation? No? These are new videos. Starbase, Biomutant. Oh yeah, oh my god, I remember what went wrong. Guess what? It was another one of those games that wouldn't shut the fuck up. And it was just so infantile, remember? Go for it. What, today? Oh boy. Right, I'm a sub to this channel. That sounds kind of interesting. The What Went Wrong series. Oh no, I just noticed the crypto NFT game died. So, right, as we know, apart from some publishers that I don't know, are run by a crazy person that's just completely out of touch or something, but most of the NFT stuff has sort of died off, at least in the games that we are expecting to play, right? I just went to the awards ceremony, and NFTs in general, right? Even the crypto's in front of some huge changes because it looks like it's going to get some hardcore regulation in many countries. Bless. But I went to this event on Saturday, which was like Latvian Music Awards. And they just like constantly kept talking about it like, yeah, and this time not only you receive the golden microphone, which is the prize, it's just like, you know, an old school mic from 60s made out of gold. Well, not real gold, of course. But also you receive an NFT prize created by this artist. And I'm like, what the hell? Why are you like a year behind what's happening in the world? They just kept touting that as something cool. And I mean, what are these artists going to do with this NFT prize that's going to... Well, I wanted to say that's going to be worthless. It's probably worthless now, right? Bum, bum, bum. Right, so what is the review score now? Mostly positive out of 9,500 reviews. What do they say here? if we like say date range, only specific range. Wait, why can't I choose only specific range? Do I have to like drag it? Oh yeah, I have to drag it. Oh, interesting. Most recent reviews this year, right? The combat and progression make the game seem overly clunky. There's too many features implemented in the game that just seem implemented poorly. Skill tree system which doesn't seem to make much of a difference on the gameplay and the crafting, which feels weird and shoehorned in. But no one's talking about bugs anymore, at least. This game feels like it wants to be BioShock, but sadly isn't. I mean, that's not a bad thing to want to be. Bum ba bum bum. Oh, there you go. 20th of Feb though. Someone says so buggy in updates, feels like they're scammed. Alright. Interesting. But that was what? That was February this year? Seems like it, yeah. Spam bots. Let's ban. Where are we? Ban. Ban. Right, Atomic Heart. Add to favorites so it can sit at the top of the list. Let's see, my favorite place, PC Gaming Wiki. Some pre-order cosmetics, that's alright. Anti-aliasing can't be disabled. Alright, not the worst thing, yeah, FOV, none. At least frames seem to be alright, up to 300 frames per second, so... Game will support ray trace direct elimination post-launch date. Right, there's no... Well, I guess, yeah, it hasn't properly come out, because usually there's like some info here on how to do certain things. Yeah, wait, Chuck, so you've moved into the new flat. Feels good? Right. Atomic Heart for now doesn't have... For now? Okay. Doesn't have FOV slider in game menu, so here's the solution. Download the Universal Engine Unlocker. Launch it, choose Games Process, press Inject DLL. And then you can use the console in-game and type the FOV. Alright, I hope it stays. No working Game Pass. How are these people already? I guess maybe those are reviewers who are playing it already. Flawless widescreen already has a fix? Oh, that was fast. Alright, that's good. I use flawless widescreen. That has helped me with some old games. I didn't know that they do it for new ones as well. Just maniacally unpacking. Alright, you have to be unpacked as soon as possible so you can go back to work, I guess. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Right, what else do we have in the news that we could look at? Oh yeah, Co-Carnage is already playing it as well. Kerbal Space Program preview. Let's have a look at that quickly. Lurk for lunch, not sushi though. Destination unknown. Enjoy your choices. That sounds good, that sounds good. Talking about food, I could grab some as well. I have like a little wrap, chicken curry wrap in the fridge that I picked up earlier. But what could we watch? Something interesting still to react Andy a little bit, and then yeah, I really have to decide what do I play. Still gonna play something. I genuinely long for a game that I could just fall in love with and grind and enjoy over and over again. Just like Fallout was, like Borderlands series was. That I really miss. Like for a content creator, this is one of the worst feelings when you just don't know what to pick up. And a lot of the stuff you pick up is like, you know, just leaves you emotionless. Terrible. Which is why like I've struggled with building out a YouTube channel as well. I just don't know what to do the content for, right? Tinfoil Hat time, they don't want you to replay the same games, they want you to move on and buy the next one. That's true. Or, well, what Overwatch did, just turned it into a live service, but that doesn't work for a lot of games, right? Yeah. Partially it's true. Is that what it feels like to become old? You don't fit the new mold anymore. You long for the old days. You could just replay the old game over and over again. No, genuinely though, I wouldn't mind picking up some sort of an MMO or something, but there hasn't been anything really that just like captures me. Even Destiny, as much as I want to play the new stuff, but I know for sure that like it's gonna be 2-3 weeks maybe, but then once like the seasonal model loop sets in, yeah, that's just not gonna be my vibe. Can do like dailies or so, do that shit in like, you know, 3 hours and that's it, that's done. Right, what I do need to do, nothing game related, is to go for a little toilet break. I haven't gotten up from this chair for 2.5, almost 3 hours. So, quick toilet break. I'm gonna get something to drink as well, probably just water. Although tea probably would be better, right? Tea sounds like a good idea. It's 1 Celsius. It was just blizzard conditions this morning. Oh, and it looks like it has been snowing even more. I mean, I get it. It's just, well, it's not even March yet. Why am I hoping for a spring? I'm hoping for a spring. I want sunshine and green grass. And not to wear gloves and scarves and just jumpers and having to zip up a coat and just being wrapped up because it's fucking cold! Downloading Destiny 2, it's 100 gigs. I think it's even more than 100 gigs. It's a chonker, yeah. It is one of the reasons they vaulted some of the stuff. Not the main one, but definitely one. It does bloat. Then again, I recently downloaded and then uninstalled Borderlands 3, and that was like 140 gigabytes. Right, toilet break. It's gonna be a quick ad break as well. I don't know if there's someone randomly from the Just Chatting section that has stumbled upon this channel and quietly lurked. Drop a follow if you haven't followed. I will be back on your screens in about 2 minutes. Maybe 3. Boom. Took a little bit longer. Just didn't expect for the tea to take that long to boil. Earth Defense Force 5. You know what it reminds me of? Where was that? That was, I think, GTA 4, right? Where it was the Earth Defense Force or something like that, the cartoon. Vermiles is waiting for my ISP to roll out 500 megabits to my area. Taking their time, though. Hopefully you get that soon, right? It seems like, I don't know, 100 feels like it should be a minimum these days. Up and down, right? It's not like only content creators need fast upload. There's so many things to upload online if you're doing some online backups or many other things that require good upload speed as well. Oh, good old Risk of Rain music. We could be doing some Bloons today, but I wanted to watch something while I eat. I mean, look at that. Oh, some chicken in there. So, what else is there that would be worth a watch? Doom, doom. Are birds real? What? What the hell is this about? It's a TED Talk out of all things. Oh no. Yeah, the birds are spider-drones. Wait a minute, this is the guys that started it. This explains the hows and whys behind the birds aren't real movement. Peter McIndoe and Connor Gatos are artists and co-founders of the Birds Aren't Real movement, a satirical conspiracy theory which posits that birds don't exist, blah blah blah. Yeah, I've heard of it. They spent years in character with journalists and the world, using conspiracy theorist cosplay by the way of Andy Kaufman to rally a community around the absurdity. So far, the movement has amassed millions of followers, and hundreds of official chapters have popped up at colleges all across the UK. Sorry, US. If you look closely, they have little propellers on their head. The wings are for show. Wait, I want to see this shit.
Since the Eisenhower administration, the U.S. government has been committing genocide on the entire bird population and replacing these birds with sophisticated robot replicas.
I bet there's so many nutcases that believe this full on.
I consider myself to be an average American. I wake up in the morning, wash my car, and I have an avid disbelief in avian beings.
Birds aren't real.
The group believes all the birds in the United States have been killed by the government and have been replaced by government drones used to spy on the American people.
They actually have protests. They don't even like Twitter, whose logo is a bird. Here are some of their followers outside the company's headquarters in San Francisco.
Birds aren't real. Birds aren't real.
So this is really satire. I mean, you don't really believe that that happened, correct? This is a satirical campaign to make the point that what?
He believed it.
Honestly, it's kind of offensive.
There's a lot more people in on it in their movement than you think.
Please, close your eyes. Are your eyes closed?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine with me, you're sitting in a park, a beautiful park. The leaves are falling from the trees like a symphony. The grass has never looked so green. The wind is kissing your face. You look up and notice
Flipping the tongue.
tree, a bluebird staring right at you. You think to yourself, my oh my, what a beautiful bluebird. But what if I told you that you were actually in grave danger? And you should not be thinking, my oh my, what a beautiful bluebird. But, my oh my, how do I get out of here as fast as possible? Please, open your eyes. Welcome to the world that we live in. My name is Connor.
And I'm Peter.
And for the last 5 years, we've been traveling across the United States in a cargo van, claiming that between 1959 to 2001, the United States government killed every single real bird and replaced them with robot replicas that look
That's
like,
commitment for
mimic,
5 years to
and
go with
act
that.
like real birds in every single way.
I mean,
Shocking.
I mean it in a positive way. They are definitely fucking weirdos themselves. Even like him standing there bare feet in his sandals. Well, not bare feet, in sandals.
Breathe. Remain calm. This is your first time hearing this.
When we first heard this information, we were shocked. But you know what? We can tell you from experience that once you know the truth will set you free. Say it with us. Once
Right?
you know the
That's
truth, the truth will set you free.
That's basically
It's a little term we coined.
Yeah, we coined that term
last year. Oh.
We call our movement Birds Aren't Real. Okay? And at this point, you might be thinking, interesting. So,
I just might be rushing ahead, but I just understand the basics. Just give nut jobs and suspicious people something to believe, specifically government spying on you. That's just, that's great, right? That's food for some people. Yes, I've known it all of my life. And they're just gonna latch onto anything, right? Lyndon, what's up?
Mr. and Mrs. Ted invited a couple conspiracy theory nut jobs on to talk about their
That
conspiracy
doesn't sound
theory.
like Mr. Ted. This is a pretty
No.
serious event.
But I can let you know that no, we are not serious. This is a satirical conspiracy theory, and we do not actually believe this. Okay? Peter here. My best friend Peter is going to tell you how it started.
Hey guys, I'm Peter. Hey.
So, I wouldn't be surprised if some people are like,
How does
you know, I've got a conspiracy theory brain too. I mean, all of us have it. It's just, we have a filter, right? And some people just don't. I can already imagine the arguments that these guys have been either paid by the government, or like there could be multiple theories. They have been replaced. The real guys have been already killed off. And these are just stand-ins by the government to just try and stop this nonsense. There could be all kinds, yeah. They've been tortured and they've been forced to now tour and give these talks because government's pushing them to do that. There's just so many things immediately that come to mind.
thousands of members saying that birds are robots starts? The answer is by accident. Totally by accident. One day, I was in Memphis, Tennessee, in the States. Before any of this, I was visiting a friend, and we were downtown hanging out, as kids do, you know, causing some commotion.
Yeah, kids hang out these days, I heard.
And we noticed there was a rally happening. There was a march. There's people just rushing through the streets with signs. It was pretty intense. So we went to check it out. It turns out it was the Women's March of, I think, 2017, 2016. It's like a week before Donald Trump would be inaugurated as president of the United States.
He was that businessman?
Yes, it's a famous businessman from the United States.
Okay, great.
Now, it was pretty tense at the time in America, as you can imagine. And at the Women's March, it wasn't just the protesters present, there were also counter-protesters, some Trump guys who were antagonizing the marchers. It was pretty tense, and I'm not really sure what happened next, but I just thought it would be really funny if in the moment somebody were at the rally with a sign that had nothing to do with anything that was going on at this event. But before I knew it, I had a poster in my hands, and I had a Sharpie, and I just wrote the three most random words I could think of.
Humor 6 out of 10 million in writing.
Birds aren't real.
Really? That's... Wow. So that was just a standard thing, just some young people decided to just meme a little bit.
I was at a women's march, and I started walking around with this sign that said, birds aren't real. And as people would ask me, like, what does that mean? I didn't know what it meant, so I started making something up. I was like, it means that they're robots. They're robots in the sky. And the government killed all the real birds and replaced them with drone lookalikes. You couldn't tell the difference. Look at that bird up there. Prove to me that that's real. They couldn't. No one could.
Still can't.
Still cannot. I asked one of you to prove it to me. Now, I didn't think much of this day. It was a fun day. I had a good time. I went back to Arkansas, where I lived, which was like 5 hours away from Memphis, where
Arkansas
took place. Back home, about a week later, I started receiving videos from Memphis, Tennessee, where I'd been holding up the sign. Somebody had been taking a video of me that day when I was marching around, and that video ended up going viral in Memphis. It's blowing up on Memphis, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. People love this birds aren't real thing. Then I started getting more videos. There were high school cafeterias chanting, birds aren't real. There's graffiti on walls, birds aren't real, all over Memphis. Stickers, flyers going up. People are making their own t-shirts. I'm looking at this from my phone in Arkansas, like, wow, you know? So I was pretty fascinated by this.
Even on this stage, they do look like just two guys that just stumbled into this, which is the true story. Because, yeah, they're not particularly good presenters.
Okay, this is an idea that started that day randomly, and now it's this. There's football auditoriums chanting birds aren't real. And I felt like if I didn't lean into the energy and at least poke around and see what more I could do there, I would always look back and wonder what would have happened if I did.
Here's my capitalist take. He should have trademarked that, started selling merch, and aggressively taking down anyone who's selling their merch with copyright takedowns because they own the trademark for that, and just made some money.
So, to the dismay of my parents,
That's my millennial
I ended up
writing.
dropping out of college. This is a very important day for me. I dropped out of college, I put all my stuff in my minivan, and I moved to Memphis to go start a movement. It seemed like this fake movement that I've been talking about that day was sort of turning into a like a real fake movement. So I figured I would go press in more.
Right, where is it?
I got there,
I
though,
think
and
he's going to sign all right on
I
this.
make a real fake movement.
There you go.
I knew how to stand with a sign and say birds aren't real, so I did. I went and I made videos. I stood on street corners in Memphis saying birds aren't real. People recognized me. And there was a good, local energy around it. But I wanted to take it to the next level. I wanted to get it here, So I reached out to my friend Connor for help. Everyone say hi, Connor.
Hi,
please.
beautiful, beautiful Vienna audience. You know, when your best friend calls you and asks you to help him start a conspiracy theory, a normal person might think, well, looks like I got a nut job as a friend. But thankfully, Peter's not a nut job and I'm not a normal person. So I said, let's do it.
There's a video I want to show you now while struggling to watch this because of the really, really bad delivery. I mean, maybe it is my TikTok attention span. Maybe I'm just completely fucked by that. But it's just difficult to watch. I want to find this video now because this is really interesting. Right. That's what the kids call cringe. True. But you know what? This is what I want to show you. So, and this is a much shorter talk. And it's, I think, going to illustrate my point very, very well. That not only the content matters, and even to some sort of a fascinating degree, the content doesn't matter as much as the presentation. Listen to this.
Hear that? That's nothing. Which is what I, as a speaker at today's conference, have for you all. I have nothing. Nada. Zip. Zilch. Zippo. Nothing smart. Nothing inspirational. Nothing even remotely researched at all. I have absolutely nothing to say whatsoever. And yet, through my manner of speaking, I will make it seem like I do. Like what I am saying is brilliant. And maybe, just maybe, you will feel like you've learned something. Now, I'm going to get started with the opening. I'm going to make a lot of hand gestures. I'm going to do this with my right hand. I'm going to do this with my left. I'm going to adjust my glasses. And then I'm going to ask you all a question. By show of hands, how many of you all have been asked a question before? Okay, great, I'm seeing some hands. And again, I have nothing here. Now, I'm going to react to that and act like I'm telling you a personal anecdote. Something to break the tension, something to endear myself a little bit, something kind of embarrassing. And you guys are going to make an awe sound. It's true. It really happened. And now I'm going to bring it to a broader point. I'm going to reel you back in. I'm going to make it intellectual. I'm going to bring it to this man right here. Now, what this man did was important, I'm sure. But I, for one, have no idea who he is. I simply Google image the word scientist. And now
but you listen and it sounds sort of important.
Building an argument, inspiring you to change your life. When in reality, this is just me buying time. Now, if you don't believe me, let's take a look at the numbers. This is a real thing that's happening right now. The number of talks that I'm giving is 1. Interesting facts imparted thus far.
But what I like about this the most is that he actually does have a point and he is talking about something. It's just, well, beautifully presented.
Height in inches is 70.5. Note the 0.5 there. 2 times 6 equals 12. And then interestingly enough, 6 times 2 also equals 12. That's math.
She's blown away by it.
3-digit number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then almost immediately following that, we get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, to add more filler here, I'm going to give you a couple more numbers to consider. 18, 237, 5,601.
That's like Scooter, basically. Let me throw some numbers at you.
4, 24, staggering. These are real numbers, all of them. And to follow that up, let's take a look at some graphs. Now, if you take a look at this pie chart, what you're going to see is that the majority far exceeds the minority. Everybody see that? Cool, isn't it? And let's take a look at this bar graph because it shows similarly irrelevant data. Now,
4 is Lyndon's favorite number. This one's for you.
Like I've done my homework. If you were, say, watching this on YouTube with the sound off, you might think, huh, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. But I don't. I'm floundering, panicking, I've got nothing. I'm a total and utter phony. But you know what? I was offered a TED Talk. And damn it, I'm going to see it through. Now, if you take a look behind me, these are just words paired with vaguely thought-provoking stock photos. I'm going to point at them like I'm making use both of my time as well as your time, but in reality, I don't know what half of them mean. And now, as these continue, I'm just going to start saying gibberish.
Magic skeleton.
Gabba gabba. Turkey. Mouth in a mouth. Chip. Trip. My dog Skip. Rip it and dip it, Richard. I'm an itty-bitty baby bopper, and I'm hungry in my tum-tum. Brad Pitt. Uma Thurman. Names. Things. Words, words, and more things. And see, it feels like it might make sense, doesn't it?
I mean,
like
these
maybe,
words didn't, but maybe I'm just listening too much.
Conclusion. I mean, I'm gesticulating as though I am. I'm pacing, I'm growing in intensity, I'm taking off my glasses, which, by the way, are just frames.
Ah! Fucking hell, I forgot about that.
I wore them to look smart, even though my vision is perfect. And now I'm going to slow things down a little bit. I'm going to change the tone. I'm going to make it seem like I'm building to a moment. And what if I was? Amazing, isn't it? What can you do? Life's a roller coaster. You know, if there's one thing you take away from my talk, I'd like you to think about what you heard at the beginning, and I'd like you to think about what you hear now. Because it was nothing, and it's still nothing. Think about that. Or don't, that's fine. And now I'm going to stop talking. Thank you.
Brilliant. Better talk than the birds thing. But no, like, I mean, generally, like, those bird guys might be some nice dudes and all. Just the fact is that presentation matters what seems like sometimes more even than the actual content presented. in an absurd way, he showed that with like literally nothing. And sure, at some point it's like, yeah, you know he's saying nothing, but in moments, not the whole talk, but in moments it just sounds so good. And when he says that he's pausing to build to a conclusion, and you sort of like instinctively look at him, because at the end of the day, why that works? It's psychology, right? I remember that from advertising days, actually, when our managing director was teaching us to present PowerPoints to clients, and he was showing similar examples and talking about the similar idea where like a presented and prepared PowerPoint and the way you spoke was more important than like what was on the slide. In fact, that on the slide there shouldn't be anything that you're actually saying. It's more about like how you say it and how you present it. Anyway, I just remembered about that when I saw the Burns Aren't Real guys just well, yeah, being a bit cringe. Right-o. Let me just look at Twitter to see if we've got anything new interesting to talk about as well. React Andy, when you're not prepared, not as fun, but like, yeah, if I started doing some, well, talking about the future again, about the unknown theoretical future. Yeah, I might do a stream where like I sit down and just prepare all kinds of subjects to talk about that, you know, on that day, like news coverage, stuff like that. I heard a marketing guy say the same reason people in ads are so corny is because if you're smarter than the person in the ad, you're more likely to buy. I mean, just flipping it on its head, yeah, you're most likely not gonna buy from an ad that treats you like an idiot, right? That's for sure. You'll instantly have a negative reaction no matter how good the thing might be at the end, because at the end they treated you like an idiot, yeah. Right. Let's see. Is the Traveler an asshole? Destiny video from Paul Tassi. I mean, maybe, right? I guess we're gonna find out in the Destiny lore. Because for him to be an asshole, it would have to have conscience, and maybe it's just some sort of a random lost AI that's just going through some code and that's it, and it actually doesn't have any kind of conscience or consciousness at all. Boom, boom. Oh yeah, I can see some streamers going live now with Atomic Heart as well, with provided keys. We'll wait until tomorrow. Well, let's see. Despite the implosion of FTX and the projections of a cryptocurrency winter, the metaverse real estate market is expected to grow by $5.3 billion, almost 5.4 by 2026. Oh no, that someone's still in that pyramid scheme. And it's just gonna exist until there is someone you can convince to buy that real estate that you've bought for more and more. And then, yeah, it's gonna all explode. The scary thing is that's gonna involve some real life people losing some real life money, right? And funds. Oh no, it's the New York Times, having learned absolutely nothing about its previous botched coverage of metaverse real estate, is continuing to carry water for people who have vested interest in making bogus tokens and dead video games. Seems like the future. Oh, I see. So they're like covering it in all seriousness. I was also sort of surprised that like it's gonna grow like that, but I mean, I guess it's not going to. Corpos that bought into it, financed it, and don't want to bail and admit that they were wrong. Yeah. We've seen that before, right? With just not the crypto and well, the real estate market of the metaverse. Man, how much how many billions already Facebook has lost on the metaverse, and apparently it's not the only metaverse-like game. I mean, if you can call it a game, that's just actively losing users. I'm sort of glad to see that it collapsed, because it absolutely seemed like a redundant project that just some billionaire dude is trying to push on you. As much as we've seen that in the future movies, etc., all of us like hooked up to monitors and VR devices living in this virtual world, somehow, interestingly, we still keep going back to the real world. And we're not talking about only older generations, but the new ones as well, right? Yeah, like the money lost was absolutely wild. 14 billion? Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, maybe that's why they're going to start charging for Instagram and Facebook verified badges. Gotta somehow get that money back. Oh, man. Do-do-do-do-do. Super Bros Mario. Oh, yeah, who's going to watch the Mario movie? I won't, but I probably will see plenty of clips and people referencing it. Oh, yeah, Boon parents in the chat saying, kids, bringing kids. Looks so cute. Kids are going wild for it. Isn't that awesome, though, in some ways, right? Imagine such an old franchise, Mario Brothers, and today's kids are now enjoying it as well. This year, Void, Arc, and Solar subclasses all received 3.0 treatment. They did in Destiny. Before Lightfall arrives on February 28th, what was your favorite build? Oh no. God damn it. I was reading that thinking that there's going to be an announcement. No, it's just an interaction tweet. Gotta do those, apparently. Otherwise, your tweets don't get traction. Even the recent trailer was an homage to the live show, and it was like, they did the song. Wait, I think that's the one where I saw some of the clips floating around. It was like an IRL thing, wasn't it? Wasn't it Saturday Night Live or something that did like a little sketch with like Mario Kart and stuff? But that was apparently still obviously made for the movie, a marketing effort. There was a show that was real people. Yeah, that's the clips I think I saw recently, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Right, still checking Twitter, sorry. TwitchCon's in Las Vegas, which is kind of ironic after Twitch clamping down on gambling. But then also I've seen some murmurs about how they are only now, and it's like less than 8 months away or something like that. They're only now looking to hire people who are going to organize it. And apparently those are all external hires, so Twitch themselves aren't going to be doing it anymore. What is that going to do to the quality of the event? We don't know. Well, I'm not going to be going anyway, so it's fine. But Las Vegas, for those of you who are interested. No, it wasn't a Saturday Night Live. It was the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. And it had a few seasons. Oh, wait. Okay, so that was something else. Got it. Oh, there's an aggregate for Atomic Heart reviews. Has attracted some matter of controversy given its connections to Russia. I mean, Jesus Christ, the devs are Russian. But in terms of how the actual game performs and whether it's worth playing, reviews are now in, and the result is something perhaps okay. A bit average, but certainly not bad. Sounds alright. Seems, well, you know what? Just watching that video that we watched today on stream from G-Man, we got the impression. Yeah, some annoying parts, some not like that great, but overall, it's okay. Enjoyable. Yeah, so the US one is happening in Las Vegas, and then where is the EU one? Is it in Paris? Maybe. So at the time of writing this, reviews split across PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC, surprisingly evenly, are 75, 74, and 78 on Metacritic. Alright, so that's like, yeah, 7.5-ish, something like that. Anything under 60 is an utter disaster. Yeah, okay. Game of the Year contenders about 90. Then about 85 plus is like good shit, and then under 60 is a disaster. So 75 is like, okay, it's alright. Mr. Orange Frog, hello, welcome back. TLDR on controversy, don't be born in the wrong country. Yeah, I feel like this is mighty different from actually something being created by J.K. Rowling, and even then, it is possible, I guess, to disconnect the art from the artist. I most certainly am not judging anyone from, you know, for playing Harry Potter, but I must admit also, because of all of this shit happening and seeing that Girlfriend Reviews video, I decided to look up a little bit more on what J.K. Rowling is saying, and man, I was not informed about it at all. I thought it all was like 1 or 2 tweets and some things in interviews, and her just being like, you know, doubling down and saying, well, it all is better when I get my paycheck in. But no, I didn't realize that she's like on a little bit of a crusade even, and using her funds as well to fund certain initiatives that are very much transphobic. So yeah, I didn't realize that. I dislike her even more now. Linus says, the way I see it, Harry Potter is just a cash cow at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if she hasn't touched the game in any way. Well, I mean, yeah, but for me, that doesn't change it. She is a billionaire at this point because of that. She's an activist. Absolutely, yeah, I didn't realize. I thought she was like, she just, you know how sometimes celebrities just tweet something dumb a couple of times, etc. But I didn't realize that she's very much, yeah, as you say, an activist, very much actively going against that. Can I get an example? What, of what she's saying? I'd rather not turn this into looking at those tweets. No. Just like Lucas and Star Wars, kind of out of his control at this point. Well, I mean, I think it's different though because he sold it, right? Didn't he sell Star Wars? I might be wrong. I might be like completely and absolutely wrong, but didn't he like sell the license? Bottom says Google is free. I mean, yes, it's just not that Google is free. It's just that I don't want the conversation to go in that direction much. Right, gaming trend, whatever they are, never heard of them. 9.5. Games radar 5. Okay, so this is kind of the low one. Atomic Heart has got a lot of big ideas, but it doesn't do a good enough job with the basics. With an incomprehensible storyline, weightless combat, and frustrating first-person platforming, Atomic Heart is left to stand in the shadow of video games that so clearly inspired it. I mean, I don't claim to know most of the stuff, but like, for example, also, what is Twinfinite or Twinfinite? Never ever heard of that shit. Might be a super popular platform. Lucas sold it for billions. So he doesn't own the Star Wars franchise anymore, yeah? Wait, so did Rowling also sell Harry Potter to some sort of outside stakeholder? Or does she actually still own part of it? But yeah, I wonder, like, where's the point where the actual work becomes greater than the artist, right? It starts living a life of its own. Anyway, I want to reiterate that, yeah, like, I think it's absolutely absurd bullying and demonizing content creators for daring to play a franchise that they so much enjoy, just because the owner is well, a bit of a bigot. She co-owns it. Scoops royalties. Yeah, okay. But like on that note, again, I didn't want to go into that But I feel like, yeah, extremism breeds extremism. There's definitely some insane takes on both sides of all kinds of arguments. Doo-doo. Okay. On that strange note. There you go, yeah. I've gotten all the way back to my own live tweet. There it is. Shout out for the likes. Yo, Monolith as well liked it at some point. If you're lurking, I hope you're having a good Monday. Productive. Hassan is traveling to Japan for the first time in his life. Oh my god, he will get loads of attention. He's so tall, he's gonna tower over them. Because I follow 2K because of Borderlands, I get so much wrestling news as well. Well, the wrestling game that they make. I don't know if anyone plays that. Being tall in Japan is fun, I can confirm. Oh yeah, Chuck, you're a bit of a tall guy as well. Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many videos and just... You are like, almost like an attraction, right? Just people look at you and you're like in a zoo. You're funny. You're interesting. Can I touch you? Can I take a photo with you? Wait, also having a beard, Cashier was like, can I touch it? At 7-Eleven. Oh! Yeah, you're right. For whatever... But, I mean... If you think at some old Japanese, they do have some beards at least, right? So, why the beard? Maybe younger Japanese just don't have beards? Very dramatic music. Since you've been to Japan, people want to take pictures with me because I have blue eyes. Oh, maybe that too. But you're about the same size as them, Senja, right? Not manly man beard. Like mountain man. Senja says I felt at home. That's awesome. Right. Chuck, oh my god, Chuck has got the holy trifecta to be entertaining in Japan. Tall, blue eyes, facial hair. Perfect. I guess I could work as well, right? I'm 1.83 meters, which I think is almost exactly 6 feet. So on the taller side. Bluish eyes and beard. Gotta travel to Japan at some point. Want to touch my mom's hair as well because she's blonde. That's so interesting. Like, here, wouldn't that... You know, with all of the... call it what you want, wokeness or not, right? Even that word has lost its meaning at this point. But, you know, imagine some of us trying to, like, walking up to a Japanese tourist and be like, can I touch your hair? You're so exotic. I mean, you can't even say the word exotic because that's offensive. It could just be genuine human curiosity, right? Anyway, just thinking. Somehow lately we're on these kind of subjects. I guess also because of the video that we watched at the start and some of the recent developments I've been reading about. It's a strange world we live in. Favorite trip you've ever done? And surely not because only of that fact that you know, there was a lot of attention and you, sure, there's plenty of other very, very interesting things there. Damn. Someone was saying that Bloons would be okay. But man, do you really want to watch me pop some Bloons? Rimworld C is more of a commitment. I do love Rimworld, I love it a lot. But it's more of a commitment. Bloons in chat for sure. I mean, Bloons definitely are great for just basically just chatting with something in the background. You put your towers down and press play. Because yeah, if I would play like something like Risk of Rain or anything else, that's going to require a lot more of my attention for sure. Dum dum da da dum. Any other small games that I have in my library that might be like good for that? Deep Rock. Tokyo was easy to get around and feel safe in. Oh. Best sights, eating, drinking, very fun. And probably like very, very different as well, right? But in a comfortable way. Because you could go to like some sort of a poverty-stricken ex-Soviet Eastern country and it would also be very, very different, but wouldn't feel particularly safe or fun, maybe. Whereas Japan, they're like decades ahead of us in some things. 6-story arcades. Even if I don't play, I'm not interested in arcades anymore, but like, man, I would want to go to a 6-story arcade. Just suck in the vibe. The toilet talks to you. I sold. Sold. Yeah, I mean, that, I'm sure most of us who have opened the internet at least once have seen something about Japanese automated toilets. And you know what? Genuinely, I feel like, especially in most of the Europe, apart from France, we're fucking cavemen, still wiping our ass with, like, paper. When, yeah, they like Japan, what they've done with... It's kind of strange, right? That, like, how much our cooking and kitchens have progressed in terms of technology, yet the other end of the equation of just shitting it all out is still pretty much as basic as it was almost 100 years ago. Okay, we've got flowing water that we can flush, but not much else, right? You're still scraping your asshole with, like, dead trees. It's kind of insane that part hasn't advanced much. Wet wipe gang? Oh, so you're responsible for clogging all of the systems in Amsterdam? No, genuinely, bidets are a must. If I can, and if I will be able to afford at some point, you know, I don't know, if not building my own house, then like planning out a flat or something, bidet is a must. Absolutely. Did a VR shooting game on the 5th floor of a Sega arcade. A crazy 4D racing game. Yeah, you know what? I like reading that. I imagine that there probably would be some arcade things that would be like, yeah, I want to try that, right? I'm like thinking arcade. I'm thinking old school. Just, you know, just 3 buttons and a stick, and that's what you do. And I'm sure there's plenty of those there as well. But plenty of a lot more interesting games. Like, yeah, as you said, VR stuff, augmented reality racing games, stuff like that. And playing crane games that aren't a scam. Really? They aren't a scam? Interesting. Back to We Happy Few, by the way. Only one friend in my friends list actually has played We Happy Few. No one else. But it's only 20 gigs. Japanese crane games go hard. Okay. Yeah, it's Siri. Siri's the only person in the friends list that has actually played that. No one else has played previously, yeah. I don't have, like, the biggest friends list. I actually recently cleaned it. Heads up. If I've removed you from my Steam friends, I might have not recognized your name, because a lot of you have different names. But I feel like it was just mostly people that have added me, like, 3 years ago, and I've never seen them on stream again. I cleaned those out. Bloons is on me, I played it on Game Pass. Oh, wait, yeah, so Game Pass is in no way connected with Steam. Makes sense. Senji. I mean, you've been Senji forever. That one's easy. And even on social media as well, if I have unfollowed someone on Twitter or Instagram, it's like not that there's nothing personal. It's just I'm trying to make my feeds more manageable. I don't understand. And I use TweetDeck, but I don't understand people who follow like 3,000 accounts. Maybe it's just some sort of a weird OCD freakish thing where I want to be able to catch up with my Twitter and my Instagram. That's probably some sort of FOMO. Maybe it's wrong. But like if I come back after a day or sit down after the stream, I usually like to catch up to the point where I live tweeted, and it's like, all right, I've caught up with what was happening. Wouldn't blame me for unfollowing me on Twitter because I like so much hentai. Oh my god, yeah, there were like recently some tits on my Twitter feed as well. It's like, oh shit, I'm glad I didn't open Twitter that day because there was literally just 3 women with naked breasts on there. Someone talking about it. Chuck says I barely post on Instagram near follow. Oh no, I'm sorry. Again, like, I love you, Chucker. It's just that, yeah. Like, for example, okay, I'll give you as an example. It's like your travels and stuff, but I don't know, I just feel like they are so unrelated to me because we're not like close friends, right? We've got this weird thing going on where it's a stream thing, right? So it's kind of strange, yeah. And then I sometimes realize I'm like scrolling through loads of stuff and I'm like, am I interested in that at all or not? And I think it's maybe like part of my mindset changing as well. Maybe I deep down like knew it already when I started talking about it earlier this year and end of last year about this year me being myself. More about the fact that I'm just gonna do what I think is right for me, I guess. Worrying less about what others think about me, which is going to be even easier when this is just a hobby and I don't depend on it for life. Lurkalini, what's up? What's the game verdict? I'm stalling this one hard. I don't know. I mean, Bloons, I could, because what I've been doing slowly in Bloons is just black bordering maps. I don't have that many, but I'm just slowly doing it, yeah. It most certainly is very relaxing to just listen to that. So it just says, scroll Twitter on bus and tram, no shame. I mean, why would there be any shame? No. It's quite the opposite. I'm thinking a lot about, like, recently, I was taking a bus to the city center, and I realized that I didn't even notice the whole journey at all, because I was just scrolling through, well, first TikTok, then Quora, because I had a Quora digest in my inbox, so just looking at those, and then TikTok as well. And while, yeah, sure, the bus ride's not that interesting, and I've done it a bazillion times, but it also was concerning. I realized that, like, I was in the real world, but not connected to it at all, and I do want to be connected at some point, and it's, like, beneficial for my eyes as well, to look at something a little bit more in the distance for a little bit. You know, to look at some trees in the distance and track those, instead of being always at, like, arm's length or even shorter distance from something that I'm looking at. Anyway. Perhaps boomer thoughts. Bloons, great game to vibe to. Alright, you've convinced me. Lurkalini, you were the last good straw. Let me just update the title. Hashtag just boomer things. Yeah, thinking about like my social media consumption. Media consumption in general. And you know what? Because, but again, I want to actually continue on that a little bit. It's because I've enjoyed those moments recently where I've gone out and connected with other people IRL. Be it pubs and sure, abusing alcohol a little bit too much, but like, or going out with Anna or meeting some of my friends, going to their house, etc. That has been incredibly refreshing and uplifting, and most importantly, that has charged me with more energy, given me a more positive outlook on life as well. So I don't know, would that ever change in terms of like how humans are? Because a lot of the online connection is still online connection, you know. Yes, it's I mean, some people might call it fake. I don't think it's fake. It is a connection, but it doesn't tick all the boxes that apparently we need, right? Rogue Tower. Very original name. A rogue... Wait a minute. A roguelike tower defense. I mean, come on. I opened this game and now you drop that. Can you drop us a link? I want to have a look at it. Roguelite but tower defense? That sounds interesting. Right, I'll update the title anyway, though. Chatting 1, 2, or 1T or 2? 1T or 2. Damn, that sounds so weird. 2. I got it right! First try. 3, thanks. This game is still WIP. Wait a minute, what is that? In production or something? But it's like, I like blending my brain on it. Rogue Tower on Steam, show me. Very positive. 4,000 reviews, so some people have played it. Tower defense game with the roguelike elements and continuously expanding path which you can influence. Unlock, build, upgrade, expand. It has a trailer as well. Well, listen, it's an indie pixelated game, so it is probably about depression. Right? That's what we learned today. We all did good in class today, yeah. Vermouth is so random. No, that's from today's video about the millennial writing. It's the other cliche where, like, 16-bit pixelated indie game about mental anguish and depression. Music's kinda intense. Also, why are they all running towards the Minecraft? Wait a minute, this is Minecraft inspired, isn't it? These dudes look like creepers a little bit. And there was like a purple portal to somewhere that they're trying to reach, probably, right? Find it on Steam. We'll have a look at it. It references a lot of games. Oh, so that's not like by accident. There's another one of those random games that I've thought about adding to my playlist. Mini Motorways. I remember talking about this at some point, and weirdly, sometimes I remember who said that in the chat precisely. It was Shane. And before Shane comes in the chat and says I never said it. But it was Shane who said that he's been playing Mini Motorways a lot. I know Siri played a lot of Mini Motorways as well. And said that it's really good. Check out Noita. I own Noita. I even tried streaming Noita. And you know what it has? It has a conflict with external USB audio interfaces. Specifically Focusrite ones. There is no patch, and you can't play it without literally unplugging your interface and going with the built-in audio in the computer. If a dev can't patch that, then I'm not playing their game. I mean, Noid is wonderful. I've even watched a friend play it for like 2 hours. It's cool. I love the effects and how like it uses modern effects on pixels. But yeah, it like when I play it, I just get ridiculous popping constantly. So I don't know, maybe my interface is too old or something, but I would literally have to redo my whole audio chain just to play it, and I'm not doing that. Chuck Tosca says Motorways is great too. Stop going through my library. I just remembered that small little games like this, Mini Motorways. Oh my god, now I want to play this. Sanchez, this gave me panic attack. Really? You know what this reminds me of? I don't know if the concept is similar or not. This reminds me of... Who remembers? It was... I mean, it has been quite a few years now. It was definitely before my streaming, so it's going to be more than 6 or 7 years. There used to be a game on mobile where you would have to help planes land. You will literally have to draw their landing patterns. You could draw the holding patterns and make them hold, and you just have to make sure that they don't clash and try and land all of them. Is this something similar? Yeah, what does the Twitch integration for Noita do? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they've patched it. Noita, that is. Boom, 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 boom. See, it's already in my library. Very weird Finland simulator, someone says. One of the top reviews. But it's one of those brutal roguelites, right? Let me see. Do 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 do. Right, let me see. This doesn't mention Noita. Maybe there is a fix out there. Audio crackling. Same issue here, seems to come with a patch at some point. Blah blah blah. I don't think the devs notice or care. Have similar issue, blah blah blah. External sound cards cause issues with Noita's audio. Well, yeah, it seems like, and this isn't, well, 2021, but still. Yeah, someone else. Yeah, I mean, okay, as soon as you search for that, but then again, you go to a hospital, you'll see sick people. But then again, I'm having the same issue. People saying you're running the sound card, even at 24 bits, 96,000 hertz, still getting crackles. Only in Noita. Bug mostly happens with external sound cards. There is a workaround where you go to the playback device and change the sample rate from 48 to 96 or so. Alright. Might try at some point, but I don't know. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes. Yes. Mini Motorways, though. I might play that today. Although, I don't have that much time left. And you know what the weirdest shit is? And, I'm gonna try and do it. But basically, as soon as I finish the stream is unlocked. I mean, sort of, or like just more in just chatting mode today, right? I finish the stream and then I have an hour before I have to get into bed. Because I have to get used to getting up early. It's very different with a normie job where I'll have to wake up. I won't be able to, like, you know, for stream, I start the stream at like 4 or 5 p.m. So I can, if I want to, I can sleep in until 2 if I want to. No more. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So that's what I've been doing. I went to bed yesterday, I think, just before midnight. I actually managed to fall asleep and wake up today at 9. But tomorrow I have to wake up even earlier. I actually have to be somewhere at 9. I don't have a new normie job yet. I've started scouting for it and sending out CVs, and at some point we'll have to go for an interview, hopefully. Gotta clear these exclamation marks off. I can't. It's the same as like my inbox needs to be clean. Same with the powers. Is Twitch on my CV? Yeah! I don't mention it specifically as Twitch, I just talk about content creation. Of course, otherwise that would be really bad to have like a 6-year gap on the CV where just nothing appears there. Of course, there will be questions, so there's no reason to like lie. Not only that, I can present a lot of positives from this. From like managing my own time to many other things. And marketing as well. So yeah, it's there. I just don't say Twitch TV streamer. No, it's like online content creation. And individual... well, it's in Latvian, so... Self-employed is the English term, but it's a little bit different in Latvian. Like a more official term for it. Right, so what I've been doing is blackboarding the maps or getting them close to, because what I'm going to do in a lot of these, I'm going to play half cash with abilities. Fuck half cash, it's fucking shit. So I'm just doing everything else but half cash, because there is also a an achievement I want to get that is for having 200 insta-monkeys in my library. So, which is why I'm not using any of them in the half cash modes. I want to get that achievement and then I can do the half cash. I know some maps, well, these black borders that I have, those I have done without the abilities. But, man, it's like, it's either A, looking up a strat specifically, or just a lot of experimentation, and at some point it becomes boring. Linus, hence my company is registered as a multi-medium, covers everything. Yeah, I mean, for sure, interviewers will like, you know, more official terms better. And at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with calling it that or anything else. Or like, yeah, you know, managing mods. You know, not that there has been a lot of management, but it literally is just managing, you know, human resources. So it can be positioned that way as well. Any specific job you're looking for? I'm mostly looking at, obviously, trying to utilize my previous experience in project management. I'm definitely looking at something that requires excellent English knowledge, because that's a strength. Latvians in English, you know, they learn it, but they speak very bad and they sound bad. And, you know, when someone like this actually talks, if there's a company that works with external stakeholders, etc., blah, 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 I most certainly could be an asset in that way as well. And then just using my... my project management experience, because essentially, even when I was a managing director at the company in London, like what managing a company is, it's just project management large scale, essentially. Spice it up, who cares? Yeah, exactly. Like, because I could definitely, well, I wouldn't make that mistake, but one could definitely make the mistake of saying, passion project, streamed games on a small Twitch channel for fun, 6 years, right? That sounds terrible. So it really depends how you frame it. We need people in the store I work at, yeah. Or you paid. Gotta be in Latvia, because the plan is, I mean, here's something. Yeah, the plan is this year, 2023, me and Anna have a plan that we have to, by the end of the year, be living together. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Because 2024 is the year where the baby needs to happen. So, pretty clear. Probably makes you more valuable. Oh, for sure. It's a great asset. Not that Latvians don't speak English. People have good English knowledge anyway, but mine's definitely completely next level. Cree baby? Yeah. Gotta happen. Gotta happen. So 2024 is what we've sort of are aiming for seriously. Because at the end of the day, yeah, I can wait. You know, I could be on deathbed and still blow my nutsack and someone could get pregnant, right? But it's different with Anna, right? Her biological clock is ticking. She will have to take the brunt of carrying that baby and developing it inside her body. So it's that. Babies take a bit to cook. Why wait? Sure, Bruno, if you can transfer us about, I would say about 2,000 euros a month, we'll fuck tomorrow and make it. But a month. It needs to be per month. Then it's all cool. Alright, bet. Chektovska says, bro, my girlfriend got me on schedule too. But you know what? Can you blame them? I don't know your girlfriend's age, but, you know, if I'm 41 this summer and Anna is 2.5 years younger than me, then you can realize that she doesn't have much time left. In certain ways, that would already be considered kind of late. Bonuses don't have it. Well, there you go. There you go. So why wait is very simple, because I hate repeating that, but I don't think a lot of you realize, like, I'm fucking poor. Not dirt poor. Thankfully, I don't have to beg on the streets, but I can not cover my own ass at the moment. So making a baby now would be idiotic. And Anna has to have full energy and work full time as well. She can't deal with, I don't know, pregnancy, sickness, or some shit like that at the moment. She's already elderly in terms of pregnancy. For sure, yeah. Thank fuck, you know, these days medicine is a lot better, and we have plenty of friends around this age who are still having babies, and knock on wood, everything is fine. It would have been definitely a lot worse if it was like 40 years ago. But coming back to the point, which is why, yeah, that's why 2024 is the year, i.e. next year, where the goal is, yep, work on the baby. Not much time left. Like, again, I'm a weirdo. I wouldn't regret if I didn't have one. I'm just like that, weird. But she definitely wants it, so I respect that. Money comes and money goes, kids are forever. I'm not sure I follow that one. I think you're ignoring what I'm saying. We're not making a kid right now and struggling even more than we are right now. 2024, the year of the baby? Maybe, yeah. I can't even afford to live together, let alone a baby. Come on. Well, do these maps have everything but half cash? Seems like it. Same here. Yep. Because at least 2 years out from when you try and... Yeah, I mean, I understand that for some it's like, well, you do it once and you get a baby, and I've had friends who've tried... Well, my best mate, he tried for like 3 or 4 years, and he was the problem. I haven't done any proper tests anyway for quite a few years as well, so I don't know what the situation is. Yeah, I'm aware that just because we put it in the calendar doesn't mean that it's gonna pop out exactly 9 months later. I'm not stupid. Can I mark a date on my calendar where I'm doing the date? Yeah, just mark every other day, probably next year. Yeah. Oh, well. Almost every other day. Carved. Double HP Mobus. Took you 2 weeks? Hey, that's good, yeah. No, I've seen both in my friend circles. I've seen people who've just had it like that, you know? And I've seen people who've gone through quite a lot of trouble and issues. Both females, and like in my best mate scenario, yeah, he was the weak culprit. He had to yeah, completely drop alcohol, change diet, even start moving around because, well, here comes the scary part. He had a very, what's the word, sedentary lifestyle, not moving a lot. I mean, look at me. I've been just sitting for 6 years straight. I sit down, I wake up, get out of that bed, sit down here all day, do stuff. Then I start streaming, sit for another 6 to 7 hours, and then you know what happens after the stream ends? I still sit here. So, you know, I did some tests. That was 15 years ago when I just had that ridiculous idea of having a baby with one of my exes, and then everything was fine, knock on wood. But I don't know how the situation has changed in the last years. So yeah, we'll see. They got a lot of built-up energy. Yeah, it ends up in a towel very often. So I don't know what energy the next ones will have. Excuse me. Double HP Mobus. I have recently discovered what is his name? Pat Fusty, excuse me, not Footsie. He's amazing at stunning Bloons. I always thought he was kind of shit because he didn't do much damage. Damage isn't his forte. He just, once he levels up, he stuns them for such a long time. I can do most of the shit without needing like any kind of other CC abilities. Like, don't even need freeze or glue. Footsie can just... Fusty. Why do I call it Footsie? Can just stun them forever. I love him. He's so good. Right, wait a minute. You know what? I think I should just build it here. Since we're not doing it on time, just put him in the middle here and just start building in this area. And take off auto start since I'm going to be distracted by you, chat. Fat Pussy? Is that what he's short for? Maybe. Like, I don't know what Pat Fusty references. Bum, bum, bum. What do I want to do this with? That's what she said. Because, yeah, like, these kind of modes... Whoa! I just got so confused. I was like, I've got the music off in Bloons. Why is it playing the music? It's in my playlist. It literally is in the stream playlist. The Bloons music. So, it's playing now and it's the correct music. Let's go. Because yeah, this one we could do, like, we could spam boats and submarines here in the pumpkin eyes. What else? I do love a good druid though. I think Fat Pussy can take another round or two. We can leak 100 anyway, so it's fine. Save up for a ninja. Ninja's not too bad early game, right? I think he's late game, he kind of falls off pretty quickly. Wait a minute, which way they're coming from? Zzz. Do they go top or bottom? It doesn't matter. Alright, just build them around here, around Fat Pussy. Just bunch them together as much as I can. There we go. Wait, you've never played this? Talking about Fat Pussies leaking and pregnancy. Yeah, you can leak Bloons. Alright, how much? 325 for Ninja Discipline. Yeah, they should be able to just hold it. And the good thing about ninjas is that he's got built-in camo balloon detection, so I don't have to worry about anything for quite a while. Remote says it was free on Epic, maybe you redeemed it. Wait, what? Oh, Senji has the game. 80 cents on Steam, yeah. I mean, dude, there's so much content for 80 cents. But you've never played it, ever? For real? No way. It's fantastic. Oh, Wootu, what's up? Oi! What happened? Now, when do we get our first metal balloon? I still have forgotten a lot of the rounds. I'm sort of barely remembering them. Oh, this game is great. It genuinely is. It's one of those games that you basically can keep always installed, and I definitely have periods where I play it too much and then I get bored of it. Because as any game, it has got metas and strats that you can repeat, and you sort of get into that, well, yeah, you just go through the maps, but you're doing the same thing over and over again, because you know that that's the best and most powerful combo. And then you get a little bit bored, put it down for like a month or two, and then just pick it up again and play, and it's fine. Especially like recent patches, they patch it so regularly. But I've just been trying to vary things a little bit. Although there are definitely some underused towers that I haven't used enough. Yeah, these are more satisfying pops. I do like the sniper as well, yeah. Man, I don't get to use the Dartling gunner that much, but yeah, it's just good in maps which have straight lines, so you can put it somewhere. Which one would be my most underused tower? I would think the Spike Factory, most likely. Oh no, wait, never mind. Mortar Monkey, but that's like the least favorite for many people. It literally is just good on like 5 maps or 4, something like that. Wait, oh, I'm not signed in. Give me a second. I was like, why can't I add it? We've got like a gazillion slots anyway, so why not? Right. Use emotes. That's added, right? I think so. Yeah, I think they gave like 600 free slots or some shit like that. It's pretty amazing. And lo and behold, look at that. BTTV soon is doing like a huge overhaul and adding new features, etc. Competition at work. Initially, at least, very good, right? There's an Android Bloons game called Super Monkey 2. Wait. Was that like a copy or something? What do we do? Necromancer or Vines? It's by Ninja Kiwi, the same devs? Uh-huh. Let's put a sniper in. I do like a sniper as well. They're just, I don't know, there's something very fun about them. What are we gonna use it for, though? Stunning the mobs? Fat Pussy is gonna be good at doing that. Maybe we just give it bouncing bullets. But, well, first, faster shooting anyway. Faster firing, goggles. Although I won't need the goggles once I get, what's it called? The village, we're just gonna get camo detection, right? Because, or Fat Boy doesn't see the camo balloons, so sort of we'll give him that, even though it's a bit of a waste, but then I can get the shrapnel and bouncing bullets and all that good stuff. Used to play the Bloons on Java Games website in grade school. Oh yeah, I recently watched a video of Bloons history, and man, the way it started, the way it looked, it wasn't even a tower defense game. It was one of those games, you know, where you have... Ah, shit, what was that old concept called? Sort of like, you've got like a little thing that you bounce a ball and hit some bricks, and you just have to clear the screen. It was a similar type. It was just a little monkey sitting at the bottom. You would throw a dart, and you would have to clear balloons in an arc. That's how it started out as, and it was so basic. It's kind of interesting to see how it has grown into a multi-million industry. Right. I mean, these are, I think, still beginner maps, so they're kind of easy. They've got like a lot of tracks where they just loop, so you get to cover multiple directions with the same pawns. Brew 2, I absolutely agree with you. There's just something about that pop. It's very relaxing, right? Just look at it and just go, yo, Chuck, enjoy sushi. What kind of? And yeah, for someone who has never played this, it's kind of like with Minecraft and many other games. It just looks silly and innocent on the surface, but man, it has got some depth. It has got strategies and a correct and not so good ways to level up your towers. It has got a whole economy if you're going into like higher round games where you have to generate money, you have to optimize money generation. It is insane how complex it can get if you want it, which is great. Yeah, Cookie Clicker too, it has got some strats. garden strats and this and that and how to optimize. I like once you start reading what min-maxing people do, it blows my mind in a positive way. Absolutely. Just like I've read cookie clicker subreddits as well, like how to correctly do it, in which way to summon cookies, what are the best paths, etc. It just gets really interesting. It's the same with this one, but I always have to stop myself at some point because kind of like links to the point I was saying earlier, because when you discover the best ways to do things, it gets a little bit boring, because then every time you do the best way and you're just doing the same steps over and over again. Thankfully, this game, how they mix it up is that they do have plenty of modes. We have to adapt a little. That's 1 and 2. Yeah, the maps can be very different. There can be maps where the balloons are coming from 4 sides, etc. But overall, there's still metas, for sure. But yeah, I still leave Cookie Clicker just this weekend when I went to that Music Awards thing. I just left the Cookie Clicker open because we stayed at Anna's parents'. So I just left it to sit here and gather me some cookies. But it's kind of crazy how you can leave it open for a weekend and then you come back to a certain amount of cookies, even with Shivering Veil and some others enabled or disabled, and generate loads of cookies. You can still make more in 30 seconds if you've got the right cookies activated at the right moment. I don't think I need to do any upgrades now. I'm just gonna save up for the village. We're still a few rounds away from round 40, which is where the first big balloon will come in. Can you hear the pops well? Hope you can. There you go. Where are we gonna put it? I think here would be a little bit better even. Hold on, I'm struggling to cover them all, but you know what? Yeah, here, so we can also take this part. Right, growth blocker first. Wood waiting some frozen pizza. I like to add my own spices and cheese because I never put enough cheese on it. Word. I agree. Can just make it better. It's kind of like eating ice cream and adding like some jam and some chocolate sprinkles and stuff. You can make it better. Oh shit. Well, there you go. My first fuck up. Right. Oh wait, no, Pat. He's gonna actually hit the metal balloons. He can actually destroy them. But yeah, I need to probably add this boyo here. Boyo. Oh, there we go. We can fit him in here. Just a little bit closer. There we go. And then we're gonna make him throw potions at these guys, and then they will be able to hit those metal balloons as well. Or lead, I think they're called. There you go. See? You throw a potion on that guy, can hit the lead balloons. Right, what do I want next here? I'm just gonna do this guy. Rounds 40 coming up, but I think we should be fine. Balloons struck by Pat are stunned for a short time. But that's, I think, just normal balloons, not the mobs. The store I work at started selling fresh sushi. We get fresh sushi delivered every 3 hours. First come, first serve. If we have any left, when new sushi comes in, we have to throw it out. So we just eat it. Oh, so they actually commit to fresh, like, properly. Because usually, like, store-bought supermarket sushi is anything but fresh, right? They last, like, 24 hours or so, and I don't think I've ever had good store sushi, but if they deliver every 3 hours, then yeah, you get to eat a lot. You bring up a different point though, sort of, by proxy. Huge problem. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a massive problem in the US as well, but I only know the UK facts, is that the amount of food being thrown out is ridiculous. Like, it apparently is relatively unknown because not a lot of people talk about it, because, you know, there's more concerning things that seem to be very, very damaging. But like the amount of food just being thrown out, perfectly good food, it just doesn't match a certain standard or like something. And you can't even give it to homeless people because rules, regulations, health and safety and all that shit. It's ridiculous how much food. Apparently it's a huge problem in the UK. So much good food wasted. Get some money before the round 40 because the game just feeds more balloons to you there. Right. I think we're fine with the big balloon. The mob. I don't even know, like, I'm narrating it as if like none of you have played it. I just know some people in the chat haven't played it. We have to separate it from packaging and the food becomes farm animal food? Oh, okay. So at least there's some sort of a scheme on what to do with it and where to put it. That's already good. Jungle drums. And this is only 80 rounds as well. Like when you go up to 100, there's some slightly harder stuff starting to happen. But up to 80 should be easy. Oh, wait a minute. The only thing I forgot about it. This is the double HP mobs mode. So the big guys are going to have more HP. So maybe we should think about it a little bit more. Right. Berserker Brew. What else we could do? Primary monkeys. I don't have any primary monkeys here. So I don't think I'm going to do that. Primary monkey training, that is. Double shot for this boy. Do. Acid pulse. I'm guessing, Senja, it's not only your store, it's a policy for the chains, right? Well, the chain. I don't know how many stores you have. There it is. I think we should be fine, yeah. We get to hit it there, and then once it's coming towards us, and then... Oh, there you go now, so we can already push it back. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, caltrops are cheap enough now, so let's go with those. Whole chain, alright. Oh, I love Bloons. Such a relaxing experience, genuinely. Right, bouncing bullet. Maybe even get the supply drop so we can make a little bit of extra money. There's no real need to farm in these modes. Like, even up to 100 rounds, like, you don't have to, but there towards the end, it's kind of beneficial if you can upgrade some towers a little bit more. But here, up to 80, no real need to farm. But maybe let's get this guy, well, the supply drop. That's going to be a little bit of money. And then, yeah, strongest stimulant, that's for sure. Take that. It's a lot of work, but it means it doesn't get thrown away. I'm fine with it. Same! Yeah. I think it's worth it. Sound of many balloons popping at once reminds me of satisfying boar shot in Borderlands. Really? You know what it reminds me of? As a kid, just when parents gave you the bubble wrap from packaging, just taking that, and sometimes I wouldn't pop bubble by bubble, but I would just take it and just like sort of ring it like this and just listen to all of the pops going. That's what it reminds me of. Right, support needs 7,500 roughly. Let's wait for that, because I think we're just fine now. Oh, there we go. Can already have it. Also, I'm lazy. I use these. I don't want to trigger abilities manually. I'm just gonna... Well, let's see. You. Yeah, there we go. Boom. The banned bubble wrap here. Only get to enjoy it when I order stuff from outside the country now. Interesting that you say that. I don't think I remember the last time I've seen bubble wrap. I genuinely don't. Incoming! There you go. With some monies. Alright, this guy's upgraded for now. Well, definitely for this game. Here, do we get the elite sniper? Let's get the Monkey Intelligence Bureau. Shipped something with bubble wrap last week. Yeah, it's probably just a few EU countries. I don't know if that's an EU-wide thing. Admittedly, I haven't bought much recently anyway, but... Yeah, I've seen bubble wrap. I guess I wasn't in a childish mind. I just threw it out. I didn't pop any of it. I did get it. I'm thinking now a few months ago, yeah. I had to buy like a cheap tire pump. Because Frank's tires, well, one of the tires especially was getting flat while Frank being the car, while it was sitting outside. So I bought a cheap 20 euro pump, and that was in the bubble wrap. Yep, so it's still here. Right, what am I saving out for? 37,000 for Grandmaster. Maybe if I don't spend anything at till the end. Let's just get the elite sniper, maybe. Sort of don't like how little damage we're doing on these. Although Pat only interacts with them here, so maybe it's fine. What are the stone statue from Germany? Got some bubble wrap. Like alternative we use here, we have cardboard contraption that keeps the product in place in the box. Uh-huh. Well, yeah, this packaging. Oh my god, there's so much packaging, all kinds of. Bing bong, Sons of Forest trailer. Oh, yeah, when is that coming out? Gimme. Drop it in chat. Sons of Forest. Thursday. Oh, that's good. Maybe that's something I'll play until Lightfall is available to me on first, because 28th is going to be really late in the day, and then at least for the first hour, I expect server issues with the new Destiny thing. Oh, sorry, you're not a sub. Sucks to be you. Right, 1 minute 50. All right, let's finish this and then watch it. Yeah, Forest. I love that game. Man, I've played it. I think I played through it at least 3 or 4 times, which is plenty for that kind of a game for me. Yeah, I think we're fine here. I think we are fine here. And literally just stare at chat and just press play. The game plays itself. Well, I mean, let's look at the reinforced balloon. Or blimp. Yeah, as soon as they reach Pat, I think we're fine, because he just keeps bouncing them back. Yeah, I can still see the link, true. I see all of the stuff that's timed out. Suckmynuts.com. There you go. Oh yeah, Senji also can see that. Well, yeah, it's just a feature. I'm not a bug, I'm a feature. Alright, how many more rounds? 15. Can we get this to Grandmaster in 15? Maybe, actually. Although this boy already is doing well. Look at the balloons popped amount. Bruh. $25,000. Yeah, we'll get even the Grandmaster just to make it real safe. But there you go. You can already see he's just bouncing them back so well. Did some Apex matches. So the new format, the deathmatch format. You know what a cool thing is? Of course you don't. I haven't told you yet. I do realize that, you know, I haven't gotten a normie job yet. And I still have to rely on bits and subs and tips very much. But already that feeling is settling in. That calm. I would say 3 months ago, I would have been obsessively watching the viewer numbers and seeing what's happening. Round 69? Nice. And wondering, you know, is it a good idea to play Bloons? Maybe I should focus on something new, etc. And now I'm just so chill. That feels good. That's the cool thing. Frogs are cool, literally, right? Gotta sit in the sun and warm up their blood. Come on, Grandmaster. Now, there we go. And we've got 10 rounds still left. Very good. The matchmaking team deathmatch isn't all there, but it's such a non-serious mode that I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, matchmaking is such a difficult thing to do, right? You just see Overwatch still. They've done updates like what feels like every season this year already with Overwatch. And still, there's still issues in matchmaking. They've improved one thing and another thing breaks. Pyro posted that video in our Overwatch section, right? Where there's like a Grandmaster's game and top 500 game, and both teams get a plat DPS. Dude's like, I'm plat! What the fuck? I'm plat! Why am I here? But you know what? It was a good match because it seems like, yeah. At least the matchmaker is now trying to put similar... Well, what it's doing is like making sure that you don't end up with a plat tank in one team and a GM tank in the other team, because then, yeah, that's a roll. I haven't played any competitive games lately in Overwatch, so I don't know how it is in gold/plat. We'll find out at some point. Have you played Apex recently, Senjo? I remember watching a Seagull video where he reads the Apex devs post on matchmaking and how they're improving it. I admit that I don't remember when it was the goal to implement that, but yes, they actually explained that whole reason why, and basically they just had like a very, very, in some ways, super basic system where, yeah, it's like almost black or white, and as soon as you basically show any kind of signs of not being a potato, you just get yeeted in like really high lobbies and struggle. And apparently they're improving it, but I don't know if that is actually live or not. Will they upgrade the 12-tick servers ever, though? They have not done that since the game launched. Have they talked about that or not? I can just upgrade Pat. It's a bit of a waste to use money on the hero, but we don't need anything else. We're safe. I mean, it seems like if they've never upgraded in the last how many years now that the game has been live, they probably will Never do that. Man, you know what? This sniper monkey shredding. He's doing so much work. Nice. They said they would 8 seasons ago. Wait, really? They actually did? Okay. Yeah, I don't think we'll need call to arm for this. Look at that, the balloons pop before they are even on the screen. And then I look at the preview, I forget that you've got the little avatars walking all around the map. I think they sort of are fine with this game. Yeah, this is probably going to be the MVP. 280,000. Yeah, no one even comes close. Yeah. This guy is doing all the work. 300,000 in a moment. There you go. Reinforced. I forgot what these red ones were called. Zomgs? Nah, it's fine. We're breaking them. And last one. No, this was Zomg. Or ZOMG. The normal ones were Mobs, and what was the one between? Actually, it's going to be in his description. Mob, BFB, DDT. BFBs, I think. Those are the red ones. Easy. Nice. Yeah, there you go. I mean, unsurprisingly. 322,000. Alright, that's another medal. I like that you don't see it. Well, it would be cool if it showed the medal at the end, but at least now you go to the map list. And we'll just boom, pop the medal in here. So... Oh, also, wait a minute. Any Bloons enthusiasts in the chat? Maybe lurking? I've never actually bothered to find out what this means on the map. I know when the golden balloon floats around that you just get like a few monkey monies in there, which is their in-game currency, but like, what is this thing here? The orange thing on some islands sometimes. I say islands, excuse me, it said island above it. I monkey, I see, I say. Right, where's the Sons of Bitches trailer? And where's my Spotify? There you go. Luckily, thank you for lurking. Right. This I want to play. Two audio interfaces? No. We'll have a look in a moment. It very much looks like just like the first forest, just slightly improved. Oh, you get winter as well. Ooh, more advanced weapons. A mystery as well, for sure. Unfortunately, just like with the Matrix movie and many other franchises, there's no way to like do the same reveal in the first game. Man, it's such a mind-blowing experience. At least it felt to me when you just thought that you were in some sort of crazy island, and then you just discovered all of those alien structures, and then you realize they're not like particularly alien, and there's like a whole research lab. Anyway, I don't want to spoil the first game fully. I can though. If you ask nicely, I'll completely spoil it. But yeah, in this one, the survival aspect is still going to be good. Valheim and Rust vibes, because it is a survival game. It's a full-on survival game. You're on an island, and you just have to survive, and there's like all kinds of freakies attacking you. Spoil it, I'm not asking nicely. That's actually quite nicely. Will you please completely spoil the game? But yeah, I just realized that's sort of one of those, what's it called? Bioshock scenarios, right? Did the plane crash actually happen? But it's like, yeah, it's an experimental island, and yeah, you think you're in an uninhabited island, and then you find the structure, and you realize that yeah, there's like a whole science facility behind that's been monitoring you all of the time. Kind of, you know what it reminds me of? I just realized. What was that TV series ages ago? Lost. Yeah. When you think when you're in like a remote island, and then you just discover that, wow, there's technology and everything there, and you've just been monitored all the time. Yeah. Nice. Coming on Thursday, right? February 23rd on Steam, which is Thursday. Yeah, this might be good. I mean, the first game was good. If they've just built on the formula, which, by the way, it looked like they have. It was the same crafting layout, the same idea that you unfurl your backpack and just make stuff. Even, like, monsters looked very similar. I hope it's just not a visual upgrade and actually just adds more. In that case, that wouldn't be that bad at all. Nice. Alright, let's give another map a go. Right, what does this one need? Just medium. Reverse. Alright, let's do the reverse. Let's do this one. How about let's try it with snipers only? Right, because this one, they're just gonna go forever. Right. We're gonna put you. We're gonna put you here. Oh, I don't think I've ever noticed it says that. Destroy all balloons. Love the body horror stuff. Yeah! But at some point, like... Then again, what can they do about it? That's like that in every game. At some point, you just get so used to those freaky humans that you don't give a shit. You're just like, alright, another one that we need to blow a head off. Right, we're gonna put all of them. We'll put all of them next to each other, right? So we can boost them easier. So, what kind of snipers will we use? And this was just reverse, so no double HP mobs. So should be just fine. We'll have like one with like super fast shooting. Probably max out the firing tree and have... Do we need goggles? Maybe not goggles. Let's just go with a full metal jacket and then just have a village for goggles. Although, wait a minute. But then, yeah, then, no, we'll need someone with night vision as well. Like one, at least one of them with night vision that can just do stuff. Pat is just doing the bongo cat? It sort of is, it's just doing that, yeah. No, this is like a super recent discovery for me. I knew from Voltson, who's just absolutely addicted to this game. He said that, yeah, that I shouldn't sleep on Pat. He's a good hero, but I sort of never bothered to, like, Google and find out what he's good at, and, like, he's shit. For the first few levels, he's kind of shit. But, yeah, in late game, man, he just stuns all of the big balloons and pushes them back so much. He's got great stalling capability. Right, another sniper. Let's do it with snipers. There. Volt's and that guy indeed. I hope Voldy's doing well. Seems like a really good guy hiding behind memes. Behind a very tall and thick fence of memes, but a very good guy. many of the snipers we'll need. Oh, Genshin? Yeah, the Genshin people probably have a special relationship. They sort of probably nod to each other on the street as well, right? Oh yeah, getting to talk to Volton normally is a rare occasion. That's for sure, yeah. When you see a glimpse behind the meme mask. Alright, well, let's start upgrading now. I don't think I want to build any more snipers at the moment. We'll need more for sure. But, right, first one, we'll have one that... Well, we definitely need one with night vision goggles. There are going to be a couple of invis balloons. So, we'll have one already. This is going to be my invis guy. Shrapnel. And then let's make this one the elite one. That'll give everyone elite targeting as well. That's definitely going to help with this map too. It's horrifying. Put the mask back on, right? Put that in quotes. You can imagine that in so many life situations. Why does this music seem so familiar? It's definitely from a game, but then again, all of my music is from games. Had a normal conversation about COD Zombies. Oh, okay. What maps it likes. Ah, goddamn, we missed it, Siri. And oh, wait a minute. Yeah, what Senji said, 2 audio interfaces. So one is voice meter and one is the audio interface control. So that's for the audio interface. Voice meter is literal routing, excuse me. Shit, I still to this day sometimes say routing. So that's just like digital mixing desk where I split things and send things to different places. Plus it does my microphone EQ as well in voice meter. And this is just audio interface controls where I can just mute my... See that red thing? That is my external speakers muted. So that's that. Wait a minute, I just noticed the next upgrade though is 3,200. I gotta make sure I don't fuck up and don't let the big balloon through on round 40. $3,200. Let's get the bouncing bullet. Bang. There we go. Then we're gonna make the next one into big balloon stalling machine. Again, we just need to get to round 60, so this should be piss easy. I'm installing balloons. Oh, I fucked. No, I didn't fuck up. All good. And even if the snipers couldn't break the lead balloons, Pat would break the lead balloons. And yay! Install balloons! I can't wait to hear you talk about balloons. Like, oh, guess what I just did? I did this and that in balloons. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do this map only with snipers and Pat. Just because why not? There is something very satisfying about snipers. I think someone said in the chat, very mild, might have been just like that you love snipers. I love snipers. And refrigerators. And I love the fact that they have monetization in the game. Obviously, you know, it's an ongoing game, so there's microtransactions and stuff. You can buy the in-game currency for monies. But it is never prohibiting. It's so nice. These devs are just, you know, wholesome devs. Alright, this is looking good. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the mob molar. Or main mob, excuse me. We've got 4 rounds. You know what? Maybe. Because then that's like super duper safe. Although I think we should be fine anyway. If you don't need microtransactions, what do they sell? Skins? Yeah! But check this out. Like, I've bought all of my... This is a skin. He doesn't look like Godzilla by default. By default... Oh wait, it doesn't show here. But I have not put a single penny after purchasing this game. I probably should at some point, because I do really love the game. I've just gotten everything by playing. But yeah, if you want to get skins, you can get skins. Or if you want to speed up gameplay... Like, initially you have to unlock the heroes for XP, so you can just pay to unlock them instantly, but genuinely, they unlock so quickly anyway, that, like, they're not doing what a lot of other devs do, like EA especially. I remember with Plants vs. Zombies 2, that they just ruined that franchise with. No wonder there was never a 3. Where they just, like, make it so grindy that you're forced to pay. It's not the case here. Here it's like, I mean, if you want it now and not after 10 minutes, sure. Here you go, pay 99 cents. Oh, was that a thing? 80 hours to unlock Darth Vader in, like, a Star Wars game? $39? Ah, maybe we're even gonna get that. Not that I really need it. I think we're gonna be fine anyway, but yeah, there we go. So now we'll even stun the big balloon. EA bought Plants vs. Zombies. Yeah! The first Plants vs. It's the only game that Anna has ever been addicted to. The first and last one that she played. I mean, check this out, right? She was working at freaking Burberry. Had her dream job in London. She would sneak out to the toilets to sit there on the toilet and play Plants vs. Zombies for 40 minutes. The first game was brilliant. It's still on Steam, but unfortunately it's buggy. It's not patched and like not updated for ages. It crashes. But it's a great game. I loved it. And then yeah, then EA bought PopCap. Not only Plants vs. Zombies, but the whole PopCap developer. And yeah, stuffed Plants vs. Zombies 2 full of microtransactions. Which already is terrible, but then they made it almost impossible to beat without them. And that was the killer for me. You know, I don't mind like grinding or chilling, but they just made it extra grindy. And also, certain levels like so difficult unless you literally paid. That was terrible. And then yeah, and guess what? It flopped and Plants vs. Zombies 3, as far as I know, never came out. There were plenty of PopCap games that I used to play. Bookworm, Zuma, Plants vs. Zombies. Oh man, there were a few. Chuzzle Deluxe, that one. All of them died. Well, I guess they're probably still available somewhere on mobile. Uh-oh, I've been sleeping a little bit. We've got money, but no, you know what? Wow, they're still dealing fine with it. Which means we can now farm a little bit. Let's put that there. And automate you. There was a sweet spot with mobile games. I agree, right? Before they realized that for whatever reason the mobile audience is more willing to pay and tolerate microtransactions. Genuinely, you know what is my theory that I came up with in the last 5 seconds? It's all mums. All the mums and housewives are to blame for it. They play their Candy Crush and they are absolute addicts to wine and probably not... They have no problem with paying like $15 just to get their shit in Candy Crush, and that's how it all started. That's probably what happened. Yeah, Senjo, I would compare these devs, Ninja Kiwi, to Deep Rock devs. They obviously love their game. They take care of it. You can support them if you want through the game with skins, etc. But also you don't have to. You just buy the game and play it and have loads of fun for a really, really long time. But it just still blows my mind that this little game gets like a gigabyte patch like once a month at least. They look at balance. They add new stuff. It's incredible. Right, how we doing? Do I wait for... No, not that. This. Yeah, probably. Because grants elite targeting priority and faster reload to all snipers. So this is going to be buffed to all. There it is. Boom. So we are all on elite? No, so let's just get elite on all. Bum, bum, bum. Elite. And there you go. That's automatically elite. Probably don't get elite for this. No. You would like Rogue Tower? I might look at it, yeah. In before Tower Defense channel. I will need to do a rebrand then, guys, though. I'm sorry. Cree Tower. Tower Champ. Ideas welcome in the channel. Right, okay, let me just think about it. So this one's maxed out. That one's all there. This is 32,000 for cripple mob, so not yet. So we've got Invis Bloons covered. We've got big Bloons covered. Up until round 60, it's fine. 8 rounds only. So this one is just super fast firing, basically, is what we're gonna do. This guy's just gonna go full semi-auto. There you go. Brrr. When Deep Rock releases new season, the entire season of the Battle Pass 100% free, and you can't pay to level it. But they also release an overpriced cosmetic pack if you want to support them, which I do every time, of course. I like that, right? It's pretty straightforward. They don't allow you to play the game faster or feel like other players have an unfair advantage just because they're able to afford it. But there is a way to support if you want it, right? I like that. Castle Creeviant. Cree Castle. There's Newcastle, and then there's Cree Castle. Says on the Steam page that a cosmetic pack is to support them. I love that. It works, right? I mean, especially with indie devs. I'm sure everyone would sneeze at Blizzard saying that. Although at the end of the day, that's the whole point. And I do like Overwatch going free to play because one of the reasons why Overwatch 1 didn't continue was, yeah, once they sold the copies that they sold, then for a big company like that, the regular income from Overwatch was fairly minimal. So now going with this Battle Pass model, etc., at least I hope that it's going to be continuously developed actively. Look at that, 3 snipers taking care of everything. Easy. Overwatch 1 is the top 10 most sold games of all time. Wait, really? Wow, I didn't know that. I would not have guessed that. Right, that one's done. Oh yeah, I've got a monkey knowledge point. I've been putting it in magic monkeys. How many points this needs? 1. Tornadoes. Spawn 3 smaller tornadoes. Or creates a special shield that absorbs up to 25 lives for free and recharges slowly after... Oh yeah, let's get that one. That's good. There's a little bit of a skill tree mechanic as well. Like, for example, here's an example, right? So you just accumulate these points very slowly. You can see that the only one I've maxed out is primary monkeys. In every other tree, I've still got point. Oh no, never mind. Heroes as well, I maxed out. In others, I've got points to spend. I mean, if I want to, I can literally just go and, for real world money, €7.99, no, pounds, excuse me, I can buy 10 points. So yeah, if you want, sure, you can speed shit up, but it never feels like you need it. That's the good thing. Overwatch is 7th with 48 million copies. Okay. Nice. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that those copies were like the first year of launch or something like that. Right, next map. Next map. I've still got medals and carved and park path, but I don't want to do the same map over and over on stream. So let's just move over to Alpine Run. I've still got some here. Reverse or military? Let's do military only. Even though I just did that basically with 3 snipers only. So... where we're gonna set up? Somewhere here? Yeah, this seems to be the best spot. Kaiju time. Because he's Kaiju Pat. Maybe that's some sort of a reference to the Godzilla movies, right? Don't know. Maybe. Boom. Well, we can forget about submarines and boats at the moment. So we're gonna go... Wait, snipers again? I think we might go snipers again. Let's do this. Why not? It worked. Oh, good old Borderlands 2 theme. It's the Sanctuary theme, isn't it? I didn't even use his scream ability at all. There it is, now I used it. Right, then we're definitely gonna need goggles since, well, we won't have any other options of showing them. You know what? Wait, let's go with a plane. Let's put the plane. I'll have this monkey to deal with the invis balloons, and then let's put a plane up so it's not exactly the same as we did on the last map. I just need to get the faster firing. And some shrapnel, maybe. Also, this is one of those games, kind of like Risk of Rain. You can have the beastliest computer in the whole world. But if you're going free play mode and going to like round 300 or more, yeah, it's gonna run at 5 frames per second or worse sometimes. It's gonna be so much on the screen. Hi. Bong. Alright, even faster firing, and then let's start saving up for this little airplane boy. 800. You're booting it up as well. And you know what? It has got co-op. There's that too. It has got co-op, so if you want, you can play with Siri or anyone else. Co-op adventures. Right, okay, we've got the plane. It doesn't matter where I put it. Well, sorta. I could still buff it with Pat's roar if it was here, I think. Right, now we've got a little airplane flying around. Let's see, can I buff the plane? No, it's a little bit too far away, but I think later maybe, because his radius will expand. Boom, boom, rapid fire. Let's start upgrading the plane. Also, wait a minute, I just realized. Center path would be nice, but... oh no, up until round 60, there aren't going to be that many camo balloons, so I think we should be fine. Let's go with center path, yeah. I'll put the plane circling in the middle. Alright, loads more darts first. Paragon Bloons, look at that. That couldn't be anyone who enjoys this game, no way. Welcome to the chat. This guy must be a sweaty player using small monkeys and small balloons. Wait, is that a thing in the this community? I don't know. I just like them because otherwise, like, you can't see shit anywhere in this game in later stages. So I just went with the small balloons and small monkeys. Interestingly, before I even knew that was an option in this game, I just was like, oh, come on, why are the monkeys so big and the balloons so big? And then I discovered that there's hidden achievements that allow you to get the small versions, and I've never looked back since. Hunter, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Anyone else, if you want to drop a follow, I am not a balloon streamer. I just didn't know what to play today, and chat was like, how about we play some balloons? So I'm just playing balloons and chatting away. That's basically what I'm doing. Howdy, what's up? There you go, let's put it in the center. Not much. It's Monday. Depends on what you're doing, yeah. I like how the little lift speeds up when you actually play the round. Right, what do I want to save up for? Bouncing bullet? And then... I don't need to farm any money for this anyway, right? Let's just do it with this one. Pat will just need to help us with the metal balloons, lead balloons, that's it. Kaiju Pat looks sick, right? I think that was one of the new skins. I think it's great. I love it. Is there a way to turn off the monkey voices? I think the only one that talks is the hero, and there is a separate setting somewhere. Yeah, there you go, this one. With the bow, because the first hero ever was, like, what's his name? Yeah, you can turn it down. For me, I've got it at 5 as well, but you can just turn it to 0, and then the hero won't talk. It's the hero that talks, yeah. I'm Quincy, son of Quincy. I think, was that what you said? I think so, that's the first hero. Bum bum. Operation Dartstorm. Alright, let's get that one. It's legit a game of how quiet can you be. But also, you know, when you get into later rounds, sometimes like when I'm playing it late at night and I'm not streaming, I've just got it on speakers. Like, it starts out quiet, but then like around, you know, around round 90, I have to turn actually the volume down because the explosions, everything is just, there's so much going on that I actually think I'm gonna wake up my neighbors. Right, well, we're not gonna get to Sky Shredder in this medium difficulty, so let's just maybe get the bouncing bullet. Yeah, I just want to hear the balloons pop. That's like the only thing I need. Just balloons popping. Yeah, so far looking good. Oh wait, I can get my bouncing bullet. I don't think we get like camo lead balloons before round 60, right? Where's the balloons nerds in the chat? So I think I should be fine with just leaving those to Pat. Right, how are you looking? 7,200, okay. Like the ceramic sound? Yeah, I like it, but it slightly worries me. Maybe I played this game too much, but man, there's so many lost rounds due to just ceramics barging in. I'm like, yeah, everything was going fine. Oh wait, ceramics. There you go, perfect. Look at that. Also, I'm very lazy. I use these. I don't want to trigger the ability manually. There we go. Well, Unless it's chimps that I have to do it. Oh, Rainbow Destroyer, what's up? Hello. Are you also a Bloons enjoyer? You are indeed. Hey. It surprises me, but it shouldn't. Like, how many people in the community that I, well, are Bloons enjoyers that I didn't know of. Like, Volson, of course, I know that from day one. He's been asking me to play this game on stream forever. Declaring it being the best game in the world. And you know what? It might be. It might be. It's just masquerading behind a little childish visual, but this game does have depth. A lot of it. When you start going to like subreddits and you can start seeing freaking graphs and charts and people doing complex mathematical formulas, you'd realize, yeah, okay. It's a very good game, yeah, for sure. I absolutely don't doubt it. Great game from what is not unimportant, from great developers. They do treat the community so well. I love that. Which is why it just keeps on going. We don't need Bloons Tower Defense 7, really, do we? I wouldn't mind it running more than 5 frames per second on round 300. That might be cool. But that, yeah, that probably would need an engine change. Is this a black border run? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just slowly black bordering all the maps. So I'm just clicking whatever I haven't done. Apart from half cache, fuck that mode. That I'm doing once I save up. There's an achievement where I need 200 insta-monkeys in my library. Something like that, right? So I'm just saving those forever. I'm doing all the maps. Apart from half cache. I have done a few without using the insta-monkeys. But then I just sort of recently changed my strategy. I just do everything but half cache. Got your first achievement? Oh yeah, this game has got a lot of achievements. And quite a few hidden ones as well. This game, I don't know, it's just unique in the way that, yeah, it can be stressful but also relaxing at the same time. Got 3 black borders, don't like grinding. Hey, that's a fair point, right? I mean, why do we play games? To enjoy ourselves. And enjoyment is subjective. Some people enjoy doing the same thing over and over again. Some just like to breeze through. And that's, I think, it is a sign of a good game, right? That it offers all of those choices. Close the black border. Infernal? What is that? I am not aware of that one. Expert map? So wait, they get different black borders? Wait, have I? You know what? I just realized. Round 60. You know, no, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna unlock the Sky Shredder, and that's gonna take care of round 60. Oh, Infernal is a map name. Excuse me, I probably didn't realize. It's a name of a map, right? It's a hard map to do all game modes on. Gotcha. Are all game modes even possible on all maps? Wasn't there a thing, I don't remember, I think I read that some time ago, that there are certain maps where it's just impossible to do certain modes. There we go, we got the Sky Shredder. I wonder if the stream gets pixelated because of the Sky Shredder. Oh, wait a minute, we do get camo... But yeah, thank fuck I got the upgrade. So camo lead comes at 59. Alright, I better remember my waves. What round's my highest? Oh, Jesus, I don't remember. 400 something? Something like that. But I haven't like really tried to get there. Maybe for fun we could do that at some point on stream if I don't have anything really to play. But then yeah, there's a lot of farming and then you just go into sun gods and temples and whatnot. There you go, another medal. Yeah, I only black bordered these, And then at some point I realized, man, I'm struggling with half cash so much. Half cash is difficult. You either I was saying earlier on stream, you either just look up the strat for a certain particular map on half cash, or you just experiment and fail 13 times until you figure out a strat. I mean, at least I'm not like H-Bomb or someone else who's like absolute veterans at this game, and they just, you know, their brain already thinks in monkeys. That's different. Have you seen the new expert? I actually haven't looked at it even. Which one is it? It's not the Infernal. So, yeah, that's the one you mentioned. Oh, there it is. Dark Dungeons. I haven't seen it, no. Wait. Looks cool. Is there something that changes? I think that's what all the expert maps have, right? Just sometimes the map can change. Haven't played it yet. I'm sort of just going through them one by one. Oh, well. There we go. Paragon Bloons will know, I think. I've never bothered to literally Google that. What does this mean on the maps? Sometimes there's some monkeys and like an orange dart. I don't even know what that means. There's a secret tower in that one? Oh, interesting. Right, where was I? We're doing the Alpine Run. Let's go Frozen over next. Oh my god, I don't even have some easy ones on that. Let's do it. Those are monkey teams? What do monkey teams do? Boom, boom, boom. Like, I know what the little golden balloon means, but the monkey teams, no idea. Rainbow Destroyer says 400, are you sure? Yeah, it's actually not that bad. At some point when you put some temples on and like basically have also all of them boosted permanently, etc. It's just a matter of just wading through the rounds. I don't know if there is even a point where you've just set up the map in a way that it can go infinitely. I don't know. But I do remember that I stopped playing because it just like ran at 5 frames per second and it became boring. If you do those monkeys, you get a special reward. Oh, do you get like more monkey monies or some XP or something? Right, that makes sense now, yeah. Right, this map would be good for what? Like maybe these guys? Although there's nothing to generate money from and like none of these can make money. Oh my god, no. I just realized we need to get to round 40. It's fine. We should be absolutely fine. Oh, the sweet sound of balloons popping. Genuinely, it's so nice. Right, now for camo balloons, we will have to take the basic guy, right? Think so. Where you gonna live? You're gonna live here. You're no longer frog. Oh yeah, you do remember the neuron activation meme. That's you now. Wait, so do I want hot shots with that one? Yeah, probably. Shred all of the lead that comes in. There isn't going to be much, but still some. And then make sure we cover the invisible ones. It just, that sound doesn't get old. For me, it doesn't. I almost sort of miss it when you go over like around 100, where just mostly you just hear explosions. Just all of the big blimps coming up. But yeah, SNG, if you want like smaller monkeys and smaller balloons, just Google, there's a couple of hidden achievements for those. I think they were relatively easy to get, but they don't show up in the list. And then that will unlock the modes where you can just turn them on and off. Pat's just chilling, doesn't have anything to do. Better, stronger. You know what? I'm actually gonna turn the hero up a little bit. I like what he's saying. Ring of Fire. Johnny Cash is probably super happy. There you go, Ring of Fire. Woo too with some sip it, thank you. Oh fuck! I made tea and I forgot about it. Where did I put it? I had tea. Oh, it's right. I mean, to be fair to me, my microphone was hiding it from my eye. Well, from my vision. It was right in front of me. Damn, thanks. Just mic is right there. Thank you for the sipping. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna look into, well, before the stream, I'm gonna look into the FOV for Atomic Heart. It seems like the solution is simple. Depending on when it actually activates, and I can download it because it doesn't offer preloads. I'll check if Flawless Widescreen works with it, and then that means tomorrow we're gonna be playing Atomic Heart. But for today, yeah, we're just gonna chill with this. I don't mind at all. Well, let's give you a crossbow now. This should be easy. Could even give him sharpshooter. Basically, this is already stuff taken care of. Shouldn't even invest in anything. Samba with some stretches as well, thank you. Why not? Step 1, make tea. Step 2, forget tea. Step 3, pour out cold tea and go to step 1. It has happened quite a lot, to be honest, yes. Literally have the ability to buy anything with money in this game. Yeah, it most certainly offers you all kinds of ways, but genuinely, I don't think you need. I swear, I haven't put in any money in microtransactions in this. And it's not like a bragging point or anything, more just that you can get the fun out of this without, but if you want, yeah, there's an option here or there. Delicious. I don't think we're gonna get... Well, we can upgrade Pat, but... Do we need to? Not really. Music to my ears. Alright, 2 more rounds. Like, the easy mode is really the easy mode. I think I'll have time for like a couple of more maps today, and then we'll wrap it up. Tomorrow a little bit more action. I probably will still start with just chatting. I'll actually look at stuff during the day, since I will have some time. There you go, that was that. 2 towers. Probably could do even with 1. Advancing global warming. Yeah, on that. I was thinking about the same. Yeah, just fire on the ice. Right, let's do 1 more. So, we got a medal there. I need some medals here in medium, apocalypse, and reverse. Let's do reverse. It's an easy map as well. Pattern nicely covers this.
Destroy all balloons.
I agree. Destroy all balloons. Wait, is this new? I don't remember a wheelbarrow there, but sometimes that's what the devs do. They just add some random crap on the map. And you can interact with it sometimes, not always. Do boats! We can do boats, yeah. We can do boats. Do you have any idea about your carbon footprint? Yeah. I'd rather build some farms and look at some late-stage capitalism. Monkey Wall Street, look at that. Hub of monkey trades, earns colossal income, generates lives each round, and collects income in radius. Longer range. All that covers the quarter of a map. Man, how bad of a flop Saints Row was. And yes, yeah, I'm indulging in that a little bit. Schadenfreude, or whatever it's called, right? Right, let's make him responsible for camo balloons. Pat's mostly doing stuff anyway. Merchant man. Oh, wait. Is this GTA 4? I think it might be. Music, that is. No, wait. Is it? No, that's a... Wait, it is, but it's by Bardcore, yeah. It is. Yeah, if there's anyone new, by the way, watching... If you're sort of enjoying the vibe of the stream, drop a follow. As I said, yeah, I am not a balloon streamer, so I might not be streaming balloons again for like another month or so. Just a good game to pick up when I don't have a particular game to play that day. But Atomic Heart tomorrow. And that might take... What did he say? G-Man Live said that it took him about 20 hours to finish the campaign. Since I'm going to be exploring a lot, looking at shit, and the stream's about 5 hours, actually, that's going to take me almost a whole week. Then on Thursday, we've got Brothers of Forest? What was it called? Forest 2, that one. So I think we're pretty much covered for the next few weeks. And then Destiny Lightfall launches next week, so... Sons of the Forest? I think that's what they're called, yeah. Atronex, you also like it? Yeah, I really loved The Forest, the original game. I played through it quite a few times. But that was before I streamed, which means that it's more than 6 years ago. So yeah, we just watched the latest trailer. They released a new trailer today. Watched that on stream, what, half an hour ago. Ambitious sequel? I don't know, from the trailer it looks like it just builds on the existing game. It's the same monster still. It seems to have a lot of the same old mechanics, but now we have got shotguns and whatnot, so I guess you just progress a little bit further. Hellrain, what's up? How about Terraria? I tried it and it just didn't click with me. I don't know. Somehow it didn't work. I think I streamed it for like whole 2-3 streams, something like that, but just didn't get into it. Who just got GTA 4 a few weeks ago. Great game. Some stuff is very outdated by now, but adds to the charm. Perhaps, yeah. I don't know. I had a tough time with it a little bit. I didn't like quite a lot about it. Overall, still a good game, yeah. By the way, are you running it with DXVK? Because imagine, on my PC, it would run sometimes at barely 50 frames per second without it. Because it's an old game again, yeah, and it's not optimized for multi-core CPUs and new GPUs. But with DXVK, it at least can get it to run at 120 or whatever you wanna. Boom, 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 boom. Right, how we doing? Round 25. This is not gonna take care of the bigger balloon. But wait, Pat Mike. You said do ships. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we could do ships. Well, I'm doing ships. Let's do another ship. But this ship... Right, which tree was it? Here, Monkey Pirates. Let's do that one. And then... faster shooting double shot, maybe? There you go, do it that way. Paragon, welcome back. Running it as it is comes from Steam Store. The PC seems to be dealing with it well, although there are some weird camera glitches during cutscenes. Yeah, if you're running it above 60 frames per second, the cutscenes freak out and you end up with like really zoomed in cutscenes and stuff like that, but it seems to not matter. You can sort of play through it and just understand everything fine. I remember that. I played it relatively recently on stream. I was doing like a GTA marathon all the way from GTA 3, then Vice City, then San Andreas. Man, San Andreas was great though. And then GTA 4 immediately after. Like, my issue with GTA 4 was that it was just taking itself so seriously, and I was missing the just silly, wacky, crazy, over-the-top vibe from San Andreas and Vice City, and even GTA 3. And suddenly it was like, yeah, very dark and gray-green, and cars handled realistically, which means that they're on fucking ice. But, I mean, it still was a great game. It's just, I don't know, somehow, like, right after Vice City and San Andreas, it just was like, well, you're killing my mood. But I know that it has got like a lot of super fans. GTA 4, where there's like a huge group of people who consider it the best in the franchise. And I can sort of understand them, since they like that more movie-esque thing. And I think it's the first GTA where actually Rockstar tried to make it feel more like a movie even than a game sometimes. Oh wait, I have to remember that I've got this. The harpoon! Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go full on Lazy Town and just automate the harpoon. There, do it. What about boats? The money that they make counts for pops towards the Paragon? I didn't, but then again, Paragons... I don't end up on Paragons that much. Since, yeah, what I've been doing recently, and I mean the last half a year with this game, is just whenever I'm bored and I don't want to concentrate on any serious game, I just take this one and just do some medals. Slowly fill the medals and go towards the black borders. And like in any kind of those game modes, you don't need Paragons. Paragons really are for like the infinite, endless modes, right? I have, out of interest, built a couple of Paragons just to see how they look. And they are cool, that's for sure. But yeah, they have that like similar system to temples, right? Depending on what you sacrifice or what kind of towers and how max... No, wait, you have to have 3 of the tier 5s, right? But different ones. And then you make them into Paragons, and it depends on how many pops they've had before. Is that how strong the Paragon is? Because they do have some levels. Yeah, okay, gotcha. But yeah, I mean... Who said do ships? Someone said do ships. The thing is, with ships, I think that's all the ships we'll need. We're fine. 2 ships is enough. Right, this can This can take care of the around 59. Yeah, we should be fine, I think. Light, what's up? Says no, it levels up for every money you spend. Like in the whole game? On any monkeys, or specifically the monkeys that you sacrifice for paragons? Well, you don't really sacrifice the way you do for temples, you just have to have the 3 different ones to merge them into one, right? Boaty McBoatface, I still am upset. Not like for real, but that they didn't go with Boaty McBoatface. They named the little research vessel that's on the ship Boaty McBoatface, but they didn't have the balls to actually name the ship that. No, on that tower, like for example, if I make a paragon out of this on all ships. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you want a boat paragon, you need 2,500, well, 250,000 boats. Boats, all right. Trade Empire. Alright, we're fine here. Yoink. Bloons with the Risk of Rain music. Thinking out loud. Gearbox, please make Risk of Rain 3 good. Also first person. Bum bum bum, 26 for that. I think we're gonna save up. I think paragons are cool, yeah. It's just that how I've been playing recently is just slowly getting the medals, and that's why paragons don't really come into play. Suddenly I'm not that confident about round 59. We'll see. No, should be fine. Whatever the balloons pop out of those camo LEDs are not camouflaged anyway, right? What camo LEDs can't see them? Do we need to upgrade you? 59, they will be coming. Oh, look at that. Cyborg. Cyborg Pat. Does anyone in chat know what a Pat Fusty is a reference to? My really bad guess is that it's just an acronym for like fat pussy, but probably not. There you go. Pirate Lord. Should be fine. There you go. There. Here they come. Nah, we're gonna be fine. And yeah, it is camos that pop out, but I think we're gonna be fine. Yeah, absolutely easy. And that's that. Hashtag one more. Alright, let's do one more map. One more map. Right, what do I need? We did that one, so Cubism. Magic only. Let's do that one. Magic only Cubism. Oh, Senji. I congratulate you. I mean, as with any game, at some point you'll overdose it, and when you're trying to get all the medals and maps as well, you will get bored, and then you'll put it down. At least that's how it was for me. I just put it down for like a month, and then I just pick it up again, and then I am addicted again. But you are unlocking maps at the moment, so just going through all the maps is going to be fun. Kaiju time. So what are you doing now, Senjo? What is your goal? J Papi. Hola. I don't know why. I just read Papi and I just want to say hola. What's up? How you doing? Cubism? I like it, yeah. It's nice. I also like this spot on it. Just so much crossover. Oh, I just realized the camera's in front where balloons are coming from, but all the action's here anyway. Doing all the maps. All right, yeah, that's what I did as well first. Just doing all of the maps once, just so you can unlock the next one and the next one and the next one. Why does Boat Paragon have a limit? What kind of a limit does it have? I have no idea. I'm not aware. Baba Booey. Right, well. Ninja for camos? Yeah, I think ninja for camos. Or this guy. It has got shimmer and monkey sense. You could do necromancer, right? And necromancers now, after the latest upgrade, have you can actually even set a spot where it's going to be generating the balloons, which is something that I really like. Right, where we're gonna make them live. The ability is limited. 2 abilities around. Oh, I see. So it's not time limited, it's round limited? I mean, I guess they've done some testing and realized that it's OP otherwise. Brap, brap. Better, stronger. You know what? I don't mind Pat talking. He doesn't talk too much. For the longest time, Benjamin was my favorite hero, and probably still is. It's kind of nice to have almost infinite money. Almost. But, man, he's, guys, and then you leak one blue, and it's like, oh no, it's game over, man! That's probably one of the reasons why I turned the hero voices down. Right, now you oh, wait a minute. I have to... Oh, never mind. It's magic only. We're not going to have a village. We good. Right, where are we going to put you? I'm sort of mindful that I don't want to put stuff here, so I don't have to hide the camera. Bum, bum, bum. Right, you going to live here. There we go. Get around 69. We will have to, that's for sure. Are you gonna say nice in chat? Can you not get a BTSG in sandbox? I don't play this game enough to understand what you just said. I know what the sandbox mode, but I never play around with it. What is VTSG? Vengeful True Sun God. Oh, okay, I haven't tried. I think there's... Yeah, I probably need to do that at some point for the achievement. I think that's the achievement that's called There Could Only Be One, right? But it does require some setup to actually make it. Right, now the balloons aren't even entering the map because Druid has got global coverage. It's bad, that's so expensive. Too expensive? Well, that's why I'm saying it requires setup. It almost feels like it's just there for the achievement. You have to, like, farm a lot to get it. I don't worry about that kind of stuff too much. Since that is, like, I'm just focusing, as I said, on the medals and what you can get. And that's where, like, paragons and even temples and shit doesn't come into play. Right, wait, what do I want next? You to shimmer? Probably, and, well, wall as well. It's a shame you can't decide where he puts the wall down. He just puts it where he wants to. Oh, Chucker, what's up? You can? Just by changing this? Because you can choose the spawn point for the Necromancer, but it still puts the wall where he wants to, as far as I know. Ah, I need 230. Enhances fireball and wall of fire. Do I need 230? Because how would both of those give me the location for the wall? Wouldn't just one? Well, either way, yeah. I'm doing this since I want him to camo detect for me. Go for a pod. What do you mean with a pod? And yes, Chuck, I can see your message. How fast is the internet? Oh, Prince of Darkness? Oh, pod, Prince of Darkness. Yeah, I'm gonna end up doing that, that's for sure. I will end up doing that. Right, I'm gonna put them a little bit further back. $500 down over Wi-Fi. Ooh, so maybe even faster if you just connect the wire. That's good. I mean, that's good for US, especially. Bump, 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 ba-dum. Snipers? I don't know what it is about snipers. Yeah, it's really fun when you can, like, go with the snipers. Also, send you unsolicited advice. If I learned that anywhere, it's from you, chat. Don't use the auto start, at least at the start. I made the mistake of like, you know what? I'm just bored clicking play all the time. I'm just gonna use auto start. The problem with that is, for the longest time, I didn't learn what comes in what wave. When you don't play without it, you start noticing. All right, wave 14 is that. Wave 59 is now I know is like the camo LEDs, stuff like that. And at some point, that's gonna start mattering. So you'll know what to prepare for. Like round 40 is your first mob. Although there is one mode that's just gonna be full auto anyway. Auto runs. Jungle's bounty. Right, time to be lazy. Oh, it's off by default? Alright, good. Yeah, that would make sense. Right. So I'm gonna get Spirit of the Forest first. And then maybe pod. Although, pod's cheaper. Imagine a 555. Are they mods or something? I'm sure there's something where you can like get all without locking out one tree. Just ridiculously OP characters. Although I wonder if that would work. Oh, there is a mod. It's called Ultimate Crosspath. Gotcha. Yeah. I just wonder if there's like things that like not even designed to work together might cancel each other out. Would there be scenarios like that? Maybe. I like that there's even a little animation of the tech bot activating the ability. You can just see it do it. realized that, well, you can sort of see some balloons up there in the corner a little bit. Right, how much we need? 28. Man, the only issue with Prince of Darkness and Necromancer generally is that you don't get the small balloons on them. So as soon as we activate Pod, as you call them, yeah, man, we won't see the other monkeys at all. Especially because the monkeys are small, so the huge balloon's just gonna cover it. I haven't played with Necromancers enough. I don't even have the achievement for... I think it was 250,000 revived balloons. But I'm like 80% or so. Soon. There you go. Pod. Get ready. Big balloons. Quality gameplay. You can see some balloons before they're decimated. Yeah, it's the druid. The druid of the jungle, that one. It sees the balloons the moment they enter the map, and he can just... He puts those vines up there. Oh. Let me just minimize the camera. There you go. You can watch them pop. Baba Booey. Right, well, your max upgraded. Next one is that. Oh, wait, you know what I want to do, though? I want to do this before I forget. Balloon and balloon have different meanings. Do they? What is the distinction? It actually does in the, what, in the Bloons lore? Bum bum bum. Cuphead music slaps. Woo 2. I am, yes. Well, you wanted to see the balloons? You see them now. A little bit better. Although we've got a decent setup going, so... Let's just put some nice paint splatter on this map. Big squeeze, but I realized that big squeeze sometimes can trip you up massively, and I usually don't use it at all. Because while he's squeezing, and he's squeezing for a long time. Squeeze you long time. And then yeah, he's not bopping the balloons back. So I don't squeeze. Balloon has got a meaning. I mean, someone maybe came up with some lore somewhere. I think it's just a cute way of saying balloons. Right, how much we need for the Spirit of the Forest? 37.8. Okay. I'm getting an AOW. What's an AOW, my man? If I didn't understand pod, why are you throwing an AOW at me? Avatar of Wrath? Oh, no. This guy is going to be Spirit of the Forest. We just need to get to level 80. So, no need for Avatar of Wrath even. God damn it! I was like, hey, chat wanted to get to 69 and no one's saying anything. I was about to say that at around 70, but Wu2 saved you. Avatar of Wrath is correct. Oh, absolutely. But you need to then set him up and have like other droids boosting him around, boosting the speed. Then yeah, then he's insane. I've played a lot with that strategy. Just take Oben, and put 6 druids next to each other. One's Avatar of Wrath. Put some potions in there, put a village, and yeah, it just shreds. Now here we're going to save up for Spirit of the Forest. It's going to look interesting on this map. I actually haven't seen it. Now around 420, yeah. Then use Time Master mod to go to 69,420. No scope. Well, see? Interesting. This is the only game... Well, no, I'll lie. It's not the only game, but it's definitely one of the games where I just haven't even bothered looking at modding at all. I've still got so much to do that I don't care about mods. Who's the MVP, by the way? Who do you think has destroyed the most? It's going to be between Prince of Darkness and the Druid. Looked at the video but failed. I mean, I guess gotta look again. That's the only way. You think Potter's got the most? Alright, let's see. 73,000 versus... Yeah, right. I mean, it sort of makes sense. It's tier 5. Now, though, this guy maybe will start catching up. Although, no, it's more about the rest of the track. But I think we should be fine for round 80 now. Don't really need anything else. It's catching up with the count. 214. Well, halfway though, yeah. Cubes? Where's the cubes? There's some rectangles in there. Those count. There it is. Easy peasy. Hey. That was good. I enjoyed that. As much as I like that, I will need to wrap it up. I'm starting to get into a habit of, well, going to sleep at a normal time and not 4 AM. Listen, if you haven't followed, drop a follow if you're new. I'll be back tomorrow, 3 PM UK time. What is it? 10 AM US, right? East Coast. I think Atomic Heart, depending on what it unlocks. I hope it doesn't unlock like at 5 PM in the evening or something like that. So, Atomic Heart, I think the FOE thing is relatively easier to sort and the rest of it should be fine. What else? Well, thank you for hanging out today. Shout out to Chucker for the scare at the start and the top bits. Thank you so much, and I'm glad you're in the new flat and hopefully excited for that part as well. It's always nice with that. Paragon, thank you for chatting. Thank you for joining us. It was good to meet you. Thank you for the follow. As I said, yeah, I will be super duper rarely playing Bloons. We've got pretty much the stuff set out for the next few weeks. So, Atomic Heart tomorrow. Thursday, it's the Sons of the Forest, and then on Tuesday next week, it's Destiny's Lightfall, new expansion. So yeah, we'll do that. Enjoy the rest of your night, and yeah, I'm sure I'll see some of you on Discord still. Have a good one. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow. And remember, stay wholesome, stay deviant. Take care.